Chapter 1272. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, the shadow of the true demon displayed his extremely powerful and reliable strength. The power that erupted from him was simply unimaginable. Even such a powerful and terrifying white shadow could be hurt by him. That was because his power was the power of the true demon, which was extremely powerful. The white shadow's power was slightly inferior compared to his. The sea-splitter demonic snake was in tears. He had fought so hard, but he was sent flying again and again. On the other hand, that big blockhead looked silly, but he was more dangerous than anyone else. He must have done it on purpose. He took advantage of the moment when he was sent flying to show off. The sea-splitter demonic snake cursed, "Damn it, damn it. Why are these guys so dangerous? How am I supposed to survive?" At that moment, he was extremely sad. He felt that he had been abandoned by the entire world. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this fool's thoughts. After all, in this world, what was more unimaginable than a fool? The power of the precept was continuously condensed. Strands of precept power displayed extremely powerful strength at that moment. Every strand of precept was condensed into a precept sword. Such a terrifying aura was unimaginable. At that moment, the shadow of the true demon had achieved a very good result. Su Yan naturally would not miss this opportunity. He immediately condensed his power at that moment, and the extremely terrifying power fell directly at that moment. Such an attack immediately erupted with a thick radiance. Strands of precept swords appeared one after another, and each strand of precept sword made the white shadow howl. At that moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. That was definitely not a normal world. That was because the white shadow technique he used earlier was completely ineffective. It felt like his power had lost its effect in that place. That was a change in the world's laws. That world did not allow him to use such power, so he could not use it at all in that place. This place is a mini-world. He suddenly realized that when the experts in the infinite world reached a terrifying level of strength, they would be able to condense a small world. When the white shadow first invaded that world, it suffered a great loss in the hands of those powerhouses with mini-worlds. Some powerhouses at the peak of their power could create mini-worlds that were almost on par with the Great World. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Such a transformation was simply unimaginable. At his level, he naturally had his own understanding. He knew that there was once a time when dozens of white shadow princes were killed in a single night. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this time, when he realized that this was most likely a small world, he immediately felt a little weak. After all, there were legends about the powerful white shadow creatures in the small world. You're not a fool. You're right. This is the pocket dimension. Today, I'm going to bury you completely. At this moment, Su Yan's aura burned up, and the power rose into the sky. The violent and terrifying power had almost reached the pinnacle. Such power, at this time, changed the entire world directly at this time directly at this time. That kind of omnipresent majesty made him finally feel a great sense of danger. This place was even more dangerous than the dark domain. If the dark domain was only a restriction, then this place was a suppression, a complete suppression. In the dark domain, he could still directly retreat into his own white shadow world and wait for a comeback. However, it was impossible in this place. There were only two ways out for him. The first was to be killed by Su Yan in this small world, and then contribute his entire body of white shadow's origin. The other way out was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, he had no way out, and he and Su Yan could only fight to the death. After thinking it through, the white shadow creature no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. His aura skyrocketed. In the face of the attacking true demon's shadow, he no longer thought of ways to dodge, but faced the attack head-on. At this time, his body suddenly split, and then turned into two shadows. One of them directly entangled the true demon's shadow. Why shadows were known for their strangeness. Their bodies could split directly, and that was no secret. At this time, Su Yan witnessed this guy's means, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he was used to it. At this time, the sea rift demonic serpent laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that feels good. Entangle that big fool to death. That's right, that's right. That's right, you're mine now. Although the sea rift demonic serpent repeatedly suffered heavy blows, he would not give up. He was looking for an opportunity to prove himself. At this time, he finally realized that his chance had come. The ugly and idiotic Why Shadow seemed to have finally understood. It directly entangled the true demon's shadow, preventing it from unleashing its power. Then, it was time for it to unleash its power. A wool, a wool, a wool. The idiot actually let out a wolf's howl at this time, then directly charged at the Why Shadow creature. He wanted to succeed. He wanted to prove the value and meaning of his existence to Su Yan. Why Shadow's lonely finger. At this time, the Why Shadow creature had obviously gone berserk to the extreme. At this moment, his gaze had become extremely cold. The most terrifying power was directly unleashed at this time. That gaze was so cold. This time, he had completely raised his strength. Therefore, at this time, he must directly break that abominable dark armor, then kill that stupid snake. It had to be said that the sea rift demonic serpent was really powerful. Although he did not cause any real damage to the Why Shadow creature, he had succeeded in making the Why Shadow a psychological Why Shadow. Moreover, the Why Shadow's area was not small. At this time, he condensed such power. The terrifying aura turned into a whirlwind, constantly spinning at this time. Such power caused even the entire small world to tremble. What terrifying power! As expected of a terrifying existence that has almost reached the peak of venerable overlord. The power of this attack has already caused the small world to tremble. Sure enough, my unformed small world has its limits. At this time, he had already noticed the changes in his small world. An unformed small world was actually just an extremely powerful spatial barrier. No matter how powerful it was, there would always be a limit. The Why Shadow creature's power was almost at the peak of venerable overlord, and his power was already enough to cause the small world to tremble. If he was even stronger, perhaps he did not even need to be a sacred venerable. As long as he was at the peak of venerable overlord, he would be able to cause the most fundamental damage to the small world. For Su Yan, this was also an unexpected discovery. It gave him a clearer understanding of himself. With this, the next time he encountered a terrifying powerhouse, he would not be too reckless and suffer unimaginable injuries. However, at this time, the Why Shadow creature was still not at the peak of venerable overlord, let alone a sacred venerable. Greatest Sun, set the universe. At this time, he directly used his will to communicate with the scorching sun in the sky. In the scorching sun, scriptures suddenly appeared one after another. The scriptures shone and then rushed toward the small world. In almost an instant, it had already stabilized the shaking universe. Green Lotus Bright Moon, evolve. At this time, Su Yan once again exerted his power. The Green Lotus and Bright Night vision immediately changed at this time. The terrifying and powerful aura changed at this time, and endless power descended. Such a powerful force was almost unimaginable. Such a strike was truly incomparably terrifying. The final burst of power had almost directly destroyed everything. The Why Shadow creature had just condensed the Why Shadow lonely finger. Before it could explode, its power had already been reduced by more than half. At this time, the Why Shadow creature was extremely angry, but at the same time, he was even more fearful. At this time, he finally experienced the horror of a small world. Just now, Su Yan did not directly launch an attack at him. He was only changing the power of the small world. Then, in an instant, it had already affected him greatly, weakening his attack. The attack he condensed just now was so powerful and terrifying. He was confident that even if it could not kill the sea-splitting demonic snake, it could still break the dark armor and severely injure it. He wanted to make this clown behave. However, this time, just like last time, it only sent the sea-splitting demonic snake flying. The most terrifying thing about the sea-splitting demonic snake was not its powerful defensive power, but its unimaginably thick skin and its extremely stupid personality. Ha ha ha, I want to fly higher, fly higher. You piece of sh*t, no matter how hard you work, you can only watch me fly again and again. Are you jealous? If you have the ability, break your grandpa sea-splitting demonic snake's defense and kill me. He paused, then laughed arrogantly, and pounced on the white shadow creature again. La la la, I'm coming again. Come and hit me. If you hit me, I'll fly again. At this time, being sent flying again and again had become a strategic diversion and a flight show with a purpose in mind. More importantly, it did not matter if others believed it or not, but he himself believed it. The white shadow creature in the white shadow king's mind expanded again. Taisheng condensed sword, annihilation, silence, destruction, slash. At this time, Su Yan once again seized the opportunity and directly displayed 3 swords. Chapter 1273. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, Su Yan unleashed all of his power. The power of each of the 3 swords was extremely terrifying. It was almost the culmination of all of Su Yan's power. Latest chapter to read. The shadow of the true demon consumed a great deal of Prince Y's power to bind it. Although Su Yan found it ridiculous, he had to admit that the sea-splitting demonic serpent had made a huge contribution this time. Although he looked extremely pathetic, comical, and even pitiful, he did cause a lot of trouble for the white shadow. Therefore, he was able to seize the opportunity at that moment. At that moment, his sword aura condensed, and an extremely terrifying power manifested at that moment. Such an attack had turned into the most powerful and terrifying peak power at that moment. As the sword fell, such power rolled out. The dense aura was even more unparalleled at that moment. That terrifying aura kept flashing at that moment, as if it could destroy everything. Then, 2 more swords fell. Each of the sword aura condensed the most direct and terrifying destructive power. The 3 great powers of destruction erupted at the same time. The attack power of that attack had completely reached the level of an overlord. Even a real overlord would not have an easy time facing that attack. At that moment, the white shadow was already in an extremely sorry state. Naturally, it was in extreme pain at that moment. Su Yan stood in the air. Even for him, those 3 swords had consumed a lot of energy. However, it was clear that the 3 swords were extraordinarily effective. After those 3 swords, the white shadow's aura had become much weaker. Perhaps it had not been injured to the core. However, its power had been greatly reduced. At that moment, it could no longer be as arrogant as before. It seems that your power has been greatly reduced. At that moment, Su Yan was recovering his power. The power of the Grand Supreme was on display at that moment. Moreover, this was his own world. Therefore, in this place, his power was almost limitless. That powerful power gathered directly into his body, giving him an extremely powerful combat power. At that moment, Su Yan was about to recharge his attack. At that moment, Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zai's expressions changed. At that moment, they became even more solemn. After such a battle, the power of the surrounding white shadows should have been weakened. However, at that moment, the power of the white shadows had become even stronger. That terrifying power was like a raging tide, directly rushing toward them. That terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. For such a power to manifest at this time, it was simply incomparable. In the sky, one after another, white shadows kept converging toward that place. To be precise, they were converging toward Fang Yueshan. This is really too, Yu Qingzi said straightforwardly. Fang Yueshan was. For the average person, the overlord. Was for the average person. Was. That was for the average person. But for him and Zhang Zai, this was no big deal, because they had long surpassed this realm. Now, they were true sovereigns. Unless it was a super freak like Su Yan, ordinary Dao masters were nothing in front of them. Fang Yueshan's breakthrough to the Dao master level was not a big deal. However, his special identity and the imprint of the White Shadows made it difficult to deal with. However, it seemed that the situation was still beyond their imagination. The power gathered in Fang Yueshan's body was almost equivalent to that of an ordinary peak Dao master. However, he had clearly not stepped into the Dao master level yet. Yes, senior. The heavenly tribulation is coming again. That guy's heavenly tribulation is really terrifying. Even we can't compare to it. Both of them were extremely talented people. Therefore, when they became Dao masters, their power was naturally extremely strong. However, even the two of them could not compare to Fang Yueshan at that time. That was really a blow to them. However, at their level, they naturally had their own unique views. Everyone had different opportunities and naturally had different fates. There was nothing to be envious about. However, the key was that at that time, Fang Yueshan seemed to be extracting the power of the White Shadows world through the spatial gate. The spatial gate should have been closed after the appearance of the Prince of White Shadows. After all, there was no longer enough power to support it. However, at that time, the spatial gate did not close. Instead, it became even bigger. Extremely pure power was extracted from it and then integrated into Fang Yueshan's body. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingzi said, "This kid's beauty has already changed. Perhaps he has already become a beauty similar to the child of White Shadow. He can obtain the support of the world of White Shadow's origin energy." Zhang Zhe frowned, "That shouldn't be the case. The child of the world should be born from the origin of the current world. Fang Yueshan is a human. There's no doubt about that. But at this time, how can he do that? The child of the world carried great fortune and was even the hope of a world. Therefore, he should be the purest person of this world. However, Fang Yueshan was from the infinite world. Why did the origin of the White Shadows world fall on him? I don't know either. It's fate. Even we can't explain such things clearly. After all, the great fortune of the world seems to have begun to change. Such changes can't be limited to our infinite world. I'm afraid the White Shadows world, the demon world, and the Shura world are the same. Perhaps it's related to this, Yu Qingzi speculated. They all felt that a great era was coming. It was an extremely chaotic and terrifying great era. It could also be said to be a great calamity for the world. However, such a terrifying calamity would definitely not just be the continuation of a great world. Perhaps, the other great worlds would be swept in as well. Moreover, the possibility of that was extremely high. In other words, it was very likely that problems had already arisen in the White Shadows world. Therefore, Fang Yueshan was able to extract the origin power of the White Shadows world from the spatial gate. Of course, he's not the real child of the world yet. Perhaps he's just one of them. However, no matter what, Fang Yueshan has become an extremely important figure at this time. Since we don't choose to kill him, we must protect him well, Yu Qingzi said solemnly again. Just as they finished speaking, a terrifying palm suddenly probed out of the spatial gate. Such an attack had reached the most terrifying level at this time. The strength of that power was simply unimaginable. Such a power seemed to be able to shatter the entire world. They all knew that it was impossible for this power to do that. However, the moment that power appeared, the powerful force had already affected their minds, causing them to have such an illusion in their hearts. However, they were powerful venerable sovereigns. What kind of power could cause them to have such an illusion? This was simply too terrifying. The terror of this power was truly unimaginable. Zhang Zhe, attack! Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe immediately knew that Fang Yueshan's act of plundering the origin power of the White Shadows world must have been known by the other side, so they immediately launched an attack. Fortunately, the spatial gate was not huge at this time, so it was impossible for the power of the other side to completely descend. However, just the power that descended at this time was already extremely terrifying. If it was allowed to completely descend, it would almost be a disaster. Zhang Zhe did not hesitate at all. The Taixing ninefold sword formation immediately erupted. The sword chi of the earth went against the sky and directly strangled the large hand of the Wei Shadows. Could that kid Su Yan really be a clairvoyant? He actually knew about such a change. At this time, they suddenly remembered what Su Yan said earlier. If they had not remembered Su Yan's warning and paid close attention to this place, they might not have been able to directly launch a counterattack at the first moment. At this time, they had the upper hand, so they could take the initiative to suppress this power. However, if it had not been for Su Yan's warning, this attack would have succeeded first and directly interfered with Fang Yueshan. That would be terrible. Not only would Fang Yueshan not become a Dao Lord, but he would also be directly devoured by this terrifying power. At this time, his body was condensed with too much of the terrifying power of the Wei Shadows. Once he was devoured, his soul and origin as a human would directly dissipate in an instant. At that time, he would no longer be a human, but a walking corpse. He would even be the executioner of the Wei Shadows. In any case, this was not a good thing. At this time, the power of the sword formation erupted. The sword formation displayed by the full power of a venerable sovereign was terrifying and unparalleled. Such a powerful force was even more unimaginable. The great power between heaven and earth descended. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Yu Qingzi took a step forward. His eyes were like flames, and then the Taiqing talisman burned again. An extremely mysterious power of heaven and earth began to descend, and finally turned into a large seal. Forget it. Perhaps everything is karma. The appearance of the great Emperor Wei Shadows back then was also related to my sect. Perhaps my sect was wrong back then. Today, I will make up for this karma. At this time, Yu Qingzi seemed to have made a decision in his heart. He directly displayed a brand new power. This power was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than the power of the divine sword. Taiqing Nine Heaven Seal. Zhang Zhe was shocked. He never thought that this person would actually be able to use this power. The Taiqing Nine Heaven Seal was the supreme treasure of the Taiqing sect. The Taiqing sect was once the most powerful existence among the top 10 sects. Their foundation was naturally incomparably deep. It was also because of this that for a long time, although they were extremely declining, no sect dared to loot a burning house at this time. Chapter 1274. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, this person finally took out one of the sect's most powerful treasures. The moment the Taiqing Nine Heaven Seal appeared, the gigantic Wei Shadow's demonic palm was still wreaking havoc. Even the Taixing Nine Derivation sword formation was messed up by him. However, at that moment, the gigantic demonic palm froze in place, unable to move at all. What a powerful force! Zhang Zhe was astonished. Such power was no longer as simple as simply freezing space. In fact, it had completely suppressed all the strongest powers in the world. Such power was terrifying to the extreme. Zhang Zhe, don't hold back. Do it. Yu Qingzi said. Zhang Zhe nodded, then activated the Taixing Divine Sword again. At this moment, the Taixing Divine Sword suddenly expanded. Within the Divine Sword, a mountain range was so clear. Chaotic, world-suppressing Divine Sword. As soon as the sword appeared, an extremely terrifying light appeared. Under the light, everything seemed to be in chaos. The power of the earth was overturned, and a terrifying aura skyrocketed. At this very moment, the most terrifying power had already turned into an extremely brilliant divine light. Kill! As soon as the word was spoken, the earth went into a frenzy. The terrifying divine power of the earth actually cut off the terrifying Wei Shadow's gigantic palm. It was at this moment that an extremely miserable and painful howl rang out. Such power was simply unimaginable. Even through the spatial gate, one could feel the strength of the owner of the voice and his pain. Do you really think that there's no one in our infinite world? Yu Qingzi's Taiqing Nine Heaven Seal was activated again, and the terror of this power was displayed again. Even if that terrifying giant sent an even stronger power over, it still couldn't turn the situation around. The Tai Ching 9 Heavens seal had suppressed everything. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance and grasped the opportunity. It was indeed different. However, at this moment, a laugh was heard. As expected of the Tai Ching sect's sect master and the Tai Hang sword faction's sect master. Your strength is truly admirable. This voice appeared so suddenly that even Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi didn't notice it. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's face darkened. That was because he could already tell who the person who had just appeared was. Damn it, it's you. Zhang Zhe's eyes were like lightning as he looked straight ahead. At this moment, a figure appeared. He smiled lightly and then said, I really didn't expect that sect master Zhang Zhe would still remember me. He walked out of the dark corner. This person was none other than Duanmu Longhu. He was truly a venomous snake. He was practically everywhere. Don't look at how Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi already had the absolute advantage at this time. However, before the outcome of the battle was decided, nothing could be settled. After all, they were facing an extremely terrifying existence. What are you doing here, Duanmu Longhu? Zhang Zhe immediately shouted. At the same time, he had already told Yu Qingzi about how terrifying Duanmu Longhu was. In truth, Yu Qingzi was also on guard against this guy. After all, this guy was the one who played tricks in the dark last time, almost allowing Emperor Wei Shadow to succeed. Ha, what am I doing here? Of course, I'm here to help the two seniors. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, then he raised his hand. At this moment, a wave of power was directly stimulated. Such power whistled in the air, and the ray of light directly rushed into the spatial door. Originally, under the Supreme Purity 9 Heaven seal, the power behind the spatial door had begun to weaken. He seemed to have seen the reality clearly and knew that it was impossible to forcefully break through this power. However, at this moment, after the ray of light appeared, it actually reduced the pressure of the spatial door. He could feel that more of his power could be transmitted over. You bastard, damn it! Yu Qingzi directly shouted angrily. Zhang Zhe also said, you lunatic, don't you understand that doing so will only attract that guy's power and cause this world to suffer an extremely huge disaster? No matter what, Duanmu Longhu was a living being of this infinite world. However, his current actions were simply betraying this world. Therefore, this person was simply a lunatic. However, at this moment, Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, disaster? Ha, disaster is a good thing. If this world suffers a huge disaster and brings incomparable chaos, then I will be able to obtain an extremely huge amount of power. When my power is at its strongest, I will be able to destroy this boring world directly and then create a new one. It was simply inhumane to say such words. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's eyes widened, then he said, you actually started to cultivate the power of the path of destruction. Duanmu Longhu was originally an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. If at this time, he disregarded everything and started to cultivate the power of the path of destruction, it would be an extremely terrible thing. The power of the path of destruction. Path of chaos, path of destruction, as long as it can make me stronger, I will of course cultivate it. This is not a big deal. If he was not a lunatic, how could he say such words? One had to know that anyone who cultivated such a Tao method was practically the enemy of the world. What was the big deal? If one wanted to master that power, they would have to directly shatter the entire world. That was sacrificing the entire world to achieve their own Tao method. Damn it! Zhang Zhe cursed in a low voice. This Duanmu Longhu was already extremely powerful. In the last battle, Zhang Zhe and he were almost evenly matched. However, he knew that this Duanmu Longhu had many trump cards. If they were to fight to the death, even he might not be able to defeat him, and there was even the possibility of being killed by him. At this time, if he cultivated the path of chaos again, his strength would only be like a tiger that had grown wings. This made him even more difficult to deal with. As they spoke, the pressure on them became even greater. Yu Qingzi shouted coldly, "What did you do just now?" Originally, they were about to suppress that terrifying existence, but after Duan Mulonghu shot out that light, the pressure on them increased again. Duan Mulonghu said with a chuckle, "What did I do? Actually, it's nothing. I just gave him a light of guidance. Alright, seniors, take your time to play with him. As for this little Fang Yueshan, he should come with me." This time, he appeared for Fang Yueshan. Duan Mulonghu was not only powerful and terrifying, but also extremely vicious. After coming back from the dead, he knew too many secrets and clearly understood how to improve his strength. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body had already gathered Wei Shadow's origin. If he took Fang Yueshan away and directly refined him, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Furthermore, this guy appeared at the perfect time. Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi were held back by the terrifying creature behind the spatial door. Su Yan was fighting with Prince Wei Shadow, and there was no one who could stop him. "Get out of my way." At this time, Zhang Zhe shouted angrily, and an extremely violent sword aura burst out. It flew towards Duan Mulonghu's face. However, Duan Mulonghu only chuckled. Then, he moved his power slightly, and the sword aura was directly neutralized. "Hee, the current you can't use your power to deal with me. After all, that Wei Shadow creature is extremely terrifying. If you relax your power, he might be able to break free and infinitely expand the spatial door between the two worlds. Hee, don't blame me for not reminding you. When that happens, you'll be the biggest sinners." He was extremely proud, then walked towards Fang Yueshan. In the fierce wind, his figure even looked somewhat free and easy. For him, this was an extremely happy and carefree moment. He liked the feeling of having everything under his control. Damn it! Zhang Zhe was furious, but at the same time, he felt extremely helpless. Because it was just as Duan Mulonghu said. Under the influence of the light of guidance, the terrifying Wei Shadow was about to break free from all restraints and struggle out of it. That was something that he could not accept. His appearance would be a great danger to the infinite world, or even a disaster. In other words, at this time, they were almost powerless to do anything about it. At this time, Duan Mulonghu had already walked up to Fang Yueshan very happily. He said with a grin, "Long time no see. In fact, you don't know, but I've been waiting for you for a long time." At that time, Emperor Wei Shadow had made an extremely secretive arrangement on Fang Yueshan, but in fact, Duan Mulonghu did the same. However, his power was more ingenious because he did not arrange his power on Fang Yueshan, but hid his power behind Emperor Wei Shadow's power. That person's scheming mind was truly terrifying. At that time, he had already predicted that someone would discover the arrangement on Fang Yueshan's body, and he hid his power within Emperor Wei's power. Even if that person discovered it, they would focus their attention on Emperor Wei's power. After all, Emperor Wei himself was already an extremely terrifying existence. When they were dealing with Emperor Wei Shadow, he could lay out his plan more calmly. At that time, he could directly appear and happily receive the fruits of victory. In fact, his arrangement did indeed have a miraculous effect. Even Su Yan seemed to have been deceived by his arrangement. The feeling of deceiving one's old enemy and then obtaining the results of the battle was really good. He could already imagine that Su Yan would be very angry. He and Su Yan had fought many times, but he did not gain the upper hand every time. However, this time seemed to be different. Chapter 1275. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Su Yan, it looks like I'm going to win this time. TSK, although it's only a small victory, it's enough. I really want to see how ugly your expression will be. While talking to himself, he had already reached out his hand to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Zhang Zhe's eyes were filled with anger, but he already felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Damn it, this damn thing, his strength also increased so quickly. If there was one person whose strength could be compared with Su Yan's improvement, it would be Duan Mulonghu. Now, he finally understood why Su Yan was so afraid of this guy. It was because this poisonous snake was too strange and too terrifying. At this moment, he had complete control of the situation. They had clearly worked so hard, but were they still going to lose at this time? This time, the goal was Fang Yueshan. However, they had used all their strength, but in the end, they still couldn't protect it. They had put in so much effort, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Even people like them found it somewhat unbearable. At this moment, their strength was already restrained by that extremely terrifying existence at this time, and they couldn't completely release their strength to deal with that guy. This was extremely painful. Duan Mulonghu chuckled. To be able to collect the spoils of war under the unwilling gazes of others was an incomparably wonderful feeling. At this moment, he really wanted to see what would happen if Su Yan was here. It was a pity that Su Yan didn't give him the chance. Of course, it didn't matter. After all, there would be plenty of chances in the future. As long as he was still alive, they would meet again sooner or later. The so-called old enemies were originally entangled with each other, and in the end, defeated or even killed each other. When he thought of this, his heart felt exceptionally happy. Meanwhile, in the small world, Su Yan's 3 swords of extinction had weakened Prince Ju a lot. Originally, he was so insufferably arrogant, but now, he was like a dead dog, struggling at death's door. Even so, Su Yan did not let his guard down. He knew very well how terrifying the White Shadow was. Furthermore, Emperor White Shadow had yet to be completely devoured within the Green Lotus. The power of the Most Supreme was still analyzing the rules of power in his body. No matter how he looked at it, Wang Ju would not be defeated so easily. If he could be killed so easily, then it would be ridiculous for Emperor White Shadow to pay such a huge price to summon him. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi condensed again. You must still have some extremely powerful trump cards. It's just that you aren't willing to use them now. But that's fine. If you aren't willing to use them, I'll just kill you. As he spoke, his most terrifying and powerful strength appeared once again. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly rose. At this moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. As long as he was in the small world, his strength would not disappear so easily. That was because he was the master of this small world. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the White Shadow. His eye of truth was activated to the extreme at this moment. Even the slightest movement could not escape his eyes. At this moment, he noticed that the White Shadow's internal structure seemed to have changed. In other words, its biological structure had changed at this moment. Of course, Su Yan would not overlook such a dangerous change. His strength was on full display at this moment. The most terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. His aura moved bit by bit, and then the power of the small world came pressing down on him again. It seems that I'm finally going to use my trump card. He did not let his guard down. The power of the dark ink lotus was activated again, and tens of thousands of dark roots erupted at this moment. Such power was unleashed at that moment, directly binding the White Shadow creature. The White Shadow's life was originally very special, but at this moment, under this attack, it could only tremble and waver. Its White Shadow power was directly restrained. The dark ink lotus was almost a natural counter to it. At this moment, its body was undergoing a huge change, and the roots that erupted from the dark ink lotus directly pierced into its body. The powerful and terrifying power continued to erupt, almost breaking its body directly. I'd like to see what else you have. Su Yan no longer hesitated, and his power poured down again. However, the White Shadow creature suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? Su Yan had been staring at this abominable guy with the eye of truth, but at this moment, it suddenly disappeared. This was simply unimaginable. Such an unforeseen event was simply too sudden. Moreover, what shocked Su Yan even more was that no matter how he used his power to search, he could not find the White Shadow's aura. He clearly had everything under control, and even the dark ink lotus had directly tied up the White Shadow's body. However, under such circumstances, the White Shadow disappeared directly under his nose in an instant. Such a situation was truly terrifying. Su Yan's attack had no choice but to stop, because at this moment, he simply didn't know where to attack. Damn it, I've been guarding against that guy, but I was still confused by his power. But it doesn't matter, you can't escape. At this moment, Su Yan not only did not panic, but his heart also calmed down. He knew very well that White Shadow could not leave this small world because he was the ruler of this small world. At this time, since he did not feel the power of the small world change, it could only mean that White Shadow was still in the small world. Strange, no matter which corner I look, I can't find any trace of him. In his own small world, Su Yan could almost grasp every corner in an instant. However, at this time, he could not find anything. It was as if that guy had truly disappeared. Damn it, you dog, come out quickly. Let Lord Sea-splitting demonic snake F***CK you up. While Su Yan was deep in thought, the sea-splitting demonic snake could no longer take it. The scene just now was simply too horrifying. He could not find the other party's location and could not find any trace of him. However, it did not matter. Don't think that you can show off just because Lord Sea-splitting demonic snake can't see you. If I can't hit you, then Lord Sea-splitting demonic snake will curse you to death. Hence, the Sea-splitter demonic serpent's valiant scolding skills were unleashed. You stupid idiot. If you have the guts, hide and don't come out for 10,000 years. Master Sea-splitter demonic serpent will scold you for 10,000 years. You stupid dwarf, the ugliest White Shadow creature. It had to be said that the sea-splitting demonic snake's scolding skills were truly impressive. Su Yan did not remember teaching him that, nor did he know how he obtained such a godly skill. At that moment, Su Yan felt that he could no longer stand him. However, at that moment, Su Yan suddenly noticed a slight fluctuation in the small world. The fluctuation was so slight that if he had to describe it, it would be like a gentle breeze blowing across the vast land. Such a fluctuation was so slight that no one would notice it. However, at that moment, Su Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No, I get it now. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly exclaimed. He finally understood why that terrifying White Shadow creature could disappear right under his nose. He could not find him because he was not hiding in a corner at all. Instead, he was hiding in the entire world. Humph, how impressive. To be able to completely disperse himself in an instant, then wander around every corner of this world, Su Yan sneered. However, he then said, no, it shouldn't have happened in that instant. Instead, he had already started setting up his plan after entering this small world. You're so cunning. I was almost fooled by you. At that moment, Su Yan began to sneer. At that moment, he finally understood that Lord White Shadow was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. He had already set up his plan from the beginning. He had already started doing so after entering this small world. In the beginning, he was in such a sorry state. He was constantly toyed with by the sea-splitting demonic snake, and even beaten up miserably by the true demon's shadow. Then, he was constantly bombarded by his own laws and the sword of annihilation. Although everything seemed to be fine, in reality, he seemed to be a little too weak. In the beginning, Su Yan thought that it was because he had taken the initiative from the beginning, causing Lord White Shadow's power to be unable to reach its full potential. However, in hindsight, he was still too naive. The powerful Lord White Shadow should not be so weak. There was only one reason for him to be like that, and that was that he wanted to devour Lin Huang's entire small world. Lin Huang had still underestimated that guy's ambition. At that moment, he completely shattered his body and turned it into the most primitive White Shadow point. Then, he covered the entire mini-world and began to devour it. Once the small world was devoured, he would become the ruler of the world. From there, he would be able to control Lin Huang's body and take over the magpie's nest. That kind of plan was extremely ingenious. Now that he thought about it, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once again made a contribution. His mindless curses had angered the white shadow creature, causing it to fluctuate. That breeze just now was the fluctuation of his emotions, which was then directly captured by Su Yan, and thus understood the result. Chapter 1276. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, no wonder you hate the sea-splitting demonic snake so much. At that moment, Su Yan wanted to laugh. The sea-splitting demonic snake was really the nemesis of Wai Shadow. If that was not the case, Su Yan would not have figured out Wai Shadow's goals so quickly. Given enough time, Wai Shadow might really be able to pose a threat to this mini-world. After all, Wai Shadow was too terrifying. That was almost the power of a peak overlord. Even if Su Yan had the upper hand, if Wai Shadow were to invade the mini-world, Wai Shadow would suffer heavy losses. That was why dragging the opponent into the mini-world to battle was an extremely risky decision. If he had full confidence in defeating the opponent, it would be fine. However, if he did not have enough confidence, it would be a huge disaster for him. Of course, Su Yan did not care at that moment. Since he already knew the opponent's goal, he was confident that he could neutralize Wai Shadow's plot. You've already figured it out. Damn it, that stupid snake. I'll definitely kill it and let it enjoy the most painful torture. Wai Shadow could not help but admit that his emotions were indeed affected by the sea-splitting demonic snake earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stir up that slight breeze. Wai Shadow could not tolerate that despicable mouth of Wai Shadow's. However, at that moment, he did not care too much about it. But it doesn't matter. My power has already begun to combine with your mini-world. What a wonderful mini-world. It's a pity that your realm is not strong enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do that. When his power was combined with the small world, he could launch a plunder and take control of the small world. That way, the mini-world would be him, and he would be the mini-world. Su Yan was connected to the mini-world. By then, Su Yan would have to face him directly without any defense. In terms of power and realm, how could Su Yan, who had lost all his reliance, be a match for him? That way, he would have achieved his goal. This made him extremely proud. It was precisely because of this that he no longer cared that Su Yan had discovered him. However, at this time, Su Yan said, you seem to think that you have already won? The Wai Shadow thought that it had the situation under control, but coincidentally, Su Yan thought so too. Isn't it? Now, that true demon and that stupid snake won't be able to help you anymore, right? Also, you can't use your sword of laws anymore, right? At this moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake roared, "You deformed bastard! What kind of idiotic nonsense are you spouting? You don't even know if you're really stupid. Can you shut your mouth?" The sea-rending demonic snake opened its mouth, as if it was about to continue talking. Even Su Yan couldn't help but admire this guy. He really never knew fatigue. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the demonic sea snake's body. The sea-splitter demonic snake was struck down before he could react. However, the power of the dark armor was strong, so he was still unscathed. However, at this time, he felt somewhat wronged. "Great Master, why did you strike me with lightning?" Before Su Yan could answer, the Wai Shadow creature had already spoken. "Idiot snake, don't you understand? That wasn't your master's intention. It was my power. The current me is gradually gaining control of this world." His voice was so slow that it seemed like every word was imbued with an immense pressure. This sentence seemed to have an extremely great magical power that could crush everything. However, at that moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake flew up again. It's the power of a useless idiot like you. No wonder it didn't hurt at all. Come on, strike me again. It's so ticklish." The sea-splitter demonic snake's despicable voice was heard, then it kept provoking the Wai Shadow. Wang Ju originally thought that with the terrifying lightning just now, coupled with such a powerful force, it would be enough to make this guy feel fear, and then make him afraid. To be able to see a person you loathe fall into fear was a very pleasurable thing. However, at that moment, he realized that he was wrong. The Sea Splitter demonic snake's EQ was definitely not something he could estimate. The little bit of fear that he had painstakingly created had completely dissipated under this guy's cutesy act. Damn it. As you wish then. At that moment, he gathered his power again and struck down with lightning. From that, it could be seen that he was indeed powerful. He had already seized control of part of the small world. The lightning struck the Sea Splitter demonic snake's body continuously. Unfortunately, the scream he imagined did not appear. Instead, the Sea Splitter demonic snake became even more arrogant. Come on, come on. It's so ticklish and ticklish. Is that all you can do, you idiot's power? F***ck, F***ck, are you trying to make your grandpa Sea Splitter demonic snake laugh to death? Ahahaha, I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. Under the lightning, the Sea Splitter demonic snake did not feel any pain. Instead, it was showing off and mocking in an extremely exaggerated manner. That made the White Shadow extremely angry. At that moment, Su Yen said, "Alright, that's enough. Sea Splitter demonic snake, your laughter is really unpleasant." Su Yan's voice was still as calm as ever. Even though the Sea Splitter demonic snake had taken some of the power of his small world, he did not seem to care at all. Seems like this farce should be over soon. The White Shadow's voice suddenly became sharp. What did you say? Farce. That made him extremely dissatisfied. That guy actually looked down on him so much. That was a mockery to him. Su Yen said, "Yeah, farce. But then again, that's not how it should be. At the very least, I should be thanking you." At that moment, Su Yen looked up. His smile was very smug. If it weren't for you being so cooperative and taking the initiative to integrate into this small world, it would not have been so easy for me to increase the power of this small world. There was no need to think too much about the function of a small world. The evolution of a small world was equivalent to observing the changes of a world and its path. However, just as Su Yen said, it was not that easy to increase the power of a small world. At that moment, the White Shadow creature seemed to be helping Su Yen. At that moment, the White Shadow creature already had a bad feeling because of Su Yan's calmness. However, even at that moment, he was still unwilling to believe it. At that moment, Su Yen said, "Forget it. It's useless to say too much. Let me prove it to you." Su Yen chuckled and said directly, "Sun and moon, in the name of Su Yen, assimilate this world." At that moment, the regal sword codex transformed into a scorching sun and the power of the moon phenomenon bloomed with brilliance. At that moment, a truly powerful force emerged from the brilliance. The radiance illuminated every corner of this small world. At this moment, one could see that there was an extremely thin layer of gray everywhere in this small world. This was the thing that Prince Y had transformed himself into to erode this small world. In order to better plunder this small world, the network had almost merged with the small world. You must be very happy to be able to see control my small world. I don't know if you've noticed, but the power of your sea control is too weak. Hee, have you ever thought that I let you get it on purpose? Su Yen asked softly. At that moment, White Shadow almost immediately denied Su Yan's words. Impossible. How could anyone do that? After all, the small world was his foundation. If his sea control authority was taken away, it was equivalent to a part of his body being controlled. How could anyone dare to do that? However, what he did not know was that Su Yen dared. That was because the true core of the small world was the sun and moon in the sky. As long as the regal sword codex transformed into a scorching sun and a bright moon phenomenon that belonged to Su Yen, then the small world would still belong to Su Yen. Su Yen continued, "Why is it impossible? If I don't give you some benefits, how can you completely merge yourself with the small world? If you don't merge with it, how can I refine you?" Just as Su Yen was speaking, golden flames suddenly rose in the small world. Those flames were formed by the brilliance of the sun and moon. Their foundation was the terrifying majesty of the regal sword codex. If Wei Shadow did not disperse his power, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to defeat him. However, at that moment, he took the initiative to disperse himself, turning into dense fragments and then invading the small world. That was to allow him to get closer to the regal sword codex. That way, Su Yan could completely release his most powerful trump card without any scruples. Moreover, what made him laugh even more was that at that moment, Wei Shadow could not even escape. If one wanted to explain it, it was actually very simple. He did that to increase the surface area that he was under pressure. It was not easy to burn a giant tree. However, the giant tree was cut down and turned into small pieces of firewood, so it was much easier to burn it. Wei Shadow himself was equivalent to a giant tree. It would be very difficult for Su Yan to deal with him. However, that guy thought he was smart. In order to rob Su Yan's small world, he turned himself into countless firewood. As such, Su Yan was naturally very happy to refine and burn him directly. That was a terrifying Wei Shadow that was comparable to a peak venerable emperor powerhouse. After Su Yan refined him, the origin of the entire small world directly increased. Chapter 1277. No, let me go. Let me go. At that moment, Wei Shadow let out an extremely shrill and painful howl. In an instant, a terrifying shadow filled the entire world. Read the full text. That kind of sound was enough to send everyone's soul flying. That was a terrifying and strange power. At that moment, Su Yan's aura flickered, but he did not pay any attention to it. It was not hard to imagine why Wang Ju of Wei Shadow was so dissatisfied. After all, the cruelty of Wei Shadow's world was many times more intense than the infinite world. Every Wei Shadow creature was constantly killing and devouring from the moment they were born. They could only grow by devouring their own kind and turning their opponent's power into their own nourishment. In order to gain sentience, it was an extremely long and painful torture. For Wei Shadow to reach his current level, it was unknown how many disasters he had experienced. The harder it was to obtain something, the harder it was to lose it. Especially at that moment, it was even more painful for him. He was so close to obtaining it, but he was about to lose it in an instant. Such pain was unbearable. If one had to describe it in one sentence, it would be that the ups and downs of life were too fast for him to adapt. However, at that moment, no matter how much he wailed, it was useless. That was because Su Yan would not let him go. At that moment, Su Yan was determined to kill that guy. He had to kill him no matter what. They were enemies to begin with. Why should he be courteous? Moreover, if he could kill this guy and refine him, he would be able to obtain his source energy and strengthen his small world. Long time no see, Fang Yueshan. I don't know if you still remember me. Duan Mulonghu's palm was already in front of Fang Yueshan. At that moment, he was extremely pleased with himself. Being able to capture Fang Yueshan meant that he would be able to seize an extremely powerful power. Of course, that was only secondary. The most important thing was that he would be able to obtain the origin energy. One had to know that the most precious thing in this world was not power, but the origin energy. That was something even more powerful and precious than the laws. When the power of the origin reached the pinnacle, its power was simply unimaginable. Although power was precious, it could be obtained with enough time. This was especially true for Duan Mulonghu, who didn't care at all. Of course, this time, he would be able to obtain both. That would be truly perfect. Most importantly, Fang Yueshan was Su Yan's friend. If he killed Fang Yueshan, Su Yan would definitely hate him. To be hated by one's archenemy, to see him wanting to kill one but unable to do so, this was the most wonderful thing. When he thought of this, he became extremely excited, even overjoyed and happy. When he thought of this, he no longer hesitated and directly slammed his palm down. This palm strike was extremely violent, and a powerful force surged out directly. Duan Mulonghu was also a genius among geniuses. In fact, he was also a child of destiny. Back then, the reason why he failed was because he wanted to escape his so-called destiny, so he chose the path of death. Of course, that was a kind of life facing death. Now that he had succeeded in his resurrection, his power had become extremely precious at this time. His aura had become extremely powerful at this time. When the palm strike landed, an extremely powerful force directly bombarded Fang Yueshan, enveloping Fang Yueshan almost instantly. I'm really sorry. In truth, it doesn't matter if you're Su Yan's friend or not. Because of your special identity, you'll definitely become my food. In fact, you can be considered a child of destiny. You bear a part of the power of White Shadow. Although it's hard to imagine, this is the truth. As he spoke, his power had already invaded Fang Yueshan. At that moment, he spoke again, I know that you're also very dissatisfied with your fate. This damned fate makes you feel very hopeless, right? But it doesn't matter. I'm here to help you. As long as you die, you don't have to bear this fate. I'll return to help you bear this fate. His smile had a terrifying power. It was an unimaginable and indescribable madness. The power entered Fang Yueshan's body smoothly. Fang Yueshan then let out a soft bellow, there's no need to struggle. Come, bear your power with me. At that moment, his power was about to enter Fang Yueshan's core. At that moment, Fang Yueshan was almost a Tao Lord, reaching his peak and strongest state. However, at that moment, Duanmu Longhu came to reap the harvest. That guy's calculations were so powerful that he could grasp the timing so perfectly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yueshan was almost unable to break free. Duanmu Longhu. Zhang Zhe was furious. He, Zhang Zhe, was almost a legend since his debut. No matter what he did, he was always at ease and had never failed. However, at this moment, he was actually schemed against. At that moment, he could only watch as his companion was schemed against. He was so angry, but no matter how angry he was, he could no longer turn the tables. However, at this moment, everyone forgot about one person. That was Fang Yueshan himself. Whether it was Duanmu Longhu, Zhang Zhe, or Yu Qingzi, they fought each other to determine the winner, but they had never forgotten Fang Yueshan himself. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. Is that so? Are you going to kill me? His voice was so weak that it seemed like he had no strength left. At that moment, he had already experienced a huge calamity. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so strong. Due to him being the child of destiny of the White Shadow world, the heavenly tribulation was especially hostile towards him. Therefore, the power he endured this time was the most terrifying. However, even so, he managed to endure it in the end. Under the heavenly tribulation, his entire body was almost charred black, as if he was about to die. Therefore, Duanmu Longhu directly ignored him. In his opinion, Fang Yueshan was a fish on the chopping block. Why would he care about such a person? At that moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly asked him. That made him feel amused, yes, you're about to die. I don't care if you're afraid, unwilling, or even angry. It doesn't matter because you're about to die, and you'll fulfill my wish. His voice was very gentle, even very magnetic, as if he was talking to a friend. However, his actions were so cruel. Bit by bit, he was going to deprive Fang Yueshan of his life force. At that moment, Fang Yueshan spoke again, but, I don't want to die. Really, I don't want to die. It was as if he was dreaming. You know, I have a child of my own, and I haven't seen him yet. So, I can't die, because if I die, my wife will cry, my child will lose his father, and my friend will be unhappy too. He seemed to have really gone crazy. At that moment, he was rambling on and on. It was as if he was saying his last words. Duanmu Longhu said, all right, I'm not interested in listening to you anymore. I'll take your life. However, at that moment, he was suddenly stunned. That was because at that moment, his hand was grabbed by someone. The person who grabbed him was naturally Fang Yueshan's hand, but at that moment, he clearly had no strength left. How did he do it? How did he grab him? Fang Yueshan said, I've already said so much. Do you still not understand? I said that I don't want to die, and I can't die. You can't die. As the last 3 words were spoken, a burst of energy suddenly surged out and flung Duanmu Longhu away. At that moment, Duanmu Longhu seemed to have not recovered from his shock. He never expected that Fang Yueshan, who was clearly a cripple, would have such strength to throw him out. At that moment, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Of course, it was impossible for a powerhouse like him to be injured so easily. He gently released his strength and stopped himself in the air. How interesting. Because of his unwillingness and his obsession to live, he actually burst out with such a powerful force at this moment. Is this the so-called final radiance of the setting sun? That was the only possibility he could think of. Otherwise, why would he suddenly burst out with such strength when he was already in such a miserable state? That was simply unimaginable. Final radiance of the setting sun, that was probably the best explanation. Sure enough, many things can't go according to plan. The word variable is really disgusting. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at Fang Yueshan. However, he was not too surprised because he could already see that Fang Yueshan was still extremely weak. Although his aura had gradually begun to recover, it was useless. However, this was of no use. Compared to the powerful him, this was not even worth mentioning. Yes, not worth mentioning. An extremely terrifying force burst out from his eyes. That gaze was not Su Yan's eyes of truth, but it had the same effect. It was the eye of nothingness. Something's wrong. When the eye of nothingness opened directly, he immediately realized that something was wrong because at that moment, he saw something that should not have happened. Fang Yueshan's body began to change at that moment. I said that I don't want to die, but you want to kill me? Then I can only kill you directly. At that moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was a direct increase without any rules. Chapter 1278. You've lost. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable at this time. If one had to describe it, it would be a violation of objective law. M/MHE was already so weak, but at this time, he directly burned. It was like a flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly rose at this time. This kind of power was completely uncontrollable for Duanmu Longhu. This made the uneasiness in his heart even stronger. How is this possible? He was clearly a lamp that had run out of oil. Why did he suddenly have a new vitality at this time? He was full of doubts and simply couldn't imagine it. However, he quickly suppressed his surprise. Because he knew that he couldn't continue to wait. Otherwise, this guy might become even stronger, and he shouldn't be a match for him. However, this was still a variable. Right now, he still couldn't grasp Su Yan's movements. He only knew that at this time, Su Yan was definitely being held back by the Shadow Lord. But he believed that Su Yan could defeat the Shadow Duke because Su Yan was his archenemy, not because of anything else. As an old enemy, it would be ridiculous if he didn't even have this kind of power. Originally, everything was under his control, but at this time, it seemed that it was already out of his expectations. If Su Yan directly broke free from the entanglement of the Shadow Lord, then perhaps this time he would directly fail and not be able to get anything. Therefore, at this time, he no longer planned to continue like this. Instead, he wanted to directly explode with power and directly defeat Fang Yueshan in one fell swoop. Maybe you don't want to die, so you have such a belief. I have to admit that your belief is very admirable, but that's all I can do. As he spoke, his power directly surged. The violent and terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this time, it was even more terrifying than when he was fighting Zhang Zhe. His aura directly appeared and then turned into the most terrifying pressure, directly suppressing Fang Yueshan. Since he had already made up his mind, then he wouldn't give Fang Yueshan the slightest chance. At this moment, a pressure as heavy as a mountain flashed out. At this moment, the terrifying power rolled out like a storm. It's just that, in the end, it's still the final radiance of the setting sun. Even if that's not the case, you can't possibly be my opponent. To be honest, not to mention you, I don't even put those two old fellows over there in my eyes. At this moment, his aura was exuberant. Because I am invincible, truly invincible. Compared to me, all of you are far too weak. Therefore, you should just accept your fate. An extremely powerful dark fist directly suppressed Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. At this moment, his entire face was constantly aging. In just a short moment, wrinkles had already appeared on his face. He said softly, "Is that so? So strong? Hee, if you want to kill me, then come at me." After seeing Fang Yueshan's current state, Duan Mulonghu was even more convinced of his judgment. This was the true final radiance of the setting sun. Burning your own life force directly and then exploding with such an attack, what's the use of that? How can a moment of youth be compared to me? At this moment, the dark fist had already directly swallowed Fang Yueshan. Perhaps you're unwilling, but unfortunately, I won't give you a chance. Really, I don't know why you're suffering, but I'm actually very happy. Ha, that's great. Duan Mulonghu directly laughed. He was a lunatic, through and through. Under the dark fist, he believed that Fang Yueshan could not resist him. At this moment, under his own power, how could a mere final radiance of the setting sun be able to resist him? When the darkness completely swallowed Fang Yueshan, he was already going to directly seize Fang Yueshan's source energy. Damn it, Senior, we can't let him do this. I'm going to stop him. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly said. He did not want Fang Yueshan to die like this. However, this world's Yu Qingzi said, "No, that terrifying thing is continuously nibbling away at this moment. I can't hold it off by myself." He also wanted to save Fang Yueshan, but unfortunately, he was powerless. At this moment, he was truly powerless. The powerful existence behind the spatial gate was currently continuously attacking, wanting to break through the spatial gate's barrier. Only by combining the two of them could they barely suppress it. At this moment, if Zhang Zhe left, even if it was just for a few short breaths, he would not be able to hold it off. Just as the two of them were filled with rage and helplessness, Duan Mulonghu's expression suddenly changed. Then, he suddenly punched behind him. At this moment, there was an additional person behind him. It was Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His head had become extremely pale, it was a pale white without any vitality. His skin was unbelievably old, and the wrinkles on his face were like dried tree bark. Duan Mulonghu really did not understand how such a guy could break free from his power, and how he could stand behind him. You actually still have energy left. I want to see how many times you can escape from my hands. At this moment, his power exploded again, and the most terrifying power directly exploded at this moment. The powerful aura directly gathered towards Fang Yueshan. The power of this punch was even stronger and more terrifying than before. It contained the most violent aura, chaos and destruction. All the power directly condensed together at this moment. This kind of power was simply terrifying at this moment. The most violent and terrifying power was simply terrifying at this moment. The dark aura continuously manifested at this moment, and the power that was close to destruction also surged at this moment. How can I live? He snorted coldly in his heart. However, before he could finish his sentence, a clearly withered palm suddenly appeared and blocked his fist. Their bodies came into direct contact. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu really did not dare to imagine. He clearly felt that he could kill Fang Yueshan, but at this moment, his power was actually blocked by Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan firmly blocked it. What is going on? How is this possible? How can you borrow my power? Duan Mulonghu's expression became extremely ugly. His power once again exploded, and then suppressed Fang Yueshan. However, Fang Yueshan did not waver at all. His gaze was still very rigid, and even withered, but even so, he did not waver at all. I won't die, and I can't die. He repeated this sentence as if it was a dream. Originally, Duan Mulonghu was still mocking him, but at this moment, he was shocked that Fang Yueshan actually blocked his power again. It's not up to you. Path of chaos and destruction. At this moment, an extremely sharp aura directly exploded. The most terrifying power immediately suppressed it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's body finally seemed to be unable to withstand it, and his body was directly sent flying. At this moment, he was like a withered tree. Duan Mulonghu could feel that Fang Yueshan's vitality was fading away. Such an aura, such a great power. The boundless dark power seemed to have swallowed everything. I've said it before, how can a dying power resist me? The final radiance of the setting sun is ultimately just a moment of youth, and it's a fake existence. Since that's the case, you should have died long ago. At this moment, he was very proud. Although there were twists and turns, he still won in the end. He would also be able to obtain what he had obtained. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Duan Mulonghu, long time no see. When this voice sounded, Duan Mulonghu frowned because he could tell that this was Su Yan's voice. In other words, at this time, Su Yan had finally gotten rid of the Shadow Lord and returned. This was not good. After all, Su Yan was really an extremely powerful opponent. Su Yan's strength was not only in terms of power, but also in terms of fate. This was the so-called old enemy. However, he would not have any fear or panic. Instead, he calmly said, Su Yan, are you going to stop me? That's fine. Anyway, the last time you and I fought, there was no winner or loser. At this time, he directly spoke, and then a powerful aura began to condense. He was even going to use the Sky God's avatar at any time and then fight Su Yan. Last time, he directly used the power of projection to fight Su Yan in the Five Counties continent. That place was closely watched by the will of heaven and earth, so there was no winner or loser between the two of them. However, in this place, they could fight to their heart's content. Although he knew that as his old enemy, Su Yan's strength had definitely become even more powerful, Su Yan's strength had definitely become stronger. Why would he be afraid? He had obtained the inheritance of the chaos path and the destruction path, and his strength was extremely powerful and terrifying. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Su Yan. This was the most basic belief that an expert had in himself. At this moment, Su Yan had already walked out slowly. However, he did not prepare to fight. Instead, he said faintly, You've got it wrong, Duan Mulonghu. Your opponent right now is not me. Su Yan smiled and then would Dragon Fox. What do you mean by that? At this time, Duan Mulonghu was a little confused. At this time, Su Yan said, The person you want to kill is not dead, so your opponent is naturally him. Don't you understand? At this time, a power suddenly appeared directly behind Duan Mulonghu. The power came so suddenly that he did not have any premonition. Announcement: This site recommends a free app. Goodbye to all advertising. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install. AppSid, press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1279. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Fang Yueshan's Fury, how is this possible? At this moment, he simply could not believe that the aura of that power was so strong at such a time. He was very familiar with that punch. That was Fang Yueshan's power. However, Fang Yueshan should have been dead. That punch just now was infused with the power of the path of destruction. What was the Tao of annihilation? It was true annihilation. It completely destroyed everything. That was the true essence of destruction. It was also an extremely powerful and terrifying power. If this power was not strong, then how could he go back to cultivate? However, Fang Yueshan was still alive despite such a power. While he was thinking, he had already reacted instinctively. A powerful shield directly appeared. That was the shield of darkness. Boom! A terrifying loud sound directly erupted. The most terrifying power rushed over and directly sent his body flying. What a powerful power! He was shocked. Feeling it was one thing, but experiencing it personally was another. It was only at this moment that he realized that the power was actually so terrifying. In a hurry, he was completely unable to block it. At this moment, he was even more shocked because when he was sent flying, he saw a shadow. That was Fang Yueshan. However, at this moment, Fang Yueshan was completely different from before. The original Fang Yueshan was almost dying of old age, like a tree that was about to wither. However, at this moment, Fang Yueshan was full of boundless vitality. Fang Yueshan had an extremely strong vitality. Moreover, the essence of his life seemed to have changed. At this moment, he displayed his power and then neutralized that power. What's going on? Just now, you should have died of old age. Why do you look like this now? This doesn't look like the final radiance of the setting sun. Duanmu Longhu asked directly. He did not panic at all. At his level, he was already able to control his mind very well. Therefore, he would not panic easily. However, he had to admit that at this moment, he was surprised. He wasn't surprised by his opponent's strength, but by his own ignorance. From the start of his calculations, he felt that he had the situation under control. However, at this time, a situation that he could not control had appeared. He didn't like the feeling of not being able to control everything. Duanmu Longhu? Hehe, long time no see. Fang Yueshan asked. This time, he was not answering Duanmu Longhu's question. Instead, he was replying to Duanmu Longhu's greeting. Didn't I just say that I don't want to die? I can't die, Fang Yueshan said. Duanmu Longhu frowned. Whether it was the last time or this time when he interacted with Fang Yueshan, he didn't feel anything special about Fang Yueshan. But this time, he truly felt that Fang Yueshan had changed. So, how should I put it? What happened to you? He asked again. At this time, Su Yan suddenly said, Old Fang, it shouldn't be a problem to leave this guy to you, right? I'm going to help the two seniors. The power coming from the space gate was getting stronger and stronger. Although Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe were sovereigns, they were already showing signs of being unable to hold on. Therefore, he wanted to help the two of them. Fang Yueshan said, Don't worry, leave this guy to me. It just so happens that I'm super angry now. I clearly said that I don't want to die, but he still wants to kill me. I hate this kind of aggressive guy the most. He laughed softly, as if he was joking with Su Yan. Duanmu Longhu frowned again. He didn't like this feeling. He really didn't like being ignored like a clown. At this time, Su Yan actually turned his head and left, as if he didn't want to care about him at all. Hey, Su Yan, are you really going to leave like this? If you don't care about him, then I'm going to kill him. Duanmu Longhu's anger vaguely rose. The situation was out of control, and Su Yan and Fang Yueshan ignored him, which made him really angry. Su Yan shrugged, then said, Do as you wish. If you can kill him, then I can't do anything. At most, I'll help this guy take revenge. After Su Yan finished speaking, his whole body shook and disappeared, then appeared in front of the space gate. It's the powerful and terrifying shadow creature. Senior, let's attack together. Fang Yueshan looked at Duanmu Longhu, then said, Hey, you, don't show such an expression. Do you know that you're really annoying? At this time, his presence began to rise, and storms began to rise. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Didn't you just ask me if I died of old age? Ha, that's true. I really did die of old age. His voice was very calm, and there was no joy or sadness. He just said casually. Duanmu Longhu didn't speak, but he listened quietly because at this time, he really wanted to know the answer. Fang Yueshan said, But you're wrong about one thing. Just now, it wasn't the final radiance of the setting sun. Duanmu Longhu frowned, wasn't it the final radiance of the setting sun? Fang Yueshan said, yes, it wasn't. It was really dead. I think you came here very early, right? That's why you were able to seize the opportunity and appear directly after Su Yan and the Shadow Lord disappeared. Duanmu Longhu didn't say anything, nor did he deny it. After all, this was the truth, and there was nothing to deny. What he cared about was Fang Yueshan's next words. Fang Yueshan said, then, you should have seen it just now. The Shadow Duke directly faced death and gave up his old body to give birth to a brand new self. At the beginning, the Shadow Lord had been watched by the power of heaven's will. Under such circumstances, he had to do this. Otherwise, there was no need for Su Yan, Zhang Zhe, or Yu Qingzi to do anything. Just the power of heaven's will alone was enough to make him suffer. It was a new life. Hearing this, Duanmu Longhu's eyes glowed brightly. At this time, Fang Yueshan said, it seems that he's not too stupid. You're right. I just used a similar method. Fang Yueshan's smile became brighter and brighter. Actually, you're right. I really hate my fate. I just want to be a handsome man, but why am I being targeted by this shadow creature with such a strange bloodline? How good would it be if I could just eat and be lazy and wait for death to claim me? He continued, but I can't die. I just said that my child is about to be born, and my wife is still waiting for me. So even if it's *T fate, I can't die. At this time, a power had turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards Duanmu Longhu. The terrifying aura was so strong at this time, and rays of light directly fell. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this time. He's already so powerful. As expected of the person who obtained the origin power of the shadow world. Duanmu Longhu was astonished. One had to know that his power was already extremely outstanding. Among so many people in the boundless world, the only person who could contend against him at the same cultivation level was Su Yan. However, at this moment, there was one more person who appeared. Yes, it is indeed powerful. Even I am surprised by it. Really, this power should have been given to Su Yan, but it just had to be given to me. At this time, even Duanmu Longhu's mouth twitched after hearing such pretentious words. He spent so much effort to obtain the power, but it was despised by others. What exactly was this guy trying to do? I guess you still want to obtain my power. Then come, fight with me, defeat me, and then kill me. Then you still have a chance to obtain this origin power. Anyway, Su Yan is now dealing with that terrifying big dog with the two seniors. He probably won't come to help me. Fang Yueshan's power rose again. At this time, he seemed to be adapting to his power. Still not going to attack. This is your best chance. You have to know that the origin power has not completely merged with me, and I haven't adapted to this power. This guy was simply heartless. At this time, he was actually instigating the other party to attack him. Duanmu Longhu's mouth curled up. Are you trying to tease me? Ha, but you're right. This is indeed your weakest moment. If I want to kill you, this is the best chance. So what are you doing now? Playing the empty fort strategy? As he spoke, he suddenly activated his power, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed towards him. In an instant, the power of the two people erupted at the same time. The terrifying aura had reached an unprecedented level. The purest and darkest power drowned everything at this time. At this time, Duanmu Longhu was also setting up the umbral domain. Su Yan's umbral domain was extremely powerful, but in terms of umbral domain, he was definitely stronger than Su Yan. Since Su Yan could set up the umbral domain, Duanmu Longhu could naturally do the same. Umbral domain, this is Su Yan's method to deal with shadow creatures, but I'm using it to deal with you. How about it? At this time, you should be a shadow creature, right? Duanmu Longhu was indeed powerful. He immediately saw through Fang Yueshan's nature. Fang Yueshan had already experienced the process of life and death. At this time, his life essence should have undergone the most thorough transformation. Chapter 1280. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Burning Battle. Therefore, the Dark Domain was the best way to deal with him. He had just experienced Fang Yueshan's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. He had appeared behind him without a sound, which was extremely frightening. Even he, Duanmu Longhu, had no confidence in dealing with such power. Since that was the case, it was best to seal off this powerful and strange ability. Duanmu Longhu had experienced countless battles, so even if Fang Yueshan had suddenly become so powerful, he would not panic. This was because this was not a problem in itself. The Dark Domain was quickly set up, and his speed was even faster than Su Yan's. Actually, I can't help but admire Su Yan, because I'm shocked that his dark power could reach such a level. At this moment, he continued, it's a pity that his power is still a distance away from mine, at least that's the case for his dark power. He was right. Su Yan cultivated the dark power and used the Regal Sword Codex to evolve a powerful technique like the Regal Dark Record. Moreover, he had comprehended the Dark Ink Lotus, but at least at this point, Su Yan's dark power could not be compared to Duanmu Longhu's. After all, the dark power was Duanmu Longhu's fundamental power. It's a pity to tell you that you're going to die. In the darkness, Duanmu Longhu was like a fish in water. Suddenly, he disappeared from his spot and appeared less than a meter in front of Fang Yueshan in the next moment. Isn't your power the most strange? In that case, come at me. He directly pointed out with his finger. That terrifying power whistled, wanting to suppress him directly. At the same time, Fang Yueshan launched a punch at the same time. The two forces collided, and at this moment, Fang Yueshan was directly sent flying. Although it was only one blow, Duanmu Longhu had already estimated Fang Yueshan's power. Well, it's not bad. You're right, this is indeed a good opportunity to kill you. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to let you grow. Although it was only one blow, Duanmu Longhu had already estimated Fang Yueshan's power. Fang Yueshan, who had obtained the Shadow World's origin, was extremely powerful. His aura was so violent, and the dark power was even more so at this moment. At this moment, his aura directly rose. The most terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. In the next few attacks, Fang Yueshan, but Duanmu Longhu was not in a hurry, because he knew that he had already gained a huge advantage every time he attacked. His power was constantly penetrating Fang Yueshan's body. In the end, only Su Yan can fight with me, and only he can become my enemy. And you, although your luck is good enough, but in the end, it's still too bad. There was a trace of ridicule in his eyes, but he suddenly remembered that this was the Dark Realm. Fang Yueshan should be his. After Su Yan joined, the pressure from that section finally decreased a lot. Damn it, what kind of existence is that guy, and why is he so terrifying? Even when the three of us joined forces, we could barely suppress him. Zhang Zhe sighed helplessly. Although this force had been suppressed, the current situation was not very advantageous for them. Yu Qingzi's expression was also not good. Indeed, without the support of the Supreme Ninth Heaven Seal, they could no longer hold on. There seems to be something guiding him here. Su Yan said softly. He had already discovered that that guy seemed to be unwilling to give up at all. Although it was temporarily suppressed at this time, he still did not want to give up. The light of guidance. At this time, Zhang Zhe suddenly said. At this moment, they realized that it was Duanmu Longhu who had thrown the so-called light of guidance in. That was why that terrifying existence was so insistent on entering this world, as if it would not give up until it was dead. The light of guidance? What exactly is that thing? Su Yan knew a lot of things, but there were definitely more things that he didn't know. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi. At this time, even the Taiqing sect master, who had lived the longest, smiled helplessly. I also don't know what that thing is. Then, what should we do now? Zhang Zhe said. If this continued, it would be a dead end sooner or later. When they could no longer hold on, the space gate would be directly shattered, and the two worlds would be connected. the great calamity would erupt in advance. Seniors, take advantage of this time to rest. I'll go over there to find out what it is that made this guy so crazy. At this time, Su Yan had already made a decision. Hearing Su Yan's words, the two were directly surprised. Su Yan, are you crazy? Of course, they knew what Su Yan meant by over there. That was the shadow world. In other words, Su Yan was going to enter the shadow world. However, was this guy really crazy? Did he not know what nonsense he was talking about? That was the shadow world. To a certain extent, the shadow world was a nightmare. No one knew what kind of world it was. At this time, what did Su Yan say? He said he was going to sneak into the shadow world. Was that guy crazy? It must be so. If that wasn't the case, why would he say something like that? I know, so I won't go deep. But at the junction of this space passage, if possible, I will destroy the so-called guiding light. As long as I do that, that guy should be honest. At this time, Su Yan had already made a decision. Once he made a decision, he would not easily change it. Yu Qingzi said, "Fellow Taoist Su Yan, do you understand what it means to enter another world? Even a sacred master would not dare to do so easily, not to mention that it's the shadow world." Su Yan said, "But there are always people who want to take risks to break this deadlock." After another punch, Duan Mulonghu stopped. The power just now had suppressed the other party. But at this time, he did not have any joy. Suppression did not mean victory. It seems that he still has the strength to struggle, and his strength is greater than I imagined. Duan Mulonghu said directly. Not long after, Fang Yueshan's voice came, "Cough, cough, cough, of course. After all, I am not a real shadow creature. There are still some differences between me and them." When he said this, he was a little proud. Duan Mulonghu coldly snorted, "So what? In the end, you are still a weakling." In front of the strong, everything about the weak was meaningless. So at this time, he still did not panic. He had a very accurate grasp of the situation. That spatial energy had its own layout. He was certain that even with the addition of Su Yan, it would not be easy for the few of them to stabilize the situation. In fact, it might even be impossible. As for Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi, he did not care. Although they were both emperors, he still did not put them in his eyes. Because he, Duan Mulonghu, would definitely become an emperor, and he would surpass this realm. He was extremely arrogant. So in this way, what was such a person to him? His only enemy was Su Yan, because Su Yan was the same as him, a child of destiny. Su Yan had infinite possibilities. Only two people with infinite possibilities could become each other's enemy. As for the others, even if they were stronger than him now, it did not matter. At best, they were just stepping stones to him. So, strictly speaking, that was also his and Su Yan's battlefield. He had set up this situation, so he had to find a way to break it. As for here, he already felt that victory was in his grasp. As long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to achieve his goal. Well, I admit that you are very strong, but I should have said that I am very angry right now. Since that is the case, I will not let you achieve your goal so easily. Shadow Crush. At this moment, Fang Yueshan made his move again. He shouted, and then directly rushed towards Duan Mulonghu. That power was extremely fast, but at this time, Duan Mulonghu did not dodge, and even said mockingly, "This is the dark realm. Your shadow power is restrained, so how can you hurt me?" He directly blasted out a punch, and a powerful force swept out, wanting to directly crush Fang Yueshan. However, as soon as his power appeared, Fang Yueshan had already disappeared from where he was standing. Then, his lazy voice sounded, "I lied to you. Of course I know that shadow power is suppressed in this place." Just as he finished speaking, an aura suddenly surged out from the ground. Then, it transformed into an earthen sword and shot toward Duan Mulonghu. The power of the earth, haha, how ridiculous. How can such a weak power hurt me? At this time, he was extremely disdainful. Is this all you've got? Ha, how pitiful. After I sealed the shadow power, you are already so useless. Ha, what a pitiful worm. At this time, he directly said disdainfully. Fang Yueshan did not care about his mockery. Aya, if I can't hold on, then so be it. You are indeed powerful. After all, you are someone who has already died once. You have been alive for a very long time, so it is not a big deal to be stronger than me. In the face of such a dangerous situation, not only was he not shocked, but he was also extremely calm. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1281. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She was afraid that no director would like such an actor. Read the full text. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Hand over your world's origin. At this moment, he attacked again, and a force directly rushed towards Fang Yueshan. At this moment, he had almost locked onto Fang Yueshan. No matter how fast Fang Yueshan was, he could not avoid it. The dark spear had directly pierced Fang Yueshan's body and nailed him to the wall. What do you think? How can you be my opponent? He laughed lightly, as if he had seen an extremely ridiculous joke. Fang Yueshan coughed a few more times. You're really strong. However, I haven't admitted defeat yet. Duanmu Longhu did not comment because in his opinion, it did not matter whether the other party admitted defeat or not. As long as he could control everything, it was enough. He walked step by step towards Fang Yueshan. Idiot. It has nothing to do with me whether you admit defeat or not because you've already lost. This time, he would not fail again. The Shadow World's origin was his. At this moment, the situation on the other side seemed to have changed. Since you've made up your mind, be careful. If anything happens, come back immediately, Zhang Zhe said directly. Yu Qingzi looked at the two of them and nodded. At this moment, they really had no way out. If they could not break the stalemate, they would be too passive. At this moment, Su Yan walked directly to the side of the spatial door. As if it had sensed Su Yan's approach, the spatial gate immediately emitted a sparkling light that resembled water ripples. The spatial fluctuations were always extremely beautiful, but there was an unimaginable horror in the beauty. That's the light of guidance. At this moment, Su Yan had already sensed the aura of the power inside the spatial door. However, that was bullsh*t. The light of guidance? Instead, it was an extremely evil power. This kind of evil would even make one's soul tremble. It's a somewhat familiar power. No wonder, only such a power could tempt that terrifying existence to risk its life. Su Yan had a rough idea of what it was. Seniors, I already know what it is. I'll go and take it away. This way, that terrifying monster will not be attracted by it and should stop. The more powerful a creature was, the more it would cause a powerful backlash when crossing through space. If there was nothing that attracted it, that terrifying monster would not be so reckless as to attack the spatial door. After all, if that guy was not strong enough, he would have been killed by the power of space. Alright, be careful. Zhang Zhe shouted. At this moment, Su Yan had already entered the spatial door. Duanmu Longhu, was the translation. Ha! You've entered the spatial door. As expected of Su Yan, you actually have such courage. But you've made a stupid decision. At this moment, he let out a proud smile. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice interrupted him. Hey, is it really okay for you to smile like that? Why do you always behave like this? You think you have the situation under control, so you're relaxed and happy, smiling foolishly while watching the enemy panic? I can't understand your thoughts at all. You talk too much nonsense. Duanmu Longhu felt that he increasingly disliked dealing with people who talked too much nonsense. Therefore, at this moment, he did not delay any longer. A powerful force fell directly, wanting to shatter Fang Yueshan's body and seize its origin. Boom! The force fell, shattering countless stones into the most primitive powder. However, Fang Yueshan was not there. Fang Yueshan actually disappeared into thin air at this moment. How could this be? The situation was once again out of his control. He had clearly pinned Fang Yueshan with the dark spear. He should have nowhere to hide. But why was he able to escape from his control at this moment? Ha ha ha, do you know, it's really delightful to see your unexpected face. As he spoke, a force appeared directly. The shadow changed and directly became a sword, then pierced Duan Mulonghu's body. Duan Mulonghu was stunned because at this moment, he was really injured. However, even at this moment, he still could not understand. How could this be? This was the Dark Realm, and the shadow power had clearly been confined. Just now, his dark spear had already restrained Fang Yueshan, but how could Fang Yueshan escape from his control and counterattack and seriously injure him? You don't understand? Ha, I'm happy that you don't understand. I remember that I said that I'm very angry now. Before he finished speaking, he had already slapped him. However, Duan Mulonghu was after all a Duan Mulonghu. Even if he was stabbed by the sword, he still managed to dodge it at this moment. His strength was really too terrifying. However, just as he stabilized his body, a sound was instantly heard. Slap. It was a crisp and pleasant sound. It was the sound of a slap. Fang Yueshan actually slapped him directly. Surprise, this was too much of a surprise. You deserve to die. Time stopped at this moment. After an unknown period of time, Duan Mulonghu was finally completely enraged. Ever since he had been reborn, no, even in the ancient times, before he had died, he had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, he was actually slapped by someone. You deserve to die. He suddenly roared, and then an extremely terrifying aura appeared at this moment. The violent power directly turned into a gust of wind, and actually blew Fang Yueshan away. I'm going to kill you. The eye of nihility appeared in an instant, and the gaze had already locked onto Fang Yueshan in an instant. Fang Yueshan's body stopped in the air, and he couldn't even struggle. In the spatial door. 2 seniors, go help Fang Yueshan. Duan Mulonghu's origin magic has erupted. Fang Yueshan will die. Su Yan had already entered the spatial door at this time, but he was still aware of the situation outside. No, this way, without our guidance, you can't leave the shadow world. Yu Qingzi shouted directly. However, just as he finished speaking, a force suddenly appeared in the spatial door, and in an instant, the spatial door was about to close. Don't worry about me, go help Fang Yueshan, quick. As his voice fell, the spatial door had already closed. What? The two were shocked. The powerful force just now was really terrifying. This force directly exploded and drowned the spatial door. Su Yan could no longer return. Go stop Duan Mulonghu. At this time, the two of them were already helpless against Su Yan, and they didn't even know whether Su Yan was alive or dead. However, the two of them were not ordinary people, and they definitely wouldn't be silent in useless sadness. Therefore, the two of them directly went towards Fang Yueshan. Taixing Jillian, kill. Taiqing Divine Sword, move for the 9 heavens. Yu Qingzi's power also directly erupted. The two of them directly mobilized their power. At this time, they were extremely angry. Although they didn't know why such a huge explosion suddenly occurred, it was needless to say that it had something to do with Duan Mulonghu. The 2 great emperors were actually played by Duan Mulonghu like this, how could they not be angry? Most importantly, Su Yan was trapped inside, and they all understood what this meant. Perhaps Su Yan would never return. The two of them directly collided with the force that erupted from Duan Mulonghu. A terrifying destructive force directly spread to the surroundings. That power was simply too terrifying, to the point where it was simply unimaginable. At this time, the powerful force directly spread out, and the terrifying destructive force almost destroyed the entire Shadow Valley. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? Yu Qingzi was shocked. Zhang Zhe was also the same. Duanmu Longhu clearly hadn't reached the emperor realm, but his power was so terrifying that the two of them could only be evenly matched with him. Humph, two old things. Duanmu Longhu's expression was extremely ugly, but at this time, his situation wasn't very good. Just now, in his anger, he directly activated the demonic origin source in his body. The demonic origin source was so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. It was one of Duanmu Longhu's true trump cards, and his powerful strength had been fully displayed just now. However, at this time, he still couldn't control this demonic origin source, otherwise, he would have been invincible in the world by now. After this attack, he had already calmed down. After all, the weakness of his body reminded him that this time, he had already failed. However, at this time, he was still angry. Damn it! In his anger, he actually used the demonic origin source. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. Humph, you two old guys came here. In that case, Su Yan has already been buried in the shadow world. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Although I can't get the shadow world's origin source today, if I can bury Su Yan, then everything will be worth it. When he saw Zhang Zhe and Yu Qing appear, he immediately understood that his plan was likely to succeed. To be able to get rid of Su Yan was simply an incomparable joy for him. What bullshit mutual appreciation. That was all fake. Su Yan was regarded as a great enemy by him. Although he died just like that, losing an opponent made him feel a little regretful. However, this regret was just a false regret after the victory. Being able to kill Su Yan was a real happy thing. He was also a child of destiny, so he and Su Yan had a life-and-death relationship. If he could kill Su Yan at this time, then everything would be worth it. At this time, Zhang Zhe directly shouted angrily, "Sure enough, this is your plan." At this moment, he was extremely angry. Although Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, he now called him a fellow Taoist. Moreover, this time, Su Yan was completely to resolve this crisis. Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, "Of course. Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame that guy for being too soft-hearted. What does the survival of the world have to do with him? He was supposed to be my old enemy, who could fight with me to the end, but he still disappointed me." Chapter 1282. Although he said that he was disappointed, he was actually extremely pleased. Being able to directly defeat such a powerful enemy was his pride. After all, at this moment, Su Yan had completely displayed his strength. The last time they fought, it was a draw. Although he had his own trump card, he also understood that Su Yan was the same at this time. If the two of them really used all their trump cards, then it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. He had his own ambitions, but the realization of this ambition would be stopped by Su Yan. In other words, Su Yan had become an uncontrollable factor to him. Duanmu Longhu liked to be able to control everything in his hands. He could not accept uncontrollable factors. Of course, at this moment, he did feel a little regretful, but this was not fake. However, this regret was an achievement for him. After all, how could one not have any regrets in one's life? Therefore, he was happy to accept this small regret. Zhang Zhe's expression was extremely gloomy, and his killing intent had also become extremely grave. How did you do it? In fact, there was no point in asking this now, but if he couldn't find out, he would be extremely unwilling. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was his good friend. It would be sad if he couldn't get justice for Su Yan. Moreover, what kind of person was he? Who knew how many battles he had experienced on his way up? Even though he knew that this Duanmu Longhu was an extremely troublesome beauty, he couldn't back down just like that. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's brows suddenly relaxed, and his gaze landed on Fang Yueshan. Although I've sent Su Yan to his grave today, I didn't expect to lose to you. Indeed, to him, this was something that he had never expected. He'd originally thought that everything was under his control. Although Fang Yueshan had obtained the recognition of the origin power of the shadow world, he would never be a match for him. But who would have thought that he would be able to play such a trick? Not only did he break free from his control, but he also gave him a slap. This enraged him to the extreme. He had never suffered such humiliation before, but now, he actually suffered such a blow. This was the most thorough humiliation to him. At this time, his killing intent was terrifyingly strong. However, at this time, he actually understood that it was no longer easy for him to kill Fang Yueshan. It might even be impossible. Because Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi were here. He had no interest in answering Zhang Zhe's question at all. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. Now that he had won, nothing else mattered. As for how he won, that was not important at all. Moreover, he did not put Zhang Zhe in his eyes. This powerful sect master might be an extremely troublesome figure in the eyes of others, but he thought highly of himself. Not to mention Zhang Zhe, he would not even put someone more terrifying in his eyes. Instead, his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. This was because Fang Yueshan had gained the upper hand in the fight with him. No, this was no longer a simple gain, but a loss. When did you leave your shadow mark in my body? Duan Mulonghu asked. At this time, he had a rough idea of the situation. This was the Dark Realm. Therefore, the shadow power would be greatly affected or even directly restricted. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to display his power at this time. If that wasn't the case, how could he have gotten rid of his power and attacked him instead? Fang Yueshan had already stood up. It was really dangerous just now. How could the sudden burst of power be so terrifying? In the beginning, he still felt that he could fight against Duan Mulonghu. However, only now did he realize that there was actually such a huge gap between them. This was really a monster. Perhaps if Su Yan was here, he could fight him. After all, only a monster could deal with a monster. It was a pity. Thinking of Su Yan, he could not help but feel a little gloomy. He had just seen Su Yan being sealed in the shadow world. How dangerous was the shadow world? He had already obtained a part of the shadow world's origin. This shadow world's origin was extremely small, only a very small part. However, even though it was only a small portion of it, it was still extremely frightening. Even someone like Duan Mulonghu was scheming for it. If he entered the shadow world, there might be some hope, but Su Yan was different. Su Yan did not have the world's origin. The moment he entered the shadow world, he would be targeted and directly suppressed by the world will. The Shadow King just now was already extremely powerful. There was no need to say more about the terrifying power of a peak Emperor Master. Even so, when the will of the world descended, he had no choice but to abandon his original body and use the method of metamorphosis to birth a new one. But that was a method that shadow creatures could only use when they had reached a certain level of strength. However, he was clear that Su Yan could not possibly possess such an ability. What's more, even if Su Yan could use this ability, he would die directly. Su Yan did not need to come here. If he had not gone to Su Yan and asked Su Yan for help, Su Yan would not need to come here at all. So, he was the one who caused Su Yan's death. This made him feel extremely remorseful. Because of self-blame, he wanted to kill Duan Mulonghu even more. Do you think I'll tell you? His power began to surge again, and he adjusted his aura. I'm going to kill you, Fang Yueshan said softly. Although his words were calm, anyone could hear the great determination in them. This was an unshakable thought. This was the determination to kill. Duan Mulonghu did not care about Fang Yueshan's anger at all. He just said indifferently, kill me. Ha, it seems that you're really angry. But for what? To avenge Su Yan. Ha, you're really stupid. Do you think you can do it? He didn't care about Fang Yueshan's determination and killing intent at all. He didn't care at all. Fang Yueshan said, you're very powerful, so powerful that even I am very afraid now. So, I won't be so naive to think that I can fight you with my own strength. After Fang Yueshan finished speaking, he said to Yu Qingzi and Zhang Zhe, "Seniors, please help me. I'll be eternally grateful." His calm words contained an enormous amount of determination. At this moment, killing Duan Mulonghu had already become an obsession of his. Zhang Zhe and Yu Qingzi both nodded. Even if it was not for Su Yan, they still wanted to kill Duan Mulonghu. This guy's existence was the source of disaster. He cultivated the art of chaos and destruction. He wanted to cause chaos in the world and then rise up from within. If this person was allowed to live, he would definitely think of ways to cause chaos in the world. For this world, this was not a good thing. Even if it was just for this, they had to choose to kill him. At this moment, he directly displayed his power. That violent power directly swept out at this moment. The power of the two people directly spread towards Duan Mulonghu. The power of an emperor powerhouse's attack was extremely powerful. It could almost directly intimidate the world. Such power turned into a whirlwind in the air. That power was really terrifying. The strength of this power was even more indescribable. When the power fell, it seemed to have enveloped the entire space. At this moment, the rich and heavy power directly soared. The Taixing 9 Evolution's great array directly swept out. At this moment, Yu Qingzi's power was also activated. When the two emperor powerhouses attacked, the person in front of them did not panic at all. On the contrary, he revealed a cold smile at this moment. The power of the two powerhouses directly impacted his body, but in the next moment, the expressions of the two people directly changed. This was because at this moment, they could already see that this power was actually an illusory figure. However, if it was an ordinary illusory figure, how could it escape from the eyes of the two people? It was because this illusory figure was too real. Not only did it deceive the eyes, but it also deceived their perception. His aura was almost exactly the same as Duan Mulonghu's original body. There was not even half a difference. At this moment, the aura of his original body was directly hidden. This is the power of the catoptric deflection. The catoptric deflection was a terrifying legendary technique. Once used, it could almost create a false copy of oneself. The false copy did not exist. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was incomparably real. Once this technique was used, it was almost impossible to break through. At the very least, it was completely impossible to detect by relying on the power of perception. This guy was indeed unfathomable. It seemed that no one would ever know how many trump cards he had. However, at this moment, Fang Yueshan's body disappeared in an instant. "I've found you. You can't fool me." Then, an extremely powerful attack appeared. That power directly appeared in the sky. At this moment, a terrifying aura directly condensed at this moment. Such a power was almost terrifying to the extreme. That terrifying strike caused ripples to appear in the space. That's right, as expected. Because I have the shadow mark that you left on me, my catoptric deflection is ineffective against you. However, under such an attack, Duan Mulonghu did not panic at all. He seemed to have expected it. Chapter 1283. A fearsome man. Fang Yueshan's attack was blocked. His attack could not be said to be slow, and this attack could not be said to not be fierce, but even so, it was still blocked. Duan Mulonghu had already expected Fang Yueshan to be able to do this. "Let me guess, when did you leave the shadow mark on my body?" The strength of the two continued to clash, but at this moment, Duan Mulonghu was leisurely talking, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Tian Luo Yin Fiend. Fang Yueshan unleashed his power once again. A powerful shadow force swept out and engulfed Duan Mulonghu. "I already can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense." His aura was extremely heavy at this moment. That was a terrifying strength that was close to sinking into oblivion. "I remember now. At the moment before your body withered, I remember that I came into contact with you. Then, you directly planted that shadow mark into my body. You're really amazing to be able to do this." In his eyes, the power of the heavenly Luo baleful Yin energy was nothing more than this, so he did not panic in the face of this attack. After he finished speaking, that formidable power suddenly froze. That was the most terrifying power. The change in the aura of that attack was simply terrifying. Fang Yueshan, do you really think I will let you go? Do you think I'll let you live when you're so presumptuous? At this moment, his aura turned into a long rainbow and swept towards Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan's power was being suppressed by him bit by bit. Since I already know what you're doing, do you think I don't have a way to break it? Ha, don't be naive. Your strength is not worth mentioning in front of me. Within Duan Mulonghu's body, there was a torrential amount of energy that was so strong that it was frightening. That power was so terrifying that Fang Yueshan was dumbstruck. The power of the original demon. At this moment, he suddenly recalled what Su Yan had mentioned earlier. The power of the original devil. Just what kind of power was that? Previously, he seemed to be able to fight against him. But at this moment, his strength was actually not worth mentioning in front of Ah. This guy was simply a terrifying monster. Duan Mulonghu revealed a sinister smile and said, "That's right, my strength has long since exceeded your understanding. Unless you can obtain even more of the shadow world's origin energy, you simply won't be a match for me. However, you don't have the chance anymore. Now, die for me." This time, he wanted to kill Fang Yueshan directly. This guy was so bold, how could he let him live? Therefore, he had to die. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared. 9 rays of light directly sealed everything in the surroundings. Duan Mulonghu, don't be too presumptuous. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want? At this moment, that cold voice directly appeared, and a powerful and terrifying power immediately enveloped him. That cold aura was so terrifying at this moment. Zhang Zhe. Fall, earth destruction. At this moment, he coldly shouted, and a dull aura immediately appeared at this moment. When such a power appeared, it immediately swept up a whirlwind. In an instant, the entire space suddenly became heavy. The most terrifying power directly swept towards him. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's aura became so vigorous. Suddenly, the earth appeared under their feet. Such power appeared layer by layer, almost directly sealing everything in the surroundings. At this time, even Duan Mulonghu's expression changed. This is the power of the earth. I really didn't expect you, Zhang Zhe, to have such an ability. You've really impressed me. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu had no choice but to stop the power because at this moment, he could feel how powerful and terrifying the power below was. Forget it, I'll play with you until here today. After saying this, he disappeared again. However, this time, not even a trace of his aura was left behind. Of course, although he said it casually, in reality, he was helpless at this moment. This was because at this moment, Zhang Zhe's power had already become a threat to him. If he was in an extremely good state, he would definitely choose to fight with him at this moment. After all, among so many people, Zhang Zhe was actually quite a figure. He had a lot of room for growth, and at this moment, he was already extremely powerful. Forget it. Although I didn't obtain the source energy today, being able to kill Su Yan is not a small gain. Let's play here then. His voice gradually disappeared. You want to leave? At this moment, Yu Qingzi attacked, and a dense sword light directly appeared. Such a power was like the most dazzling sun, wanting to seal everything. Supreme Purity 9 Heaven Seal, lock the heavens. However, after this power was released, there was only a sense of emptiness. Damn it, that guy has already left. At this moment, he finally realized what was going on. That guy had actually left this place. Duan Mulonghu was actually able to leave without a trace. Forget it, senior. That guy has already left, Zhang Zhe said with some regret. Duan Mulonghu was truly a huge threat. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill him directly, that would be the best. Unfortunately, that guy was simply too cunning, and his methods were extremely strange. If Zhang Zhe had directly released his power earlier, there might have been a chance of trapping him directly. However, that guy had already sensed the danger in an instant, and directly escaped from his current predicament. His speed was so fast that it was unimaginable, and he had disappeared in almost an instant. Damn it, that guy is really cunning. He actually managed to escape in an instant. If that wasn't the case, I would have definitely taught him a lesson. Yu Qingzi was also extremely regretful. Duanmu Longhu was so strong, and so dangerous. If they could make him stay and kill him this time, that would be the best. However, it was a pity that they did not succeed this time. Instead, he had directly escaped. Yes, that guy is the same as Su Yan. His growth is terrifying. The last time I fought with him, he was not as strong as he is now. It's really scary. Zhang Zhe's expression was also extremely solemn. Even he had a heavy feeling when facing Duanmu Longhu. This was not only because of Duanmu Longhu's current strength, but also because of his growth speed. However, when it came to Su Yan, the few of them fell silent. Su Yan, sigh, it's really a pity. Yu Qingzi sighed. Previously, he had already seen Su Yan's strength. Just as Zhang Zhe said, he could compete with Duanmu Longhu. Not only now, but also in the future. If he could survive, then he might really be able to defeat Duanmu Longhu and get rid of the disaster. However, he had already sunk into the shadow world. Perhaps, he was already dead. At this moment, the three of them fell silent. He won't die. Fang Yueshan suddenly spoke at this moment. Seeing the two of them looking at him, he said again. I think that guy might not die. After all, he is best at creating miracles. Even if he was deceiving himself, he was still willing to believe that Su Yan would survive and come to him. At this moment, Zhang Zhe also said, I hope so. After all, Su Yan is really good at creating miracles. But what do you plan to do next? There was no point in debating whether Su Yan would survive or not. This was because they could not do anything about it. They could not open the passage to the shadow world, and even if they could, it was almost impossible to enter it. Fang Yueshan said, Me? Let's see if I can make myself stronger. Zhang Zhe nodded, then said, I have to return to the sect first. If you have any problems, you can come to the Taihang sword faction to find me. The situation in the mainland was getting more and more chaotic. This time, he and Duanmu Longhu were going to fight head-on again. That Duanmu Longhu was extremely strange to begin with. He was also an incomparably frightening character. If he were to unleash his full power, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Therefore, he had to make his own arrangements. Fang Yueshan accepted it with a smile. Then, Yu Qingzi also expressed his goodwill. After all, he was now a Dao master, and an expert among Dao masters. His future was limitless. Moreover, Fang Yueshan's ancestor had a connection with the Taiqing sect. However, Fang Yueshan still declined. In fact, he knew that from now on, he would not be so peaceful. After all, he had already offended Duanmu Longhu. How could this guy let him go? Of course, he did not intend to let Duanmu Longhu go. Seniors, take care. After a final greeting, Fang Yueshan watched the two seniors leave. Su Yan, I believe that you won't die. Wait for me, I will save you. At this moment, Fang Yueshan already had a plan. He was going to enter the shadow world. If it was someone else, it would be impossible for them to do so. Unless they had the strength of a Saint Master, there was a small possibility. However, he was different. He was someone who possessed the shadow world's origin. If he wanted to enter the shadow world, it was absolutely possible. Of course, he was not strong enough, so entering the shadow world was very dangerous. He could not even choose where to stay in the shadow world. However, he was determined to do so. My child that I have yet to meet, and my beloved wife, wait for me. I will definitely come back. But before that, I have to do what I have to do. Chapter 1284. After Su Yan entered the spatial passage, he finally understood what the so-called light of guidance was. It was a piece of bone that was currently emitting a gentle jade-like radiance. Su Yan was somewhat familiar with that kind of divine power. That aura was the power of the celestial body that Duan Mulonghu had displayed when he fought with him last time. At this moment, he finally understood the essence of the light of guidance. It was a divine bone. He threw a piece of the divine bone into the spatial passageway. The power released by the divine bone immediately filled the entire spatial passageway. In the shadow world, the extremely terrifying existence immediately went berserk after sensing the divine bone. In order to obtain the divine bone, he would pay any price. It was precisely because of this that this terrifying fellow was so reckless and directly charged towards the spatial tunnel. Even with his strength, the will of the heavenly path would not hesitate to attack him with its most terrifying power after coming into contact with the spatial tunnel. That kind of madness was simply unimaginable. However, it was a pity that he was unable to obtain the godly bone in the end, because Su Yan had arrived. When Su Yan saw the god's bone, he immediately knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Moreover, he could sense that it was the divine bone in Duan Mulonghu's celestial body. The power nurtured by such a divine bone was simply unimaginable. For Duan Mulonghu to be able to condense the heavenly god's body, it was indeed not a simple matter. The moment Su Yan saw the god's bone, he immediately sensed how dangerous it was. However, no matter how dangerous it was, he had no choice but to act. This was because if the power of the divine bone was not suppressed, this terrifying monster would definitely go on a rampage. If he was really allowed to charge through the spatial passageway, that would not be a good thing. The current infinite world was not yet ready for the arrival of war. Therefore, Su Yan knew that he had to stop him. He knew Duan Mulonghu too well. This guy would definitely not do anything useless. Furthermore, he would definitely have a plan for everything he did, one step after another. Many things might seem inconceivable to you, or impossible to happen, but he could do it for you. This was why he was so terrifying. It was not only because his personality was as cold as a venomous snake, but also because his methods were extremely terrifying. This was Duan Mulonghu's scheme, but to a certain extent, it could also be said to be an overt scheme. If it was any other time, Su Yan would definitely not touch it, but at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to do so. Therefore, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. Just as the mysterious existence was about to touch the god's bone, Su Yan decisively took action and directly took the god's bone. It was also at that moment that a destructive aura erupted from the divine master. Su Yan saw countless destruction arrays in the god's bone. It was a power that was so strong that it was almost terrifying. It was densely packed with countless terrifying laws. Such dense power was simply unimaginable. Even though Su Yan had already arranged his power at the first moment, the explosion of this power still caused him to suffer greatly. This power was too terrifying, so much so that his entire world was filled with this power. That boundless aura completely surrounded him. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was about to swallow him whole. In front of this terrifying giant beast, Su Yan couldn't escape. At the moment of the explosion, the spatial tunnel was directly closed. At that moment, a strand of Duan Mulonghu's consciousness appeared within that power. Su Yan, my old enemy, you're finally dead. Ha, soft-heartedness is your weakness. I originally wanted to play with you properly, but unfortunately, your incompetence has disappointed me. His voice was so calm, but his entire person was extremely arrogant. Su Yan didn't say anything, because the terrifying darkness had directly engulfed him. In fact, he wasn't dead at this time, only severely injured. However, this wasn't the worst. The most important thing was that the terrifying devil had directly exploded at this time. The loss of the god's bone was simply a nightmare to him. It made him extremely furious. That was a treasure that he valued, but at this time, it had directly disappeared in front of him. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it. At this moment, his aura was simply indescribable. The aura of destruction directly spread out, shattering everything in the surroundings. His aura was so violent that he didn't care about living beings at all. The shadow world was originally an extremely cruel place, where the law of the strong dominating everything was displayed incisively and vividly. The law of the jungle was the fundamental law of this place. When this terrifying existence was unhappy, he was everything. His mood determined the lives of countless shadow creatures. When he was angry, those shadow creatures would be directly killed as long as they were nearby. Although it was meaningless for him to devour those low-level shadow creatures now, it was still possible for him to do so. It wouldn't improve his intrinsic quality at all. However, as a great king, he didn't care about the so-called meaning. All he cared about was whether he was happy or not. Of course, for this intruder who suddenly appeared, he was infuriated. He was also incomparably furious. It was this guy who had messed up everything. If it wasn't for this guy, he would have been able to obtain the god's bone. That was the god's bone from another world. However, this was even more precious. Because this way, he would be able to obtain the most powerful law of another world. In a sense, his existence was also a god to this shadow world. Therefore, if he could obtain the law foundation of another god, then he would be able to have a breakthrough. However, it was a pity that the original opportunity was directly lost at this moment. That damned guy, he destroyed everything. If it wasn't for him, the god's bone would definitely have fallen into his hands. Therefore, his power burst out in order to directly kill Su Yan. Under the two frightening forces, even with Su Yan's powerful body, it began to shatter. In fact, it was completely shattered. What kind of terrifying aura was that? Such power was simply unimaginable. Damn it, am I going to die here today? Su Yan was extremely unwilling to die like this. He desperately tried to use his power to survive, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. This power was simply too terrifying. Under such power, his body was completely shattered and even completely destroyed. It's over. Even though Su Yan was strong, at this moment, his heart was filled with despair. The body was the foundation of a person, and it was the foundation of crossing the other side. At this moment, the foundation was shattered. At this moment, not to mention crossing the other side, whether or not he could even survive was another matter. The hope was still very slim. Duanmu Longhu. Su Yan was infuriated when he thought of this name. However, his anger quickly disappeared. Before the last moment, anger wasn't everything. Instead, it was regret and longing. After coming to this world, he felt that he was lucky to have made so many friends and confidants. Although he had experienced the pain of parting and various setbacks, it was still an experience. However, he was soon stunned. No, my physical body has already dissipated, why hasn't my soul started to dissipate? After the physical body dissipated, the mysterious void's tearing force on the divine soul would be directly reflected. Even a Tao master expert would gradually dissipate after losing his physical body, if there was no other place to hide his divine soul. Su Yan was aware of this. However, at this moment, he realized that his soul had not dissipated, and there was not even a little bit of tearing force on his soul. How could this be? Su Yan discovered that he was currently in an extremely strange and miraculous state. His body was floating bit by bit, just like a fallen leaf. Light was probably the best description he could use for himself at this moment. He was like a willow catkin that was gently moving. However, his body did not show any signs of dissipating. Not only that, but there was even a little bit of mysterious energy gathering towards his body. Why is this happening? Not only has my soul not started to dissipate, it's actually devouring. Su Yan spread his divine thought to his surroundings. At this moment, the terrifying and powerful existence had disappeared, perhaps it had started a new round of slumber. After all, in order to obtain the divine bone, his power had already gone through the most direct confrontation with the spatial order. Such an existence was unbelievably powerful. The terror of such a power was simply unimaginable. That was the most fundamental power of the spatial order in this world, but he was able to directly confront it with his own body. Just imagining such a thing was enough to shock anyone. Fortunately, he wasn't omnipotent. To him, this kind of confrontation was a huge drain on his energy. Therefore, after he vented his anger, he began to sleep again. This was a terrifying existence, and the best way to recover himself seemed to be to sleep. During the long period of sleep, he would attract the extremely powerful and terrifying power. Without the threat of this existence, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then he began to study his current situation again. Unknowingly, he suddenly understood one thing, and that was that he seemed to have completely transformed at this moment. At this moment, he had actually entered a different state, even if it was only a prototype. And this state was a shadow creature. Chapter 1285. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At that moment, Su Yan finally understood what kind of process he was going through. What was waiting for him was a life change. His physical body was destroyed and dissipated completely. But after his physical body was destroyed, the terrifying energy didn't dissipate. Instead, it revolved around him. The energy seemed to be particularly attached to him as if they were his children. At that moment, the energy transformed and began to fuse with his soul. At that moment, Su Yan realized that his life had quietly changed. The reason why his soul didn't dissipate was that he was no longer a pure soul. Instead, he became a shadow creature. How unbelievable was that? Su Yan had experienced countless things, but this was the first time he experienced such a change. The essence of his life changed and turned him into a shadow creature. In the beginning, Su Yan was still panicking because such a change wasn't within his control. But soon, he finally calmed down. No matter what, I'm still alive. Yes, even though he felt extremely helpless, he had to admit that this was also a form of luck. He thought that he was definitely going to die this time. Back then, in order to strengthen his physical body, he paid a huge price to shatter his physical body and rebuild it. But that time was completely different from this time. Back then, everything was under his control. At this moment, everything was condensed together and then reshaped. However, it was different this time because his body was directly destroyed at this time. Everything was completely destroyed. He should have died, but at this time, he was still alive. This in itself was a great blessing. Therefore, he definitely couldn't give up on himself at that moment. Even if I become a shadow creature, I won't give up hope. Besides, there's always a way out. At that moment, Su Yan had thought it through. No matter what, he had to be strong and survive in the face of death. Since he had made up his mind, he might as well calm himself down completely and truly transform into a shadow creature before doing anything else. He directly devoured the powerful energy. The energy moved bit by bit at that moment, causing his body structure to change drastically. Su Yan naturally couldn't adapt to such a state. But he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't change this world, so he could only adapt. As his body condensed bit by bit, his understanding of this world gradually became clearer. The power of the Grand Supreme surged at that moment. At that moment, he received another piece of good news, which was that his small world still existed. The small world is connected to my soul. The reason why my soul didn't shatter is probably also related to the small world. At that moment, he learned the wonderful function of the small world. Understanding this point was extremely important for him. After all, his strength and aura master editor, Exodus Tales translations. When his power was completely transformed, his small world would also be upgraded. At this moment, Su Yan was transforming his power while constantly speculating and comprehending. He wanted to understand the rules of this new world. Because he knew very well that only by truly understanding the rules of this world could he be like a fish in water here. This wasn't the first time Su Yan entered a different world. Although the laws of heaven and earth in the two worlds were completely different, since he had learned from his mistakes, he knew how to better survive here and even strengthen himself. As the saying went, heaven never bars one's way. Since Su Yan didn't die this time, perhaps he could have greater breakthroughs and growth. As the saying went, misfortune and fortune were interdependent. Different situations would bring about different insights, which could make his strength stronger. At that moment, Su Yan's strength rose bit by bit. Changes had even appeared around his body. It was as if a vortex had directly appeared at that moment. Such a display of strength could be said to be powerful. At that moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly discovered that something around him was gathering towards him. It's the shadow creatures. He immediately understood that such a change in him must have alarmed these shadow creatures. Shadow creatures were born to devour. This was their instinct. They were even more ferocious than the demon clan. This was because only when their strength reached a certain level, would they be able to give birth to their own wisdom. At that moment, since they had already sensed Su Yan's existence, they would definitely swarm towards him. Who asked Su Yan's strength to be so powerful? However, facing such a situation, Su Yan wasn't surprised at all. They've come at the right time. They can make my strength stronger. At that moment, Su Yan was overjoyed. Now that he had made up his mind and decided to become a shadow creature, he naturally had nothing to fear. He remained motionless, waiting for more shadow creatures to gather. Shadow creatures didn't have a fixed shape at all. They were like clouds and mist. Some were extremely terrifying and ferocious, while some were even a little silly. However, none of these were taken seriously by Su Yan. At his level, it would be ridiculous if he was still confused by appearances. At that moment, his power began to surge. This was because he still felt that these shadow creatures were almost done. At this moment, his power erupted. That terrifying aura was simply terrifying at this moment. When the boundless power was completely displayed, it was truly powerful to the point where it could not be more violent. At that moment, the most terrifying aura was simply unparalleled. Originally, Su Yan was like cotton candy. There was a sweet taste to it, but it was also extremely weak. However, when the shadow creatures gathered around it, it completely transformed into its most violent and terrifying state. At that moment, a huge shadow appeared directly at that moment. It seemed to have turned into a huge network. Come in, all of you. The network opened up and immediately swallowed everything. At that moment, he was truly incomparably violent. This was the cruel law of survival. After gathering the power of countless shadow creatures, Su Yan discovered that his divine soul had begun to strengthen. The layer of shadow outside his body began to become purer. This process was repeated over and over again. Su Yan himself had lost track of time. However, he could feel that at that moment, he was constantly evolving, or rather, transforming. Gradually, his body began to solidify. I understand. The strength of shadow creatures is a process of turning from illusion to reality. When their power reaches a certain level, they can choose to condense their own form. Of course, it can't be a real physical body. It can't be compared to the physical body of the infinite world that can bear the spirit. However, it is a shadow-conjured body. This was Su Yan's understanding at that moment. The shadow-conjured body was named by Su Yan himself. His existence was like a temporary outer garment. If he didn't have an outer garment, he would definitely feel cold. However, with an outer garment, even if it was temporary, he would have a certain amount of protection. The body of the infinite world's people could be an extremely powerful armor. Although it can't be compared to a physical body, it still has to take form. Su Yan calmed his mind. At that moment, under the guidance of his will, his body finally reappeared. Of course, this was only an illusory body without any real shape. At that moment, he finally succeeded in his transformation. This process was actually not too long. After all, Su Yan's strength was already extremely powerful, and he could almost be said to be a whale swallowing water. With such speed and pattern, what shadow creature could compare to Su Yan? Therefore, he quickly condensed and took form. Just as he was about to take form, he suddenly realized that there was something extra in his divine soul. If he had to describe it, this was the world imprint. The origin imprint of the shadow world. The origin imprint of the shadow world is actually born in my body. Su Yan didn't understand at first, but he was extremely sure that this was the origin imprint of this world. This was because when he helped Fang Yueshan condense the origin imprint, he sensed it. However, the strength of the two was different. If the origin imprint of the shadow world condensed in Fang Yueshan's body was a mountain, then his origin imprint was only a slightly larger rock. There was no comparison between the two. Back in the Shura world, I couldn't obtain the world imprint of the Shura world, so I was targeted by Shura's will. If it wasn't for the supreme power and the help of the God-Slayer's sword, I might have died. But here, I've actually condensed an origin imprint. The appearance of this mark meant that he had truly become a shadow creature at this moment. Well, at least this way, I won't be targeted by this world's will. Although my origin imprint is weak, it can make him stronger. Fang Yueshan was able to obtain the recognition of the origin imprint of the world. That was destiny. There were many things that couldn't be explained. No matter which world it was, most creatures were mediocre. Their lives were mediocre from birth to death, but some people were blessed by the heavens. Chapter 1286. They were born extremely intelligent and outstanding compared to ordinary people. Perhaps many people would say that it is because I am not willing to work hard. If I worked hard, I would also be extremely outstanding. But have you ever thought about it? Why are you not willing to work hard, while those people naturally know how to work hard and wholeheartedly? Not to mention the difference in environment, two brothers in the same family grew up in the same environment. However, one of them might work hard to improve himself, while the other was mediocre or even extremely depraved. Why was that? This is inexplicable. For such inexplicable things, we can only use one word to summarize, and that is fate. Complaining about fate was the most useless thing because it was impossible to change the god of fate. The only thing one could change was oneself. Perhaps changing oneself was also a type of fate. No one could say for sure. Even with Su Yan's current level of cultivation, he couldn't be sure if fate truly existed. However, it would be a joke if he really put everything into his fate. Because every single one of your decisions was clearly made by yourself. Therefore, Su Yan would never complain about why his origin imprint was so weak. This thought had never even appeared in his mind before. What he was thinking about now was how to strengthen his origin mark. He condensed back into his original appearance. Although this was not a real physical body, at least it looked more refreshing and comforted him. At this moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed many shadow creatures, then devoured them all. But to him, it was still useless. The power of his divine spirit did not strengthen at all. Sure enough, as I guessed, when one's power reaches a certain level, this kind of devouring will no longer have any effect. In fact, he had thought of this from the very beginning. If such a simple method of devouring could continue, then the Almighty of this world would have destroyed the entire shadow world. It was terrifying because after reaching a certain point, they could no longer use this method to become stronger. Therefore, they would directly invade and think of ways to become stronger from other worlds. Of course, Su Yan's current level was far from the point where he could not become stronger in the shadow world. Suddenly, a few extremely powerful auras converged towards him. There were a total of 3 auras. The power of each aura was not weak, and Su Yan could feel their own will. In other words, these guys had already developed spiritual intelligence. Someone sent me a pillow when I wanted to sleep. Su Yan had just formed, so he was still too unfamiliar with the shadow world. He had to understand this world. Although the power of the Supreme was powerful, it was ultimately impossible to analyze everything. I really didn't expect that another brother would be born. Congratulations. Before he even got close, one of the 3 shadow creatures immediately transmitted its thoughts to him. Moreover, they did not express any malice. However, at this time, Su Yan did not respond. Instead, he looked at the three people with a vigilant expression. At this moment, the three great thoughts were actually communicating with each other. This guy who has just been born seems to have quite a bit of intelligence. Although shadow creatures could develop intelligence, there were also congenital conditions. Some creatures were strong enough, and their talents were good enough. When they were born, they would have extraordinary intelligence. However, there were some who were lucky enough to stand out. Even if they possessed intelligence, they were still ignorant. They were probably no better than a human child. Of course, if they were lucky enough to continue surviving, then their intelligence could still be improved. It was a pity that this world was so responsible that it was almost a joke for the weak to survive. This was because the other shadow creatures would definitely not let go of such a fat piece of meat. At this time, the aura that Su Yan displayed was very powerful. However, the three creatures had come prepared. Not only were they not worried about Su Yan's strength and vigilance against them, they were even happier. Ha, this is good. This guy is stronger. As long as we can devour him, our strength can be improved even more. One of the creatures laughed heartily. What are you guys trying to do? When the three shadow creatures appeared in front of him, Su Yan asked directly. But at this moment, the shadow creatures did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, they said with great interest, the form you condensed is actually so strange. If I remember correctly, it seems to be the form of a human from another world. In fact, the shadow creatures had formed their own civilization. After all, apart from the weakest shadow creatures who had no consciousness, there were many powerful beings in this world who had their own intelligence. Therefore, these creatures naturally formed their own rules of survival and formed a social group. Over time, they formed their own civilization. In fact, there were even cities in this world. This has nothing to do with you, right? Su Yan looked at the three creatures in front of him. One of them was in the form of a human like him, another was in the form of a wyvern, and the last one was oddly shaped like a lump of mud. Hey, brother, we are just curious. After all, there aren't many brothers who can condense their form into a human form in the infinite world. But since you're like me, I'm very happy to see you. You can be considered as my kind. The shadow creature who was also in the form of a human said directly. When he spoke, he tried his best to relax as if he just wanted to make friends with Su Yan. But how could Su Yan be deceived by him? He had long seen that these three creatures were up to no good. Of course, he didn't feel disgusted because in fact, he felt the same way too. We are from the Sky Silver City. If brother hasn't found a city yet, why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other. The shadow creature spoke again. Su Yan's head moved slightly, and then he asked, Sky Silver City? You have just been born from ignorance, so you don't know that we already have our own civilization and city. The ruler of the Sky Silver City is Merc. If you are willing to join him, you will definitely be treated very well. As he spoke, he had already approached Su Yan. He walked very casually, as if he didn't have any vigilance. When he walked to Su Yan's side, he continued, the Sky Silver City welcomes every brother who has struggled out of suffering. The three of us are the patrol officers. We are here to look for you and bring you into the city to avoid any life-threatening dangers. He once again spread his hands gently at Su Yan, indicating that he didn't have any ill intentions. Su Yan shook his head, and then said, I don't want to go. I know that you just want to devour me and increase your strength. He directly exposed this sentence, and at this time, the faces of the people opposite him changed. Of course, this change was only for a moment. I didn't expect brother to awaken such high intelligence and be so vigilant. But you don't have to worry, we won't do that. Look, this is our proof of life. At this time, his eyes flashed, and then an imprint appeared. Su Yan saw clearly that this was the origin imprint of the shadow world. This guy's origin imprint was slightly bigger than his own. Do you see that? This imprint is the imprint of King Merc, and it is also a representation of our identity. The composition of our world is very responsible. You and I were the same at the beginning, struggling to free ourselves from slaughter. But I think you have already realized that this kind of slaughter is no longer of any use to us. Not only was he not angry or unhappy at Su Yan's vigilance, but he also explained to Su Yan with great enthusiasm. Su Yan nodded. At this time, he continued, the great shadow god has already sent an oracle to point the way forward for us, and that is the infinite world. The reason why I transformed into a human was to be able to invade the infinite world. He continued, as long as we enter the infinite world, then it is possible that we won't have to go through the long process of condensing our true body. As long as we can plunder humans, then our world can completely grow. Think about it, since our strength can grow like this, why should we waste our strength and kill each other? What he said seemed to be very reasonable. Su Yan was silent. At this time, the dragon-shaped shadow creature spoke, why do you care about him? Since he doesn't want to leave with us, then don't bother. At this time, another creature also added, that's right, let him die in the hands of the hunters and become their source of power. Such words seemed to be a threat. At this time, Su Yan asked, hunters? Also, you just said that we can turn from illusory to corporeal and condense true bodies? In just this short conversation, Su Yan had already grasped 2 points. These seemingly ordinary words were extremely difficult for him to say. He had already guessed that if he was a true shadow creature, then when he condensed a world imprint, he would be able to understand many things. This was an instinct given by the will of the world. Chapter 1287. Shadow of the Hunt. But even though he had awakened, he wasn't a real shadow creature, after all. So his shadow imprint seems to be flawed, unable to condense the true origin of common sense. It was also because of this that Su Yan needed to have a simple conversation with these guys in order to obtain information from them. Ha, don't play dumb. Forget it, let's go. The dragon-shaped fellow seemed to be extremely impatient and immediately turned to leave. The humanoid shadow creature shrugged and seemed to have given up and was about to leave. Su Yan watched them turn around, but he did not move because he was still analyzing and digesting their information. However, at that moment, a power suddenly appeared and pierced through his body. At this moment, Su Yan sneered. As expected. His power gathered and exploded. The shadow force turned into a gale and swept out. At this moment, he naturally couldn't display the terrifying strength that he had at his peak. But even so, he wasn't someone that the 3 guys in front of him could compare to. These 3 fellows were quite cunning. First, they used all kinds of information to paralyze Su Yan. When Su Yan's mentality became chaotic, they would directly attack. This way, they could achieve the effect of killing him in one blow. However, they did not expect Su Yan to be so tenacious. Su Yan didn't show any fear when that terrifying attack came crashing down. What made them feel even more hopeless was Su Yan's strength. In just one move, Su Yan had defeated them. The powerful shadow force turned into a huge millstone, crushing their bodies. The 3 shadow creatures struggled to break free, but to no avail. Sir, please spare our lives. At this moment, they immediately knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Su Yan's strength was much stronger than theirs. In the shadow world, there were indeed some powerful existences. From the moment they awakened, they would display extremely powerful and even terrifying strength. Every one of them was extremely terrifying. If their luck wasn't too bad, they could continue to advance and even reach the level of the Shadow King. However, they didn't expect that they would be so unlucky to meet one at this moment. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to kill them. Instead, he said calmly, all right, I'm not interested in killing you. Now, answer my questions. If you don't answer well, although I'm not very interested, I will still kill you. Sir, please ask. At this moment, the humanoid shadow creature immediately said fawningly. What kind of place is Skysilver City? Also, how powerful is your city lord now? The humanoid shadow creature immediately said, Sir, the city lord's cultivation is almost at the level of the Shadow King. He's extremely powerful, he can control over the fate of Skysilver City. Hearing his words, Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he continued to ask, how does the Shadow King compare to the realm of the humans in the endless world? I advise you to think about it carefully before you tell me. After all, I don't like to listen to false words. As he spoke, Su Yan's powerful energy surged out once again. This energy immediately suppressed the few of them to the point where they found it extremely difficult to breathe. This made them extremely shocked and even terrified. He was clearly a Yin spirit who had just escaped from the abyss of suffering. How could he be so powerful? However, at this moment, they had no other choice. To Su Yan, they were fish on the chopping board. At this moment, all of them were feeling extremely gloomy. They thought that they had met a soft persimmon that they could bully. They didn't expect that this guy was actually so powerful. One must know that once one escaped from the shadow of sin, they were already extremely powerful existences. It was almost impossible to meet such a person in 1,000 years. Nobody knew how long it had been since such a thing happened. However, they were so unlucky to meet such a person as soon as they appeared. At this moment, apart from saying that they were unlucky, it seemed that they couldn't say anything else. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was directly suppressing them, which made them not dare to breathe. You guys are the hunters, right? Su Yan spoke again. The three people were still thinking about Su Yan's original meaning. He was comparing the Shadow King and the powerhouses of the human world. In fact, they knew very little about the human world, so at this time, they had to think hard. After all, Su Yan's words just now had made them not dare to have any thoughts of lying. However, at this time, Su Yan said such words again, which made them extremely nervous. Because what Su Yan said was right. They were not patrol envoys, but hunters. In fact, in this shadow world, there were really a lot of hunters. The first reaction of the shadow creatures that had just awakened with consciousness was not to seek refuge with the Shadow King in the city, but to hunt other targets and improve their strength faster. Since the shadow creatures had escaped from slaughter, their instinct could only be to kill. How could they survive well? However, part of what they said was actually true. That was, there really was an oracle that had descended to forbid such killing. Instead, they were to gather in the city and listen to orders. Many powerful shadow creatures already knew about this and began to respond. After all, following the oracle seemed to be an extremely good way out. That was to attack the infinite world, because at this time, those truly powerful creatures who had entered the human world by chance already had a feeling that if they could, for example, enter the infinite world, they would be able to seek a new breakthrough. Moreover, a long time ago, the infinite world had already launched a huge invasion of the human world. Although the war seemed to have ended in failure in the end. In fact, as long as the shadow creatures who participated in the war survived in the end, they had obtained huge benefits and improved their strength to an extremely terrifying level. It was precisely because of this that the true powerhouses would actively respond to the oracle. However, there were still many shadow creatures who were willing to act according to their hunting instincts. At this time, hunters and patrol inspectors were born. To put it bluntly, these two were actually in a hostile relationship because their objectives were different, which was bound to cause conflicts between them. At this moment, although Su Yan's voice was calm, the power he had just displayed had already shown his strength. Since these three shadow creatures were hunters, they were naturally worried that they would be hunted down. Okay, answer my previous question, Su Yan said again. The three of them trembled in fear, but in the end, they thought about it and said, reporting to Sir, this lowly one was fortunate enough to invade the human world in the past, but at that time, I didn't dare to come into contact with the humans who were too powerful. According to what I know, the Dragon Realm powerhouses in the human world are already very powerful and vigorous. It's extremely difficult to invade. Su Yan didn't interrupt him and let him continue. Seeing Su Yan's attitude, the shadow creature seemed to be relieved and continued, from what this lowly one knows, these humans are extraordinary, but as long as we find a loophole, there will always be an opportunity. However, if the humans are powerful to a certain extent and we aren't strong enough, then even if we have the opportunity to enter their bodies, we will still die. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded slightly. After all, he had come into contact with shadow creatures before, so he roughly knew and could understand this point. This was because the yin and yang of heaven and earth were different. Shadow creatures were naturally yin, while human powerhouses, if their cultivation was strong enough, they would be vigorous and vigorous. If shadow creatures weren't strong enough, then they wouldn't be able to survive. Instead, they would be burned by the scorching heat and completely killed. Therefore, according to this lowly one's calculations, if the powerful shadow generals had the opportunity, they would be able to deal with dragon realm powerhouses. As for the shadow commanders, they would have the opportunity to deal with existences of a higher level, probably venerables. The Shadow King, on the other hand, is a Tao sovereign who can corrupt humans. However, after thinking for a while, he said, but this isn't necessarily true, because there is a difference in strength between each individual. According to this lowly one's knowledge, there are 9 dragon realm powerhouses, and venerables are also divided into different levels, so nothing is absolute in this world. This was all the information he knew. Su Yan glanced at him. He had to admit that this guy really knew a lot of things, and some of the things he knew would be extremely helpful to him. In other words, although it wasn't 100% equal, but from a certain perspective, the Shadow King was equivalent to a Tao sovereign. If that's the case, then the City Lord of Skysilver City is also a Tao sovereign. Interesting, I'd like to meet him. The person in front of him was just a small figure, not worth mentioning at all. Su Yan wanted to understand the shadow world more clearly, so he had to come into contact with the more powerful creatures in this world. Although he already had the shadow mark on his body, he didn't think of himself as a shadow creature. Just like in the Shura realm, he was just an invader. Although he didn't know the specific reason for the shadow mark's formation, Su Yan more or less guessed that it must be his strength that took advantage of a loophole to obtain it. Chapter 1288. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation to the Silver Sky City. Sir, I've already told you everything I know. Although I'm a hunter, I'm just following my instincts. I'm blind. Please forgive me, sir. At this time, he immediately began to beg for mercy. At this moment, Su Yan chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-shaped shadow creature and the strange-shaped shadow creature died immediately. The process of death was extremely short. In the blink of an eye, they were completely dead. This caused him to be even more horrified. The humanoid shadow creature had long known that Su Yan was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so terrifying. It only took an instant for the creature to be killed. What kind of terrifying power was this? Alright, there's no need to be so surprised. Since you're still alive, I won't kill you. But don't tell me that you're as close as brothers with these 2 guys and that's why you want to take revenge for them. Su Yan said calmly. The humanoid shadow immediately shook his head. My lord, you must be joking. How could I be brothers with them? In fact, we shadow creatures only want to strengthen ourselves. We don't have any other ideals. I'm working with them because we can't do anything to each other. But if there's a chance, I'm sure they won't let me go, and I'm the same. What the shadow creature said was actually the truth. Perhaps it might seem inconceivable to humans, but to them, it was the truth. This was the rule of their survival. Su Yan said, I'm going to the Silver Sky City, so I need a guide. By the way, what's your name? Su Yan was still extremely unfamiliar with the shadow world. Fortunately, this world was different from the Shura world. This was because many shadow creatures were extremely unfamiliar with this world after they were born. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about his origins. It was just that he needed to understand more. Only then would he be able to take the initiative. That was why he kept this guy as his guide. The reason why he killed the other 2 shadow creatures was actually very simple. It was because he didn't like them. It was that simple and straightforward. At Su Yan's level, he didn't need a reason to do anything. Everything was just following his heart. If he was in his limitless world, Su Yan would not be so temperamental. However, it was different in this world. This was the shadow world, where the living beings were constantly killing each other. Moreover, they were invaders. Su Yan would not show any mercy to any of the living beings here. At this moment, his aura surged and directly pressed down on the humanoid shadow creature. The humanoid shadow creature thought that Su Yan was going to go back on his word. He was so scared that he started trembling. But soon, he realized that Su Yan wasn't doing that. Instead, he injected a shadow power into his body. The reason he did this was not because he wanted to tempt Su Yan into becoming loyal to him. Su Yan was not that stupid. Since shadow creatures were born to kill, then it was natural for them to be cold and heartless. How could they be grateful to him just because of this little bit of power? He just wanted to study and see if there was any difference between this shadow creature and himself. Moreover, he was also very interested in the power structure of shadow creatures. This poor guy became Su Yan's research subject, but he was still very grateful. He felt that this was the most wonderful thing in the world. As for the death of his two companions, he didn't care about it at all. Just as he said, if he had the chance, he also wanted to kill these two guys. But now, these two fellows had merely died a worthy death. To him, this was actually a great thing. Su Yan didn't care about his thoughts and directly used his powerful divine sense to study his composition. Su Yan was really curious about shadow creatures. Moreover, he had also become a shadow creature. As such, it was even more important to understand the specific situation of shadow creatures. Of course, at the same time, he had also condensed a puppet imprint in the shadow creature. As long as Su Yan wanted, this guy would die in an instant. Of course, Su Yan also devoured the other imprint. At this moment, his gaze had become extremely calm. "Do you have a name?" The humanoid creature immediately said, "I am Valka, sir. Don't worry, I will be your most loyal servant in the future. I will die for you." He immediately expressed his determination in the most heroic tone. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't take his **T seriously. He just nodded his head indifferently. "Alright, let's go to Sky Silver City now. Lead the way." Valka nodded immediately and led Su Yan to Sky Silver City. The shadow world was completely different from the boundless world. The environment here was extremely harsh. At this point, Su Yan still didn't understand how shadow creatures were born. He only knew that there were countless shadow vortexes in this world. There was an extremely powerful and terrifying force there, just like a storm. Once the shadow creatures were swept up, they had nowhere to run. Only death awaited them. Only extremely powerful shadow creatures would be able to escape from it. But even so, they would still be severely injured. However, although it was a land of death, it was also a place where life was born. Shadow creatures died there, but there were also shadow creatures born there. Those shadow creatures that had no consciousness appeared and wandered across the entire world. It was also because of this that the shadow world had always been chaotic. At this time, it was unbelievable that a city could be born. Therefore, Su Yan was even more curious about the cities in the shadow world. He wanted to know what kind of place it was. But then again, this was really a paradise of shadows. Unimaginable shadow energy was constantly swaying in this place, and the power within it was even more unimaginable. Those streams of aura were like a desolate sea current, constantly spiraling around. At this moment, Su Yan's power of the Grand Supreme finally began to circulate. In the beginning, the power of the Grand Supreme was in a dormant state. It was as if his power had been suppressed by the rules of this world. In fact, the reason why Su Yan could transform into a shadow creature and continue to live in another life state was because of the power of the Grand Supreme. After completing this transformation, the power of the Grand Supreme was naturally suppressed. However, after Su Yan continued to devour shadow energy during this period of time, the power of the Grand Supreme seemed to have recovered. Of course, the power of the Grand Supreme was still extremely weak at this time. It was impossible for Su Yan to fight to his heart's content. In such a different world, the rules of the world had changed. Su Yan could not use his previous power because of the restrictions of the world's rules. He did not know how much power he could exert from the original power of laws. After all, he was only a Tao master, not even a sovereign master. Moreover, even a sovereign master would be limited. It was only possible if he reached the sacred master realm, where his power was no longer restricted by the rules of the world. If he used such a rule at this time, he was afraid that he would be sensed by the powerhouses in the shadow world in the next moment. This was not a good thing. Therefore, in this world, the fundamental power that Su Yan could rely on was still the power of the Grand Supreme. The power of the Grand Supreme was extremely mysterious. It could analyze the power of the world and simulate it. In the end, it could even completely analyze it. At this time, Su Yan was no longer as flustered as when he first entered this world. Instead, he felt that he had seen a new path. Since every world existed, it naturally had its most powerful aspects. Since the shadow world could invade the peerless world, its power system was naturally extremely powerful. Although this time was a disaster for him and he almost died, from a certain point of view, it was not necessarily a bad opportunity for him to have a clearer understanding of the shadow world. He might be able to comprehend something from it. When that time came, he would be able to combine the laws of the two worlds and walk a new path. As Su Yan walked, he analyzed the body structure of the shadow creature and used the power of the Grand Supreme to analyze this law. Of course, along the way, they also encountered a few uninvited guests. These guys, like Valka, were all hunters. Their purpose was extremely simple, which was to devour and kill. Among these hunters, some were extremely powerful and had reached the level of shadow generals. Some were even close to reaching the level of shadow marshals. They were much stronger than Valka. Unfortunately, Su Yan was by Valka's side. For Su Yan, as long as he did not encounter an existence at the level of a shadow lord, it would not be too much of a problem for him. Therefore, these hunters died one after another and became the source of Su Yan's power and the subject of his research. Unknowingly, the heavenly silver city was already not far away. The heavenly silver city had appeared not long ago, and the scale of the city was not considered large. The definition of a city in the shadow world was naturally different from that of the peerless world. The cities in the peerless world were gathering places where many ordinary people lived. However, there were no weaklings in the shadow world, and it was impossible for there to be people of all walks of life. Those who could enter this place could only be shadow creatures who had awakened their spiritual wisdom and possessed a certain level of combat strength. Chapter 1289. Heavenly Silver City. Even though they were protected by the Shadow King, Merc, they were actually his cannon fodder and soldiers who fought for him. This was also the reason why most shadow creatures would rather become hunters than come to this place. Perhaps coming to this place would allow them to obtain powerful strength that would allow them to improve their strength. However, in a sense, their freedom had been cut off. Their lives were in the hands of others. Indeed, there was an oracle that said that the powerful rulers couldn't harm the shadow creatures in the city. Instead, they had to protect them. It was also because of this that the inspector appeared. However, the oracle wasn't everything. This was the world of the shadow creatures. Although the oracle's pressure was strong, when the shadow creatures' ambitions reached an extreme, what couldn't they do? It was also because of this that many powerful shadow creatures hid in this city. Of course, perhaps many shadow creatures had already entered this place, perhaps due to the temptation of strength, or perhaps due to helplessness. In any case, they still entered this place in the end. This city had also gradually begun to prosper. In the world of the shadow creatures, there was naturally no production or trade. This city was just a place where they lived. Of course, their residences were also divided into regions. The stronger one was, the better the region they could occupy. The precious part of this city was the powerful shadow energy within. The more central the region was, the more terrifying the shadow energy would be. This way, the shadow creatures could become stronger, which was the main reason why they were attracted to this place. Of course, it was also possible to enter the more central regions. That was to issue a challenge. to challenge the guard officer of that region. As long as one could defeat the guard officer, one would be able to enter the next region and enjoy even more powerful energy. Of course, in this world, there was no such thing as gentleness. If one couldn't defeat the guard officer, it wouldn't be as simple as being beaten up and forced to cultivate again. The consequence would be death. And if one defeated the guard officer, not only would one be able to enjoy the energy of a higher region, but one would also be able to kill the guard officer and devour him. The shadow world was that cruel and ferocious. Su Yan and Valka finally arrived at the heavenly Silver City. In fact, Su Yan didn't know the origin of this city's name, nor did he care. At this time, he directly went forward, entered the city, and analyzed the structure of the city. If he could master it, it would be of great use to him in the future. It might even become the key to future battles. Of course, this was also very beneficial to him. After all, this was a completely new law of power. It could help him grow and allow him to walk further on the path of the strong. Now that Su Yan had lost his physical body, it could be said that it was a cold winter for him. He had no way out. If he couldn't handle it well, everything would sink because of this. At this moment, he could only move forward, move into the distance. In the end, Su Yan would either reach the other shore and achieve a brand new self, or he would completely sink into oblivion and fall into the abyss. Perhaps his spirit would scatter, or perhaps he would sink and become a monster. He didn't want to think about the consequences. Because at this time, nothing was over, and everything was still unknown. He didn't know what the future would be like. The only thing he could grasp was the present. My lord, this is the heavenly Silver City. At this time, Valka directly said. In fact, he had wanted to come to this place before, but when he approached this city, he felt fear. It wasn't that he felt that he wasn't strong enough to enter, but that he was afraid of losing his freedom. Because of a chance, he had entered the human realm and successfully returned alive. Therefore, he understood how precious freedom was. The war with the boundless world was definitely not simple. It was impossible that the boundless world didn't have any powerhouses. On the contrary, their powerhouses were extremely terrifying. Otherwise, why would the invasion launched by the shadow world have failed? Entering this city and enjoying the power of the city meant that they had handed their fate to the ruler of the city. Perhaps when the real war started, they would be cannon fodder. He thought of this point, which was why he was so afraid of this city and refused to enter. Even at this time, it was still the same. He said to Su Yan, Master, although there are more powerful forces in the city, we might lose our freedom if we enter this place. Anyway, for the great lord, as long as you are willing, you can hunt more powerful guys. In the past few days, he had seen how terrifying Su Yan was. Even the powerful shadow generals and shadow marshals couldn't withstand a single blow from Su Yan. They were killed by Su Yan and devoured by Su Yan. Of course, he also received great benefits because of this. Su Yan didn't care about the shadow creatures below the shadow generals at all, so he gave all of them to Valka, which made his strength improve tremendously. Therefore, in his opinion, Su Yan wouldn't lack shadow power. However, Su Yan still came to this place without any hesitation. This made him very confused. Even at this time, he still tried to persuade Su Yan, hoping that he would give up on this foolish idea. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a terrible pain in his body. In that instant, he was almost killed. He felt the weakness and pain in his body. Su Yan looked at him coldly and said, The reason why you survived is because you're a shadow creature in human form. I find you more pleasing to the eye. You have to remember that what you need to do is to obey and not make decisions for me. Su Yan's words were so cold that they were even colder than the winter sun. He stared straight at Valka. It was as though he would kill Valka if he dared to resist. Valka was trembling all over. Perhaps it was because he was in too much pain, or perhaps it was because he was too scared. After all, it was too easy to lose one's life in this world. It was too difficult for him to struggle to this point. If this continued, it would be unimaginable. He couldn't accept death, so he definitely wouldn't let himself die. Just at this moment, Su Yan sent out another wave of energy to suppress him. However, this wave of power was not aimed at Valka. Instead, it was directed at the surrounding areas. What are you sneaking around? Come out. While Su Yan was teaching Valka a lesson, an uninvited guest came. This shadow creature seemed to be most adept at hiding. His aura seemed to have disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for Su Yan's powerful divine sense, he probably wouldn't have discovered his existence. This guy obviously didn't expect Su Yan to be able to discover his existence. Moreover, Su Yan was so direct and immediately attacked him with a powerful force. However, he still had some skills. When Su Yan's power came crashing down, a gray light was released from his body. Then, he struck down. The grayish energy was like a hidden monster. Such power was simply too terrifying. This surge of power roared out and actually dissolved Su Yan's power directly. Su Yan's gaze was fixed in front of him. He was very surprised that this guy could actually block his attack. It was not easy. You're from Sky Silver City. What's your motive for blocking us? Su Yan asked directly. That guy wasn't a humanoid shadow creature. Instead, he was like a fog that didn't have a fixed shape. However, there was nothing strange about this. After all, anything was possible in this world. The shadow creature looked at Su Yan. Although he didn't have a face, Su Yan knew that this guy was extremely proud of himself. Another idiot who came to Sky Silver City to be a piglet. Instead of being someone else's piglet, why don't you become my nourishment? He was extremely rude. As he spoke, his power surged out and surrounded Su Yan. The attack just now didn't seem to be a heavy burden to him. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. He didn't expect to meet such an interesting hunter in this place. He smiled and said, "You're a hunter. This is outside Sky Silver City. You actually dared to come here. This is really surprising." At this moment, the guy chuckled and said, "Haha, this only shows that you're too timid. So what if you're in Sky Silver City? I can come and go as I please. What about Merc? Do you dare to act like this if Merc attacks?" Su Yan asked sarcastically. Since the Shadow King was able to contend with a Dao Master, this guy in front of him was definitely not a match for the Shadow King. No, it should be said that he didn't even have the right to escape. That was why he was so curious. Where did this guy get the guts to do that? Ha, you seem to be a smart guy. However, this is for the best. A guy like you will be of great benefit to me if I devour you. To tell you the truth, I don't know if Merc will be able to return from Sky Silver City. Therefore, don't count on the idiots in this city to stay and save you. He laughed very proudly. In his opinion, Su Yan and Valka were already food in his mouth. Chapter 1290. The city has no master. Su Yan looked at him with a strange expression on his face. What, are all shadow creatures so arrogant? The exchange just now was clearly a draw, but why did this guy look like he had victory in his grasp? Where did his confidence come from? Valka, I'll leave this guy to you. Su Yan ordered. This shadow creature was at least as strong as a shadow general, but his stealth skills were incredible. Even among shadow creatures, such an ability was extremely outstanding. Perhaps this was the source of his confidence, but Su Yan didn't think much of him. So he had Valka take the initiative. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing this on a whim. That was why he wanted Valka to undergo more combat baptism. He was just lazy. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to investigate the City of Shadows. In fact, at this moment, he had already started to believe the words of this shadow creature. The King of Shadows didn't seem to exist in the heavenly Silver City. For Su Yan, this was a godsend. The way he saw it, the City of Shadows had been built for a reason. For a paragon, it would be immensely beneficial. Otherwise, why would they bother to run a city like this? Now that he was a shadow creature, Su Yan had to work hard to make himself stronger. He knew that if he wanted to change, he had to become stronger. Only then could he move forward in the direction he wanted to go. Therefore, the current Su Yan was plotting against this city. If the so-called governor of the city, Embark, the Shadow King, was still alive, then he would be an obstacle. After all, Valka had told him the general division of power. However, there was a huge difference between the truth and his description. Su Yan had always believed in himself when it came to such matters. He knew that if he wanted to become strong, he would have to fight someone of this level sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. So he had to be prepared. Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time with this guy. Yes, as far as he was concerned, fighting this guy was a waste of time. At this time, his aura began to be released, and an invisible track appeared, spreading into the distance. In the distance was the heavenly Silver City. Even before his spiritual will entered the heavenly Silver City, he could already feel a force obstructing his advance. Interesting, this place has a life of its own. Su Yan chuckled. He hadn't expected this place to be so mysterious. It seemed there was more to the City of Shadows than met the eye. However, it was impossible for this force to stop Su Yan's zenith. The power of the Taishang moved slightly and broke through the blocking power. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to change. Finally, the power seemed to be unable to sense this aura, and then disappeared quietly. Su Yan's spiritual will finally managed to break through. However, Su Yan's arrogance made the hunter extremely angry. At this moment, his aura was released, and his whole person became extremely gloomy. He looked at Su Yan and said angrily, "What did you say? You want a lowly servant to deal with me?" To him, this was a huge insult. He was a shadow general, and he could improve almost immediately. If he wasn't strong enough, even if the Shadow King wasn't here, he would have been devoured. Su Yan's attack just now had shown him how strong Su Yan was, so he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent. However, Su Yan was looking down on him. He didn't want to fight, and he even let a servant do it. In the shadow world, the law of the jungle was too strong. Therefore, if he became a servant, he would naturally be the most lowly existence. Even a shadow creature that had just gained sentience would have a much higher status than him. He was extremely angry at Su Yan's actions. At this moment, he directly released his power and rushed towards Su Yan, wanting to launch a fatal attack and kill Su Yan. His power directly charged towards Su Yan. At the same time, Valka also made his move. After all, after these few times, his strength had improved enough. Su Yan had fed him many shadow creatures, and after so many times of devouring, his strength naturally increased greatly. "Humph, you idiot, what right do you have to fight with my great master?" Although Su Yan had almost killed him before, he didn't have any hatred for Su Yan. Instead, he was extremely respectful. This was because Su Yan was strong. The law of the jungle was so blatant. If Su Yan lost his power now, the worship would immediately disappear, and he would directly kill Su Yan. But now, he could fight for Su Yan. At this moment, his aura was released, and he directly declared war on the shadow creature in front of him. "Do you know, just like my master, I am extremely disgusted with you strange-looking fellows." This guy didn't have such a hobby. Not long ago, he was moving around with two other non-humanoid creatures. Of course, for such a guy, face wasn't important at all. What really mattered was that he wanted to kill that guy. At this moment, Su Yan began to gather his power. He became even more unscrupulous in his exploration of Sky Silver City, and he didn't care about the hunter next to him. At this moment, the hunter finally couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly roared, and then a powerful force rose up and immediately charged towards Su Yan. He had never taken Valka seriously. At this moment, Valka let out a disdainful laugh and said, "Haha, you idiot, how dare you be so arrogant." Valka didn't necessarily have the intention to kill Su Yan, but he clearly knew that this idiot in front of him would never be able to hurt Su Yan. He wouldn't even have the chance to hurt Su Yan. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't place his hopes on this idiot. His power was so strong that it directly landed on the Shadow Hunter's body. In an instant, the Shadow Hunter paid the price for his arrogance. This attack was so terrifying and violent that it directly rushed into his body. Only now did he realize that he was wrong. Damn it, how can this be? He was horrified and couldn't believe that this lowly guy actually had such power. Of course, this attack obviously couldn't kill him, so at this moment, his body shook and turned into a cloud of smoke. Then, he charged towards Valka. Since you're so eager to die, I'll take care of you first. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. At this moment, his power surged, and the terrifying aura was simply exaggerated to an unimaginable extent. A heavy force came crashing down like a huge hammer. Now, he still decided to kill Valka first. However, Valka was still fearless. The two of them began to fight fiercely in the most direct way of shadow creatures. At this moment, Su Yan's exploration was obstructed again. There seemed to be a force in the depths of Skysilver City. Although he didn't really discover Su Yan's will, he felt something. Then, at that moment, he let out a furious roar. With this roar, the entire heavenly Silver City began to tremble. It was as if a terrifying hurricane was sweeping through the city. All the shadow creatures in the city were trembling in fear. They were all terrified. Outside the city, a terrifying aura could be clearly seen blowing out. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth curled into a slight smile. Ha, you're indeed prepared. Seems like my guess was right. He finally retracted his consciousness. At this moment, he realized that the battle between Valka and that guy wasn't over yet. Therefore, he frowned and said, "Why did you drag it out for so long? If such a piece of trash takes so much time, then I don't think there's a need for you to exist." Su Yan's arrogant words infuriated the Shadow Hunter. At this moment, Valka said, "Great Master, as you wish, I'll end the battle now." At this moment, Valka's palm suddenly changed and a longsword appeared. This grayish longsword didn't seem to have any lethality, as if it was a toy sword. However, at this moment, when this sword descended, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force. Such a powerful force abruptly smashed down. The Shadow Hunter let out a disdainful sound and wanted to mock. However, before he could finish his sentence, the sword had already pierced through his body. Such a sword was incomparably fast. This kind of power was unimaginable. Before he could react, his entire body was cut in half and he was completely dead. Valka laughed and scolded, "Idiot." Then, he began to absorb and devour the Shadow Hunter's power. He was actually scolded by his master for this guy. He directly devoured this power and asked, "Master, are we going to enter the city now?" At this moment, he was actually a little excited. He was finally going to enter Skysilver City. In the past, he was so afraid of this city, but this time, he had the confidence to enter. Chapter 1291. I've been sorting out the information recently. If there are any errors, please reply here. Chapter 1288. Invincible Shadow Marshal. Let's go. Su Yan nodded. Entering the heavenly Silver City wasn't an easy task. Since Skysilver City could bring benefits to the shadow creatures, it naturally had its own requirements for them. If one was not powerful enough, they would not be able to enter at all. They might even become food for others. Outside the heavenly Silver City, there were people who specialized in guarding it. If one wanted to enter the city, one had to defeat them first. If not, one would become their food. Of course, if one was brought in by the patrol, then there was no need for that. There was no patrol to lead Su Yan and Valka. Hence, they chose the most primitive method, which was to kill their way in. When the two of them were about to reach the entrance of Skysilver City, an aura appeared. "Are the two of you trying to enter Skysilver City?" Valka laughed and said, "Haha, isn't that obvious? If not, why would we be here?" The shadow did not show any emotion. After all, they did not know what courtesy was in the shadow world. He only said indifferently, "If you want to enter the city, you have to defeat me." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed at Valka. Since it was a battle, Valka was his enemy. Being merciful to one's enemy was the greatest cruelty to oneself. At this moment, his aura was so terrifying. That powerful strength was displayed directly at this moment. It was undeniable that Sky Silver City had some tricks up its sleeve. This attack was even stronger than the previous hunter. Valka immediately attacked. He knew that his master would not be interested in this enemy. This time, he did not dodge, nor did he use any fancy moves. Instead, he threw a punch straight at him. The two people's forces collided violently at this moment. The two shadow forces collided continuously. Valka became more and more aggressive. He found that he liked this kind of battle more and more. Perhaps for any creature, battle was a hidden wildness. The exhilaration of the powerful force emerging from his body was simply unimaginable. At this moment, a shadow creature appeared on the city wall. It was a shadow creature in the shape of a human. He looked extremely heavy and wore all kinds of armor. His gaze landed on Yuzichin. In fact, such a battle shouldn't have attracted his attention, but he found an interesting person. That was Su Yen. He had rarely seen such a calm shadow creature. Moreover, for shadow creatures, apart from becoming stronger, there was almost no other meaning. Therefore, there were very few slaves in this world because they had all been killed. Unless his strength had reached a certain level where low-level shadow creatures were of no use to him, perhaps he would be interested in keeping slaves under such circumstances. Hee, what an interesting fellow. She seems to be quite powerful. He didn't care about the battle between Valka and the guard at all. Such a battle was meaningless to a powerful shadow marshal like him. I'm interested in fighting with that guy. After saying that, he was about to go down. But at this moment, another shadow creature walked over. That seems to be against the rules. You are too strong, how could they possibly defeat you? That would be breaking the rules. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. If the rules were broken, the shadow creatures wouldn't dare to come here. Under such circumstances, there wouldn't be more shadow creatures coming here, and the development of Sky Silver City would be restricted. It doesn't matter. I'll let him live and let him enter the city. After all, it's his honor to have me take action. He said matter-of-factly. In fact, the so-called rules were the rules of the game set by the strong. He only existed because the strong wanted to. But if the strong was in a bad mood and didn't want to continue, the rules would be changed. This was the real reason. He believed that the great Sky Silver City's governor wouldn't make things difficult for a shadow marshal for a mere newcomer. There was no other reason. It was just because he was powerful. It did not take long for him to arrive in front of Su Yen. Su Yen looked at this guy who suddenly appeared, but he was not surprised at all. You don't seem to be surprised by my arrival. The shadow marshal looked at Su Yen. Su Yen raised his eyebrows and said, do I need to be surprised? Such a calm answer, as if he was just talking to an ordinary person. Interesting, but you have to go through a battle to enter the city. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Su Yen with more interest. Su Yen said, why? Do I have to defeat a shadow marshal to enter Sky Silver City? His words were full of mockery. The shadow marshal suddenly laughed. Don't you understand? The rules are set by people. I'm more interested in you. How about this, pledge your loyalty to me and become my subordinate. Then, not only will I let you enter the city, but I will also make you stronger. Otherwise, you will die. He was so direct, without the slightest hint of concealment or mercy. He stared at Su Yen with a burning gaze. It was as though if Su Yen dared to say a single word of no, he would directly kill Su Yen. How should I address you? Su Yen asked. The shadow commander stared blankly. Clearly, he didn't expect Su Yen to ask such a question. At this time, Su Yen should be trembling. However, he didn't mind answering Su Yen's question. I'm Sharon. Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, I know. I agree with your words. The rules are set by the strong." Sharon smiled. He liked smart people, because smart people often saved him a lot of trouble. Now that he had become the Shadow Marshal, the next step was to challenge the Shadow King's position. If the Shadow King, Merc, had always been here, he might not have other thoughts. But now, the Shadow King, Merc, hadn't appeared for a long time. Those low-level shadow creatures might not know, but as the Shadow Marshal, he knew very well. This way, their opportunity had come. Perhaps, as long as there was enough opportunity, he could become the Shadow King. As for loyalty, what was that? There was no such thing as loyalty in this world. The only ones that could truly survive were the powerful creatures. In this case, it was extremely necessary to have a smart and powerful subordinate loyal to him. However, Su Yan's next sentence made his expression turn ugly. "But, what makes you think you are that strong?" This sentence was even more sarcastic. Karen's expression turned extremely gloomy. He said, ha ha, it seems like you want to see my strength. You're really making me unhappy. Do you know that normally, all the shadow creatures that I fight are devoured by me? But I sense a different feeling from you, so after defeating you, I will spare your life. He began to release his aura. The Shadow Marshal's strength was extremely terrifying. When his aura was released, the battle between Valka and his opponent had to stop. Because at this moment, they couldn't continue fighting. Although they weren't weak, they were still too weak in front of the Shadow Marshal's terrifying aura. At this moment, the terrifying radiance reached an unimaginable level. The Marshal is actually making a move himself. Hee, you idiot, you're dead meat. The guard clearly didn't expect the Shadow Marshal to make a move himself. How noble was the Shadow Marshal? In this city, apart from the Shadow King, he was already the most powerful and noble existence. And at this time, the Shadow Marshal actually made a move himself. It could only be said that these two outsiders were unlucky. Although the city was known as a safe place, but how many shadow creatures died in the city? Valka didn't show any signs of panic at all. He only said with contempt, "Is that so? That's really unfortunate." At this moment, the Shadow Marshal's power was already pressing towards Su Yan. His aura was so powerful that it could even be described as great. That unimaginable power was so powerful that when the powerful pressure pressed down, the entire world began to tremble. Such power naturally didn't need to be said. Su Yan looked at the power flying directly towards him and finally opened his eyes lazily. Not bad. In Su Yan's eyes, the power of this attack was only not bad. Karen's aura became even more violent because at this moment, he was infuriated. He was directly infuriated by Su Yan's arrogance. "You'll be killed if you talk like that." Although he took a fancy to the other party's ability, if the other party was still so arrogant, he didn't mind killing him directly. Su Yan chuckled, "Come at me if you have the ability." This power finally arrived in front of him. Then, he gently waved his hand and extinguished this terrifying and profound aura. Such power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the light sunk and all the power in the world turned into the most direct power. At this moment, the Shadow Marshal's power was directly shattered. Chapter 1292. There will never be any pop-ups in the online bookstore. Chapter 1289. Invincible King's layout. At this moment, Karen's expression finally changed. What? He could not believe that his attack had been so easily dispelled. Although that attack was not his full strength, it was still powerful enough. How could an ordinary person defeat it? But it was precisely this kind of power that caused the terrifying aura to settle down. Su Yan walked towards him step by step. He did not deliberately launch an attack, but at this time, the powerful aura that was constantly being released from his body had already explained everything. His power was so strong that his opponent could not withstand it. Sharon retreated step by step. "Who are you talking about? Are you another city lord?" This power was actually still within his tolerance range, but the strange thing was that at this time, he actually began to feel afraid. It was as if he could see himself dying. This Skysilver city is not bad. From today onwards, I am the owner of this city. Su Yan's calm tone made his opponent panic. Is this guy crazy? He said he wanted to take over the Skysilver city. But, why is he doing this? Su Yan naturally ignored him. At this moment, his aura had already started to revolve. The powerful and terrifying power was unimaginable. The surging power was like a huge wave. At this moment, Sharon finally realized that he could not withstand it any longer. Quick, this guy wants to usurp the throne. He shouted towards the top of the city, wanting to summon his companions. At this moment, he realized that he had been wrong. This guy was not interesting at all. He was an extremely dangerous existence. Sharon even felt that he was the owner of a city and wanted to take over the Skysilver city. Su Yan smiled at his reaction but did not say anything. He did not stop him from summoning his companions. At this moment, the few shadow marshals in the city received Karen's summons. In fact, as shadow marshals, they already had their own ambitions long ago. However, as long as City Lord Merc was alive, they could not usurp the throne. This was because Merc had their shadow origin imprints in his hands. Hence, at this crucial moment, they had to fight for him. This had nothing to do with fairness. This was the rule of survival in this world. In order to survive, they had to fight for Merc. Of course, this was also an extremely strange thing. In the past, no one would dare to be so presumptuous. Every city lord was directly related to the oracle. Even their master, Merc, had to accept the mysterious oracle in order to become stronger. Only those who had reached the level of the Shadow King had the right to receive the oracle. But now, this guy actually dared to barge in so brazenly. This was simply courting death. Of course, this was no longer important. One shadow marshals after shadow marshals appeared. 17 shadow marshals. Even Su Yan's expression changed. 17 shadow marshals meant that there were 17 venerable ones among them. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. After all, this was only in a single city. What if there were many cities? How many experts would there be? If the passage between the shadow world and the infinite world was completely opened, the two worlds would directly engage in the most direct war. Then, no one would know who would win and who would lose. However, one should not forget that the shadow world was not the only enemy of the infinite world. The devil world was already ready to make a move. There were also enemies from all directions, such as the Shura world. None of these people were easy to deal with. The great shadow world had already put so much pressure on the infinite world, so when the war broke out completely, would the infinite world be able to withstand it? Su Yan thought for a while and knew that with the current strength of the infinite world, they would not be able to withstand it. Of course, he was not strong enough to worry about such things now. His own strength was still too weak. In a really critical war, the strength of a Dao master or an emperor master was nothing at all. At this moment, he needed to solve the current situation. His strength directly broke out at this time, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. At this time, the pressure emitted by the 17 shadow marshals was simply terrifying. Even the whole shadow city seemed to be trembling. However, when Su Yan raised his strength and released the terrifying pressure, the power was even more terrifying. Such power had almost reached the most terrifying peak in this world. The auras of the 17 shadow marshals were suppressed in an instant. It seems that all the shadow marshals in Shadow City have arrived. At this time, his voice spread out directly. He was like a god, looking down from high above. Under such terrible and huge pressure, the shadow marshals all took a step back. What's the matter, Sharon? How did you provoke such a terrible person? Why are you causing trouble for the king when he's not here? At this moment, a shadow marshal directly began to reprimand Sharon. At this time, Sharon was very depressed. He did not know that Su Yan would be so powerful. Strictly speaking, he was not the one who provoked Su Yan. You idiot, don't you see? I didn't provoke him at all. He's the one who wants Shadow City. He wants the king's heavenly silver city. In fact, there was no meaning in saying this. At this time, Su Yan's pressure suppressed again. Now, I'll give you all a chance. Pledge your loyalty to me. You should know that you are not my match. At this time, Su Yan directly issued an ultimatum to the Shadow Marshals. The Shadow Marshals did not look good. Su Yan's words made them extremely angry, and even helpless. However, they had to admit that what he said was the truth. For shadow creatures, it was almost impossible to fight even if they knew that they could not win. Of course, there were exceptions. That was, they could not do anything to disobey Merc's orders. At this time, a shadow marshal stood up and said, "Honorable Lord, we do not want to fight you, but we have to. We cannot disobey the king's orders." By saying this, he had already expressed his goodwill. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think that Su Yan would leave without attacking him after he said this sentence. However, this was at least a little bit of goodwill. Su Yan chuckled and said, "I think I understand." His pressure became heavy again. As the power of the Exalted circulated, it was as if the power of the entire shadow world was concentrated on him. What a terrifying thing this was. Even the 17 shadow marshals began to tremble in the face of such power. As for the other shadow creatures, it was a different story. At this time, Valka looked at the previous shadow creature and chuckled, "Hee hee, I already said that this is a real tragedy." Su Yan's power made him extremely excited. This was his follower. His great power almost directly crushed all of the shadow marshals. The 17 shadow marshals were communicating with each other, trying their best to circulate their power to resist Su Yan's terrifying attack. Unfortunately, they knew that no matter how hard they tried, it was almost impossible to completely resist Su Yan's power. There's no other way. Let's use the methods left behind by the king. At this time, it was already impossible for them to resist Su Yan with just their power. The power that Su Yan released made them understand what fear was. As such, they could only use the last of their power to put up a feeble and powerless resistance. At this moment, a powerful aura rose and condensed before falling heavily. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. Following this, the entire Shadow City seemed to tremble. Su Yan raised his head. He was not surprised by the appearance of this extremely powerful power. Instead, he felt calm, as if everything was under his control. Just now, when he used his divine sense to investigate the Sky Silver City, there seemed to be a will that sensed his investigation. It directly released an extremely strong pressure, like a gale destroying the city. At that time, he knew that there must be an extremely powerful existence in this city. Of course, this was not a real person, but a kind of power. Obviously, this was a powerful force that the Shadow King left behind to protect this city. Such a powerful force rolled down, and the terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. With the appearance of such a power, the 17 Shadow Marshals' power was directly connected, and they seemed to have become a single entity. At this time, Sharon coldly snorted, "Intruder, I have to admit that you are very strong. However, it is too difficult for you to shake the power of our king. So, retreat now." Sharon was no longer as arrogant as before. In fact, when he spoke, there was a bit of humility in his bones because the strength of both sides was different. Just now, he thought that Su Yan's strength was inferior to his, so naturally, he was high and mighty. But now, he clearly saw Su Yan's strength and knew that no matter what, he could not be a match for Su Yan. Since that was the case, how could he continue to be arrogant? They did not want to fight with Su Yan. After all, a powerful battle meant a huge risk. Even if the method that Merc left behind was extremely terrifying and could repel Su Yan, how many of the 17 of them could survive? The only official website of the online book bar, everything else is fake. Chapter 1293. How could they be certain that the person who was alive was them? Therefore, if they could make Su Yan retreat, this was something they would be extremely happy to see. However, Su Yan did not want to give them such an opportunity. This power was indeed powerful, even terrifying. However, Su Yan was not afraid. Do you think that I would fear such power since I dared to come here? Let me tell you the truth. Not to mention that your king is not here, even if he was, I would not take him seriously. Su Yan's aura had reached an unimaginably powerful level. That terrifying aura directly crushed down like rolling thunder. It was as he had said, he was fearless. He had already anticipated all of this. At this very moment, his power directly descended. The terrifying aura had simply reached an unimaginable level. Even when that powerful aura appeared, Su Yan did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, he continued to advance. His power was so great that it suppressed everything to the point of being unable to breathe. At this moment, his power had simply reached a terrifying level. What arrogance! The 17 Shadow Commanders were all extremely furious. No matter what, they were Shadow Commanders. They were once first-rate experts. Their battle power was unparalleled. They were definitely not inferior to other existences in this world. However, Su Yan was actually so arrogant at this moment. He clearly did not take them seriously at all. Although they already knew that Su Yan was stronger than them, they still felt humiliated when such a lineup was treated in such a manner by him. Even the power within their bodies was unleashed even more violently at this moment. You're too impudent. You're simply being shameless by doing this. Since they no longer had a path of retreat, and Su Yan did not plan to retreat either, they could only fight at this moment. With 17 experts and the means left behind by Merc, there was no need for them to fear him. Seeing them like this, Su Yan did not have any other thoughts. Instead, he smiled. Ha, that's good. If you're afraid at this moment, you'll disappoint me. Since you have the courage to fight, then come at me. At this moment, his power directly rose. The violent power within his body had reached an incomparably dense level. When this power came crashing over, he suddenly punched out. This punch was simply like a landslide or a tsunami. Such a punch had already turned into a torrential wave at this moment. A terrifying aura surged, causing the world to tremble. Su Yan's will completely erupted. I originally did not want you to compromise and submit. If you do so, wouldn't it be too boring? At this moment, Su Yan had simply become a terrifying demon king. Facing so many enemies in front of him, his battle intent, on the contrary, was strong. He needed enemies. He needed opponents to constantly sharpen himself. Only then could he become even stronger. The punch landed squarely on the terrifying screen of darkness. These was also extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, after the direct impact, it directly trembled, as if it would break at any moment. From this, it could be seen how terrifyingly powerful Su Yan's punch was. Clearly, their auras were not much different, but they were still unable to withstand Su Yan's power. Damn it, everyone, don't be afraid. Combined with the arrangements left behind by the king, we will definitely be able to defeat this guy. Even if we can't defeat him, as long as we can delay and wait for the king to return, he will die. At this moment, one of the Shadow Commanders spoke directly. This guy was smart and saw through everything. He understood that at this moment, the only thing they needed to do was to persevere. As long as they could delay, their king would definitely sense the changes here. At that time, when the king returned and descended, he would naturally be able to suppress everything. This guy would only be reduced to energy. Of course, perhaps if they cooperated well, there was still hope that they could directly kill Su Yan. Su Yan did not care about their fantasies. He only had one goal, and that was to defeat them. It was so pure and simple, and that was all. Because it had always been pure, the power that could erupt was naturally extremely powerful. Under this blow, the entire Shadow City began to shake. At this moment, a terrifying brilliance burst out from the eyes of the huge shadow that had just appeared, and then this power directly rushed out, whistling towards Su Yan. Death is like the wind. This voice seemed to come from the depths of the netherworld. The violent aura was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. It seemed that everything between heaven and earth had disappeared at this time. The only thing that was left was the darkest and most profound power. Sure enough, only by constantly fighting can one see new powers. At this time, Su Yan sighed. The guy in front of him had simply carried out the essence of battle to the extreme. His blow just now had almost transformed all of the shadow power, which was a transformation of the power attribute. Therefore, when this punch was blasted out, its power was naturally unimaginable. It seemed that two extreme powers were condensed together and then directly exploded. This was a fighting style that Su Yan had never seen before. Why was there such a saying? One needed to constantly sharpen oneself in battle, then find one's own path, and then make oneself stronger and more perfect. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth was condensed. Rays of power fell like starlight. This power was filled with an extremely beautiful and brilliant aura, as if it was the most unique power between heaven and earth. When this power continued to appear, it almost overturned the entire world. He actually forcibly pushed back Su Yan's power. Faced with such power, even Su Yan could not help but be amazed. Good, you're really amazing. At this moment, Su Yan had already seen how terrifying this power was. It was simply unimaginable. Such power surged, as if it was causing the world to be disillusioned. However, in the face of such power, the fighting spirit in his heart was even more intense. He even laughed heartily. Only such a powerful power could make him wholeheartedly launch his own battle. At this moment, his power was so violent and exuberant. His aura was so powerful that it was simply terrifying. He took a step forward. It was just a step, but the world had already begun to change. Therefore, all the colors of light changed, and his power had already devoured everything. At this moment, it seemed that the power of the entire Shadow City was drawn by him, and the most terrifying aura was blowing like a whirlwind at this moment. Su Yan's power became even stronger, and his radiance was like a dream. At this moment, the dark aura settled down. At this moment, all the power had become the most terrifying whirlwind. Outside the huge Sky Silver City, a terrifying whirlwind had already appeared. The scale of this whirlwind was not inferior to that of the Shadow City. The powerful and terrifying aura approached step by step, as if it was going to destroy everything. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became calmer in the face of such an aura. He had already begun to forget everything, and only the power of the exalted began to circulate. At this moment, something magical happened. In the Shadow's body, a heart began to beat quietly. It was his own heart. This power was so mystical that it did not seem to be a shadow, but a real existence. However, this place was clearly the shadow world, and real power clearly could not exist in this world. The existence of this heart was simply violating the laws of heaven and earth. But it was such an existence. At this moment, the powerful power was constantly condensing, like the wind of heaven and earth. The power of the wind was within his grasp, and the boundless aura and boundless power seemed to be even more powerful at this moment. The terrifying power became so strange and sacred at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power had become the only power in heaven and earth. Even the enormous power that had been released from the heavenly Silver City seemed to have become a foil for him. No, this was no longer a foil, but a part of Su Yan's power. The powerful exalted power was devouring at this moment. He wanted to directly absorb that power into his body, and then completely devour it. The power in the sky was like a storm at this moment. Inside the storm, the 17 shadow marshals were all shivering. They had already become shadow marshals and had seen countless storms, but they had never felt as powerless as they did at this moment. It was as if they were just born, hesitating and powerless. However, the person in front of them was extraordinarily terrifying, and seemed to be omnipotent, as if he could destroy everything. This kind of power made them shrink back in fear. They did not even know where they should go. At this moment, they were truly afraid. However, at this moment, they no longer had the right to choose. Since they did not choose to submit at the beginning, they would lose the opportunity to choose later. Such power was directly displayed at this moment, and that terrifying aura was equivalent to everything. At this moment, the power of the entire world began to die out bit by bit. Their connection with the Sky Silver City was also being cut off bit by bit. At the beginning, they had dared to face Su Yan because they thought that they would be protected by the power of the Sky Silver City. Therefore, even the powerful Su Yan would not be able to do anything to them. However, at this moment, they realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. Chapter 1294. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Absolute Dominance. At this moment, Karen almost jumped up. If he could, he would have escaped by now. No pop-up window. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why did I provoke him? At this moment, he realized that he had really gone completely crazy. He didn't know what he was thinking today to provoke this monster. The power Su Yan displayed at this moment was something that even the Shadow King couldn't face. Such a terrifying aura could almost annihilate everything. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that he was like a ruler. He even felt that Su Yan was an existence that surpassed the level of the Shadow King. Yet, he offended him. He was really unlucky to have acted on a whim. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze fell on him, which made him tremble in fear. There was a saying that always came true: the good didn't come true, but the bad did. Just as his heart was filled with fear, Su Yan's power had already enveloped him. This power was so powerful that it almost made him despair. But fortunately, he remembered that he wasn't alone in this battle. He had his companions. At this moment, his power appeared directly and began to affect everyone's power. Shadow King's ultimate kill. At this moment, the 17 Shadow Marshals were almost of one mind. If it were any other time, this would be impossible. But at this moment, they could do it. This wasn't because their thoughts were in sync, but because they were all shrouded in the power of the Shadow King at this time. And from this, it could be seen how huge the gap between the Shadow Marshals and the Shadow King was. At the beginning, Karen and the other Shadow King had thoughts of replacing the Shadow King and Merc. But at this moment, they finally understood how huge the gap between them and the Shadow King was. At this moment, it was as if everything in this world was under this power. Nothing could break free. At least, that was what they thought. At this moment, Karen calmed down. Damn it, I'm too scared of this guy. Although he is powerful, I have this layer of protection. What can that guy do to me? Thinking of this, he immediately calmed down, and his aura became extremely terrifying and pure. At this moment, the radiance of his power surged as if it was his own power. Such a wonderful feeling simply intoxicated him endlessly. At this moment, he no longer had the fear from before. All he had was his own strength and omnipotence. However, it was at this moment that Su Yan's power descended. Su Yan's power was extremely simple, and there was no technique to speak of. His power was only a violent collision. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have changed. Karen originally thought that everything was under his control and that he could deal with everything. But when this power fell, he knew that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. Such power was not something he could deal with on his own. After this strike landed, the entire world began to tremble violently. He simply did not dare to imagine. How is this possible? Why is it like this? Not only him, but the other dozen or so Shadow Marshals were the same. They clearly felt that Su Yan's power was not stronger than the power they had condensed after Shadow City was connected to them. In fact, in terms of strength, they might even be superior to him. But why did Su Yan's power directly shake them? No, it was not just shaking them, it was destroying this power. Su Yan did not bother to pay attention to them. Although they were Shadow Marshals, in Su Yan's eyes, they were still too immature. In their eyes, there was only strength, but they did not know what essence meant. In the face of Su Yan's enormous and frightening strength, everything they did was useless. Therefore, everything would be directly destroyed or even annihilated at this moment. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan's supreme power had begun to analyze the root of this power. It assimilated with him and even absorbed this power. Once this power was completely absorbed by him, what would these 17 shadow marshals amount to? The borrowed power was not their own. If they could not control it, how could they hope to defeat their enemies? So, all of this was fake and unreal. Only one's own strength was truly everything. This attack had only shaken and impacted their power, but the following power had directly raised their auras to the peak. This power was even more powerful than before, and it was definitely not just a little bit stronger. This was because in just this attack, Su Yan's understanding and control of shadow power had increased by a bit. The current Su Yan could be said to be learning from a blank slate. This was the most terrifying thing. Every bit he grasped, his battle strength would increase by a bit. When he grasped the power of this place to the extreme, how terrifying would his battle strength be? Not to mention the temporary lineup of these shadow marshals, even if there were 17 the Shadow King here, what could he do? He was afraid that he would be killed in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was becoming more and more exuberant. Behind him, a shape gradually appeared. It was the shape of a giant dragon. Dragons were creatures favored by the heavens and earth. Even in the shadow world, their life structure was at the top. At this moment, the appearance of the dragon's shadow meant that Su Yan had begun to grasp the essence of power. Of course, this might only be the beginning, but it was already enough. Su Yan had never thought that he would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. He clearly knew that the accumulation of power was a gradual process. If one did not have a process of accumulation, but obtained it in an instant. Not to mention whether one could control this powerful power, just the state of mind after obtaining it was enough to make one collapse. Su Yan's essence was extremely powerful. In the infinite world, although he was not an emperor, his battle strength had already reached that level, and there was no doubt about it. His power was simply too great. When his aura soared, it simply reached the peak of this world. Although the laws of the two worlds were different, as long as one understood the essence of many things, it would be much easier to grasp other things. At this moment, his power began to surge. Such a powerful power was simply powerful to the extreme. Just now, they had thought that they were evenly matched, and even compared to the power of the Shadow City, Su Yan's aura was a bit weaker. However, at this moment, the power that Su Yan displayed was completely above this. That strike just now had already caused their defensive power to tremble incessantly. And this blow was even more powerful. Boom! There was a terrifying loud sound, and it seemed that the entire world began to shake. Following this, the dark light curtain actually began to shatter. At this moment, the terrifying shadow finally could not wait any longer. He directly attacked, and then rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan coldly snorted, "Is this incarnation of yours finally going to make a move?" In fact, Su Yan had already seen from the very beginning that this was equivalent to a Shadow Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. His power was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, the meaning of his existence was to absorb the power of the Shadow City. Those shadow creatures came to the Shadow City to cultivate and make themselves stronger. This kind of improvement was even faster than devouring others of their own kind. However, there was never a free lunch in this world. When they devoured this power, they were actually giving back. Their bodies would have the mark of the Shadow King left on them. If necessary, the Shadow King could directly mobilize their power, and he could even absorb all of their power into himself in an instant, making himself stronger. If one had to describe it, this was almost a lone relationship. That huge incarnation was the intermediary that the Shadow King had left behind to absorb power and connect with himself. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not make a move. He would only use it as a deterrent. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to make a move. Su Yan was simply too powerful. This kind of power had already exceeded his expectations. That attack just now had already shattered the connection between the Heavenly Silver City and the 17 Shadow Marshals. If they were hit again, then the Shadow Marshals would start to suffer casualties. When that happened, his chances of winning would be even lower. Therefore, he had to make a move now. However, Su Yan merely sneered. Without any hesitation, he sent out another palm strike. At this moment, the huge shadow directly said, "Who are you? How dare you attack the Sky Silver City?" This was his own consciousness that was directly transmitted back. Although his body was far away, he could temporarily transmit his consciousness back through this intermediary and then fight. This was one of his methods. This was also the reason why he dared to leave this place and rely on it. Although it was not as good as him personally guarding this place, it was not far off. In other words, even if he could not win, it was still very easy for him to stall for time. As long as he could stall for time long enough, he could directly return and respond, or even kill his opponent. Chapter 1295. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Powerful Annihilation. It was a pity that he had underestimated Su Yan. The power that Su Yan displayed at this time was simply beyond his understanding. While fighting, Su Yan had already begun to plunder his power. What a terrifying thing this was. If everyone had such strength, the shadow world would have long been in chaos. In fact, Su Yan was like a malignant tumor that had quietly invaded the shadow world. He wasn't extremely powerful at the moment. However, the power that he possessed could continuously strengthen himself and grow at an extremely fast speed. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for him to grow to his original level. This was simply the best thing for him. When he first came to the shadow world and became a shadow creature, even Su Yan was filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know his identity and was confused about his power. But at this moment, such confusion no longer existed. He had truly understood some things. The situation wasn't important at all. What really mattered was where his heart was. There was a saying that one could only achieve success if they didn't forget their original intentions. If one could remember their original spirit, then no matter what predicament they encountered, they would be able to solve it. Even if they couldn't solve it, as long as they worked hard for it, it would be enough even if they died on this path. At this moment, Su Yan was like that. His power was increasing bit by bit and his powerful strength was constantly changing. Therefore, everything had started to become unknown. He didn't know what his future would be like and whether he could return to the past and live as a person. But now, it was no longer important. What was important was that he would work hard for his perseverance. The battle continued. Su Yan's power grew stronger and stronger, and his invasion of the Shadow City became deeper and deeper. In fact, this was an unsolvable situation for the Heavenly Silver City. Moreover, it was getting worse and worse. Su Yan's power increased bit by bit, and the 17 Shadow Marshals were no longer as calm as before. At this moment, Su Yan made a grabbing motion. His palm directly smashed towards the most terrifying power. That powerful light screen was directly shattered. The terrifying aura had already shattered everything. Do you remember what you said just now? The strong can often set the rules. Sharon was full of despair. Su Yan's power turned into a huge palm. The moment this power entered, it completely enveloped him. Under such power, it was impossible to escape, let alone struggle. Let go of Sharon. At this moment, the 16 Shadow Marshals roared in unison. It wasn't because they had a deep relationship with Sharon, but because they clearly knew that if Sharon was killed by Su Yan, the overall connection between them would be broken. When that happened, the situation would become even worse. Now, it was already very difficult for them to fight against Su Yan. If Su Yan killed Sharon, they would have no chance of winning. However, the enemy would never be able to feel your anger, nor would they care about it. Su Yan's power continued to fall. Under the huge palm, Karen's body began to distort. Another moment passed, and his body began to disintegrate. Powerful shadow power split from his body and integrated into Su Yan's palm. End it, your life. Since Su Yan had already made up his mind to kill him, then it was impossible for him to continue living. Under such power, the powerful power ended his life. What a terrifying scene. A shadow marshal died just like that. It was extremely tragic, but it was also silent. After Karen's death, the power node between them immediately lost its balance. At this moment, the dark shadow light curtain became even weaker. Su Yan took another step forward. His powerful aura intimidated everyone. That dragon-like radiance became even stronger at this moment. You can't stop me. Su Yan's voice was so calm. Of course, he had always been like this. At this moment, everything was no longer important. What was important was to keep moving forward. And that hot blood had long dried up. Because he no longer needed to roar to awaken the inextinguishable flame in his heart. At this moment, he would always be like this. Each of his footsteps carried an extremely heavy and powerful force. Such power was like a torrential flood. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. In the sky, all the power began to condense, and then all the power began to return to Su Yan's body. His power was so powerful, and even so great. Therefore, everything continued to surge at this time. The most terrifying aura at this time was simply powerful to the most terrifying extent. At this moment, the 16 shadow marshals had completely lost all hope. Your Excellency, please let us go. We surrender. At this moment, one of the shadow marshals had already begged for mercy. Such power was extremely terrifying. More importantly, the pressure that Su Yan gave them was too heavy. If this continued, Su Yan did not need to do anything. He could just stand there quietly and crush them directly. They could no longer bear such terrifying power. So at this moment, they could only beg for mercy. However, Su Yan was indifferent to their begging. I've already given you a chance. That was his only answer. Yes, at the beginning, he had already given them a chance. Unfortunately, these people did not know how to cherish it. Most of the time, one should cherish an opportunity. If they lost it, it would not come again. That was Su Yan's decision. At this moment, another shadow marshal said, Your Excellency, no matter what, you will always need our power. Why do you have to do this? We are willing to swear to you and become your lowest slaves. He was right. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to manage a city, they needed power. And they would be able to become his assistants. At this moment, they felt that this was the only chance they had to survive. However, Su Yan did not look at them. His gaze fell on the Shadow King, Merc's clone. Are you not going to say anything? If that's the case, you can die. He directly extended his hand. At this moment, the power manifested and became incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the power of the entire world began to change. So, everything fell silent. At this moment, Su Yan's zenith power became more and more unrestrained. Almost in an instant, it had directly wrapped around the clone. Alright, you can die now. Su Yan had decided not to give him any more chances. He wanted to end this quickly. The shadow clone seemed to be preparing his final move. However, at this moment, his expression froze. This was because he discovered that his body was no longer under his control. He could no longer use his power. His power had gradually flowed towards Su Yan's body. What did you do to me? At this moment, even someone as powerful as him could only question Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't pay any attention to his question. What did I do? Actually, I didn't do anything. I just stole your power. At this moment, the zenith power had turned into a whirlwind. With a sudden sweep of the powerful force, it had already strangled the divine consciousness in the clone. This power was too domineering. At this moment, the clone did not even have time to react. His consciousness was directly destroyed. After destroying his consciousness, Su Yan's power once again spread out. At this moment, the 16 shadow commanders discovered that they had lost contact with the power that was controlling them at this moment. At this moment, a huge palm had already descended. This power abruptly grabbed one of the shadow marshals and threw him into the mouth. This was really unimaginable. How can this be? Great King, are you going to abandon us too? Originally, they had already become extremely fearful when facing Su Yan's attack. At this moment, the king's clone that they had relied on had directly attacked them. This was simply one disaster after another for their despairing souls. No matter what, they could not accept this reality. However, Su Yan did not care about any of this. He only watched quietly and then allowed his power to gather. His power directly spread towards Heavenly Silver City. At this moment, his biggest obstacle had already been eliminated. That king's clone was the most powerful force in Heavenly Silver City. At this moment, this force could no longer stop him. In this way, Su Yan no longer had any scruples. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. The zenith power had already entered Heavenly Silver City. As for the shadow commanders in front of him, they had already been completely enveloped by Su Yan's power. The dark radiance had reached the most terrifying stage. The shadow commanders had already begun to freeze in place. It was not that they did not want to move, but that their power had already been directly controlled by Su Yan. Many powerful shadow creatures were unwilling to join a city because once they joined a city, they would be bound to the city and lose their freedom. Chapter 1296. My city, and at this moment, the drawbacks were manifested. Their strength was still there, and their lives were still there, but at this time, they could no longer control themselves. This was because Su Yan had invaded the city. In this way, he had indirectly gained their full control. At this moment, they didn't even have the chance to speak, let alone escape. Let all of you wither away. As Su Yan's voice fell, the 16 shadow commanders sighed and shattered bit by bit. In the end, all of them disappeared. What a terrifying thing this was. At this moment, Valka was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He knew that Su Yan was very powerful. He already knew this when Su Yan subdued him. However, he couldn't imagine that Su Yan's power had reached such a level. That terrifying power was simply inestimable. He originally thought that Su Yan could only defeat the shadow commanders and enter the city. However, at this moment, things had developed to a stage that he couldn't imagine. Su Yan didn't just defeat the shadow commanders. He completely shattered them and began to plunder the entire city. This was an extremely terrifying process. The shadow creatures in the city were uneasy because they sensed a huge crisis at this moment. It was a process where one's life was threatened. Su Yan's aura descended, dominating the world. In the face of Su Yan's will, not to mention resisting, they didn't even have the strength to move. At this moment, they were horrified to find that the city had begun to disintegrate. Sky Silver City dissipated bit by bit at this moment. At this moment, the huge city began to defy the heavens like a water curtain and flowed directly into Su Yan's body. The structure of Sky Silver City was originally built from the accumulation of shadow energy. At this moment, this energy was directly devoured and absorbed by Su Yan. Although they were both energy, there was still a huge difference. Even the city lord could only use an extremely ingenious method to obtain the power bit by bit. But Su Yan didn't need to do that. His power erupted, and the power of the Most High began to completely analyze this power. Then, it returned to its origin. In this way, this power could be completely absorbed by him. Become a part of his body. Su Yan felt the heart in his body that was between reality and shadow. If the process of devouring energy had to be described in 4 words, it would be wonderful. At this moment, his gaze was so deep, as if he could see through the essence of everything in this world. My city, then enter my world. Su Yan's power descended once again. All of his energy manifested in the air, and then a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The moment this power fell, it seemed that the entire world began to tremble. The power within was too terrifying. It was like an endless black hole, and the black hole suddenly erupted with a huge suction force. At this moment, the huge sky-silver city was directly uprooted. What's going on? At this moment, Valka felt that he was really lucky to be able to see such a scene. If he hadn't met Su Yan, he felt that no matter how many shadow creatures he killed, he wouldn't be able to see such a magnificent scene. It would be extremely difficult for him to even become a shadow general. At this moment, he witnessed the process of Su Yan devouring the entire city with his own eyes. At this moment, he finally understood Su Yan's intention. That was his city, and his city wasn't placed here. Instead, he was going to devour and absorb it directly. Valka didn't know what would happen to this city, but he knew that the master who performed all of this was simply a great existence. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable and boundless. At this moment, Su Yan's power was simply too powerful. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be inferior to him. At this moment, he had become the absolute master. As long as he existed, nothing was impossible. Su Yan watched all of this happen, and at this moment, he was even more attentive to all of this. What he wanted to do was to integrate the Sky Silver City into his own world. His square small world was actually not complete. It should be said that it was still far from being able to truly evolve life. However, in any case, there was already a sun and a moon in his world. There was the black tortoise and the azure dragon, but this was far from enough. Su Yan wanted to make him stronger. His life had been changed, he had even become a shadow creature, but the connection between him and the world had become even stronger. As his strength increased, his small world had also become even larger. This was definitely good news. With this, he knew how to make himself stronger. Just a moment ago, he suddenly thought of this point, and let his world instinctively devour the Sky Silver City. This was because the Sky Silver City was originally made of energy. If this power was directly placed into his world, would it inadvertently cause his world to grow even faster? Previously, when he fought, he already knew that the small world was a shortcut to becoming a sacred venerate. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Even though he was the child of destiny, had countless fortuitous encounters, and had great wisdom and perseverance, he did not dare to say that he was faster than others. But now, he had a small world. In the past, he was still too lacking in the use of his small world. Even during that battle, he had only pulled his opponent into his small world. However, at this moment, he had already understood that if his small world became stronger, then his combat strength would also become stronger in the next battle. At the same time, a stronger small world could also help him, and allow his understanding of power to become more profound. Now, Su Yan had understood his goal. Not only did he want to become a sacred venerate, but he also wanted to become a god. Only then would he be able to be in an invincible position. Now, Su Yan was actually starting to fear failure, because once he failed, the people he loved would be hurt. He could not imagine how upset Yun Wanqing would be after knowing that he had fallen into the shadow world. And Chu Linger, she was about to walk down the path of forgetfulness. Would she be able to continue? Would she be hurt? Also, what about Lu Lan? Where was she now? Therefore, no matter what, Su Yan did not want to fail. Since he did not want to fail, he could only become stronger. He had to become stronger at all costs. Perhaps it would be very difficult, and he might even have to pay with his life, but that was fate. If you wanted to get something, you had to pay for it. You would never be able to reap without sowing. You had to work hard for it. Many times, the kind of pain you had to bear would, to a certain extent, determine what you would get. Therefore, Su Yan had no regrets. Devouring a shadow city was obviously a huge project, and Su Yan had not yet fully familiarized himself with it. Therefore, he would definitely encounter many problems. For example, whether the shadow energy could be integrated with his small world, everything needed to be explored. Su Yan calmed down, and then focused all his attention. At this time, Valka watched quietly, his heart surging. He felt that Su Yan was an omnipotent god. A powerful and terrifying god. This was an omnipotent god. As long as he was around, it seemed that nothing was impossible. He did not know who the god of the shadow world was, or what he looked like. For this shadow world, Valka was too insignificant, and that god was too high up. He didn't know what the so-called god looked like. Because of his ignorance, he no longer feared him. On the other hand, Su Yan had already shown his powerful strength at this time. Such a terrifying city, such a huge monster, was actually directly devoured by Su Yan. What kind of terrifying power was this? He did not know how to define Su Yan's power, but there was no doubt that at this time, he had already regarded Su Yan as a god. That was a true powerhouse, the most powerful and greatest existence in this world. Such a condensation of power had simply become the pinnacle of power in this world. At this time, his aura was also so terrifying. That mysterious and powerful dark power was simply able to contain everything. Su Yan naturally did not care about his thoughts. At this time, Su Yan was only comprehending the process of his world's transformation. He wanted to figure out how his world evolved and what kind of powerful power it could give birth to. At this time, it seemed that the entire world had entered a boundary of darkness. His small world was no longer chaotic. Apart from the sun and moon, there was finally a city, even though it was a shadow city. Such a city was constantly manifesting at this time, and its powerful strength had simply reached an incomparably terrifying level. When this city directly descended, all the power was directed towards this newly formed city. This was an extremely wonderful change. At this time, Su Yan was a creator. He coldly watched all this from the sidelines, quietly appreciating the changes at this time. He didn't know what would happen to this shadow city after it entered his world. Would it dissipate directly into energy or continue to exist quietly here? Even if he was the owner of this world, he didn't know what would happen to it. Therefore, the only thing he could do at this time was to quietly watch the changes in this world. Then, he would look for the laws in its evolution. Chapter 1297. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Essence Transformation Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations. At this moment, the powerful force finally descended and the entire Sky Silver City was baptized by the aura of the small dimension. Speaking of which, the aura of the small dimension could be said to be the aura of chaos. The concentration of such aura was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura closed in on the city, and in the end, the entire city underwent a complete transformation. At this point, many shadow creatures had already died and were annihilated. However, to Su Yan, the death of these shadow creatures was nothing. He didn't care about them at all. He was equivalent to a creator now, so he didn't care about the death of these creatures. After all, they were just shadow creatures. However, these shadow creatures didn't disappear after they died, and their corpses remained. Corpses? How can this be? How can these shadow creatures have corpses? Yes, they were shadow creatures. Logically speaking, after they died, all traces of them would cease to exist. Under such circumstances, how could they still have corpses? However, the truth was right in front of Su Yan and he had no choice but to believe it. Such power rose little by little, and then began to form a unique domain. When the energy condensed, Su Yan's gaze changed once again. This was because he realized that the corpses were no longer pure energy. Instead, they had undergone a transformation. Of course, they weren't real entities. If he had to describe them, they were something between a real entity and a shadow. In the past, Su Yan didn't believe that such a substance existed. However, at this moment, he was certain that such a substance existed. In fact, he had such a thing in his body, and that was his heart. His newly formed heart was an existence in between the two. This also gave him enough confidence in himself to feel that he could return to his original state and return to his original state. Of course, the pursuit of a physical form wasn't his main goal anymore. The most important thing was the pursuit of power. From a certain perspective, the shadow creature form was indeed extremely powerful. However, from another perspective, it also had a fatal flaw. If this weakness couldn't be overcome, then in Su Yan's understanding, it would be almost impossible for shadow creatures to become absolutely powerful or even reach the Nirvana realm. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan had to pursue the original state of his body. If the appearance of the special heart had only given Su Yan hope, then he was now truly certain that he could control everything. At this time, his strength began to rise. He didn't circulate his own power at all, but this power was slowly circulating on its own. Sure enough, my world is already closely connected with my body. In this way, as long as my realm and strength can continue to increase, my world will become even larger. But if my world improves, then my battle power will also continue to increase. Su Yan understood this point and finally understood why the evil spirit in the Gate of God was so obsessed with his own world. Even at the risk of death, he still wanted to obtain his own small world. Of course, at the same time, he became more vigilant. With the existence of the small world, his battle power could indeed be extremely tyrannical, but in fact, he would also become more dangerous. This was because even sacred sages would covet such a small world. If they knew about it, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be tempted and even attack him. Don't underestimate me just because I'm strong now. I can even match an Emperor Realm Master. However, if he encountered a sacred sages, he still wouldn't be able to fight back. This was because the gap between them was too big, to the point that it was unimaginable. That realm was something that he couldn't understand at the moment. It was also because of this that he couldn't possibly fight a sacred sages. At this time, Su Yan could only steadily occupy his own power in the future by becoming stronger. Otherwise, just like this time, he would be forced to enter this world. If he was strong enough, there would be no need for him to take such a risk. He could just directly suppress Duan Mulonghu. Therefore, in the end, the most fundamental thing in all things was still strength. If he had enough strength, then he would naturally have nothing to fear. He would be able to control everything in his own hands. At this time, he saw where the hope lay. If he could gather such power, then his strength would definitely increase. That berserk and terrifying power would reach the most terrifying level. Perhaps, this is my other trump card. Just as Su Yan was slowly devouring the city, in an extremely distant place. It was a terrifying place with a spatial whirlpool. There was extremely terrifying spatial turbulence here, and there was even a whirlpool. The endless power was simply unimaginable. The rich and terrifying aura was even more indescribable. After such power was gathered, it displayed a terrifying brilliance. No one knew how many terrifying dimensions it possessed. There were many shadow creatures here, and each of them was extremely powerful. Almost all of them were at the level of the Shadow King. The Shadow King could almost injure a Dao Master. Therefore, he could be regarded as a Dao Master. A Dao Master was already an extremely powerful existence. In a sect, he was the absolute upper-level power. He already had his own unique understanding of the way of heaven and earth. His battle strength was also extremely powerful. A sect with 5 Dao Masters was extremely powerful. Just like the Heaven Sage sect, which had 5 Dao Masters, had already become the #1 sect in the Eastern Land. Although it was only a temporary ranking at that time and they had not really fought, it was enough to show the strength of this force to some extent. At this moment, hundreds of shadow creatures at the level of Dao Master had gathered in this place. If these Dao Masters came out in full force, how terrifying would their strength be? Even a sovereign master or a holy master would feel great pressure in the face of such a terrifying force. If these shadow creatures directly appeared in the infinite world, it would definitely be a great disaster. No one knew how many creatures would die directly and be occupied by the shadow creatures. Fortunately, the gate between the two worlds was not opened at this time. So many the Shadow King gathered here, naturally, not to chat and bond, but to gather their strength to accomplish a great thing. They came here because of the oracle. If there was any existence in the shadow world that could make all these guys gather here, then it could only be the great Shadow God. Even the powerful the Shadow King could not understand the oracle of the Shadow God. After all, the gap between the two was too big. However, they were powerful enough to be able to sense the aura of the shadow god. For other shadow creatures, the shadow god might just be a name. They did not know whether he existed or not. But for the Shadow King, they were very sure that the great shadow god existed. They could feel his great and majestic aura. The Shadow City was built because of the oracle. And this time, so many the Shadow King gathered here because of the oracle. Among so many the Shadow King, a figure suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his eyes. That gaze seemed to be able to burn the heavens. Angry and shocked gazes appeared. "What's wrong, Merc?" At this time, the Shadow King next to him asked. Merc's expression was extremely ugly. Then, he said directly, "There seems to be a problem with my city. I have to go and see." Just a moment ago, he felt that the connection between him and the Sky Silver City had been shaken. He sent his will over, but even so, he couldn't stop the fall of his city. "I have to go back and take a look." His city was the source of his power. Now that it had fallen, he could not remain calm. He had to go back and take a look. Otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. Although doing so seemed to be against the oracle, he had no choice but to return. If he lost his source of power, then it would be impossible for him to increase his strength again. At this time, he rolled his body and directly flew into the distance. Sky Silver City. He had to take back his city. "I want to see what kind of scoundrel is so bold to attack my Sky Silver City." His aura was rolling like thunder. His aura was incomparably terrifying. That was an endless murderous aura. It was also his strongest anger. A red light shot towards the Sky Silver City in the distance. At this time, the entire Sky Silver City had completely disappeared. At this point in time, apart from Valka and his previous opponent, everything else had disappeared. The entire city, including the powerful shadow creatures within it, had all disappeared. The reason why he came here was because his strength was average. He could not enjoy the treatment in the city. The shadow creatures in the city were all stronger than him. Originally, they were all happily enjoying the powerful strength. However, at this time, they had all disappeared. Chapter 1298. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations Killing the Shadow King. What a terrifying power. In the face of such an aura, apart from fear, it didn't even know how to describe its feelings at this time. Fengyun Reading Network, Su Yan naturally wouldn't pay attention to such a character. Shadow City was finally directly dragged into his small world. Subsequently, changes began to take place between the small world and Shadow City. In Shadow City, the dead shadow creatures were directly decomposed and then turned into the most original power, which was scattered in Su Yan's small world and became its nourishment. When these energies finally dissipated completely, Su Yan could feel that he had become stronger. Su Yan muttered to himself, "It seems that my previous inference was correct. As long as I can improve the power of the small world, my own strength will also improve." For him, this was excellent news, because he knew the direction to go, so he could reach the other side more efficiently. Perhaps this path was extremely long, and one might not even see the end of it in one's life. But even if one died, one had to die on the path one was pursuing. Only in this way would one not let down one's life and those one's loved ones. In order to protect the person he loved from harm in the future, Su Yan would do anything without hesitation. At this time, he found a path that could allow him to quickly become stronger, which made him even more terrifying. It also let him see where the hope was. From the hesitation when he first entered the shadow world to the determination now, it didn't take too long. Su Yan knew what kind of path he was facing, and clearly knew what kind of price he had to pay in order to go further on this path. However, at this time, Su Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows, because at this time, he had already felt that a thought was rapidly approaching. This thought was extremely large, with awe-inspiring majesty. There was no doubt that this would be the most powerful enemy Su Yan had encountered in the shadow world. Su Yan originally thought that this guy wouldn't come so quickly, but now it seemed that he was still very concerned about the disappearance of his city. It actually came so quickly. Although it surprised me, it's still within reason. After all, this was where his foundation lay. It was a shortcut for him to quickly evolve and improve. If Su Yan had directly seized it, and he hadn't reacted at all, then this Shadow King would be too stupid. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid of his arrival at all. In fact, he was looking forward to his arrival. The other party's speed was faster than he had expected. In just an instant, a terrifying aura had already descended. To the other creatures of the shadow world, such power was simply like the blazing sun, boundless and majestic. But for Su Yan, it was nothing special. Su Yan smiled faintly. After which, he raised his hand and immediately threw out a punch. Such a terrifying fist directly turned into the most direct form of energy, charging towards the power that was descending upon this place. At this moment, the shadow creature had obviously discovered Su Yan's power. He didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to seize his city and wait here for his arrival. Go to hell. His thought erupted like a boundless storm. The two forces weren't fancy at all and directly clawed apart. At this time, such a violent power had already reached the peak of its strength. A shadow energy directly clawed apart. When Valka saw this sudden explosion of power, he was incomparably horrified because he knew that this was the arrival of the mysterious Shadow King. If he was facing the Shadow Marshal, Valka would still dare to show off. But in front of the Shadow King, he didn't have the courage at all. Because that was the natural oppression of a high and mighty king. It was the most terrifying suppression on anyone. What kind of terrifying aura was this? The aura after the power was completely unleashed was truly terrifying to the extreme. Endless power surged at this moment as if the most terrifying storm was born and was about to engulf them completely. At this moment, Su Yan and the Shadow King were the eternal and only protagonists of this world. They were the most powerful and terrifying existences. In the places where this pressure affected, all the shadow creatures were in a state of panic, afraid that they would be directly destroyed. Because in the shadow world, killing and devouring happened at any time and place, and it was really too common. The principle here was the bloody law of survival. If you weren't strong enough, you would become food for the growth of other shadow creatures. The first attack between the two finally dissipated. At this moment, Su Yan finally saw the shadow creature that finally appeared. It was a shadow creature in human form. This guy was shrouded in darkness, so Su Yan couldn't see his face clearly. It was a distortion of the power of the law of shadows. From this, it could be seen that in terms of understanding and analysis of the law of shadows, this person was ahead of Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care about all this. The true strength of one's combat strength was related to too many things, and it definitely couldn't be determined by this simple point. While Su Yan was sizing up the Shadow King was also looking at Su Yan. Interesting, bold. This was his evaluation of Su Yan. At this moment, he realized that Su Yan's shadow body was clearly still somewhat immature. But it was really interesting that he could actually erupt with such power at this moment. Where's my city? Where are you hiding? Of course, he was most concerned about his shadow city. The shadow city contained his soul imprint. Logically speaking, he should definitely be able to sense the location of the city. But now, he couldn't even detect the slightest bit of aura. There was no doubt that this was related to this guy in front of him, but he couldn't figure out how Su Yan did it. The power condensed by the shadow city was definitely not small. If the energy of the Shadow City was released in an instant, it could almost kill the Shadow King in an instant, and even the more powerful Shadow Emperor would have a chance to severely injure him. Therefore, after the appearance of the Shadow City, the king who owned the Shadow City was the real king. Moreover, it was definitely not a simple matter to invade. The reason why he was so confident this time and felt that he could kill Su Yan directly was that he knew clearly that no matter who the enemy was, as long as he could use the power of the Shadow City, he would definitely be able to defeat or even kill the enemy. But now, he found that his shadow city had disappeared directly. Su Yan chuckled, and then said, "What, you only realized it now? Isn't your reaction a little slow?" As Su Yan spoke, he had already radiated his power. At this time, what he had to do was to kill the other party directly. The Shadow King was an absolutely precious resource for the current Su Yan. Defeating him and then swallowing him into his small world could enhance the energy of his small world. And the enhancement of the small world was also the enhancement of Su Yan's own strength. At this time, Su Yan's desire to improve his strength had reached a point where he was extremely persistent. Because he knew in his heart that if he wanted to become stronger and reach his ideal state, then he could only constantly improve his strength. The Shadow King Merc was even more furious. "You don't want to talk? Don't worry, I'll make you talk." 5 terrifying dark storms appeared around him at the same time. However, these dark storms were not simple. There was an extremely large amount of energy hidden in them, and it seemed that the energy had its own consciousness. What was even more terrifying was that these 5 energies were clearly existences on the level of the Shadow King. Although they could not be compared to Merc, they were still extremely terrifying. At this time, Merc said directly, "These 5 energies are all from the Shadow King that I killed. I refined them into death storms, and their combat power is even stronger than before they died. So, no matter who you are, now you have to face 6 the Shadow King. Do you think you still have a chance?" As he spoke, the shadow storm had already blown around Su Yan. Merc was indeed a powerful existence among the many the Shadow King. These 5 shadow storms were his trump cards. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly used this method. It could be seen that he attached great importance to Su Yan and wanted to kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. In the previous exchange, he had already estimated Su Yan's approximate strength and deeply understood that Su Yan was extremely powerful and terrifying. At least, Su Yan could fight with his own body. Of course, if that was all, he wouldn't have taken out his trump card directly. The most important thing was still his Shadow City. He was afraid that Su Yan would completely refine Shadow City and use it to deal with him. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. Even he did not dare to say that he could survive such a terrifying blow. Therefore, at this time, he had to take the initiative and kill Su Yan directly before Su Yan used the power of Shadow City. Then, he would directly take back his city. Although he could not perceive the existence of Shadow City at this time, Su Yan must know about it. At this time, 6 powerful forces directly surrounded Su Yan, leaving Su Yan with no way out. But at this time, Su Yan did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled gently. Then he said, "It seems that you are afraid that I will use the power of Shadow City." Chapter 1299. Battle of the King. Su Yan was extremely calm. He didn't panic in the face of such an encirclement. Instead, he spoke of the other party's concerns unhurriedly. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Merc frowned immediately. No pop-up window, using the power of Shadow City was a secret that only the Castellan knew. As for how to use it and how terrifying the power could be exerted, that was the secret of every Castellan. As long as one didn't become a Castellan, the Shadow King wouldn't know about this even if he agreed to it. But now, Su Yan actually said it out loud. There were 2 possibilities. The first was that Su Yan was the Castellan himself, so he naturally knew about this. The other thing was that Su Yan had deciphered the secrets of his city in such a short period of time and had grasped everything in his hands. No matter which one it wasn't good news for him. This increased the pressure on him greatly. But at this moment, Su Yan continued, "Don't worry, I won't use the power of the city to deal with you because it would be too wasteful." Su Yan's words were like a poisonous thorn that pierced Merc's heart directly. What? He was infuriated by Su Yan's arrogance. This guy is really too hateful to look down on me like that. However, at this moment, he became even more cautious in his heart. This was because he clearly knew that since Su Yan dared to say such words, he naturally had something to rely on. The other party was able to seize Shadow City quietly, so no matter what, he couldn't be an idiot. An enemy in such a position and mysterious position was really pressurizing for him, making him feel at a loss. At this moment, Su Yan directly unfolded his power. At this moment, Merc realized that his surroundings seemed to have been completely sealed off. The other party had the same idea as him, which was to not give the other party any chance and directly kill him here. You don't plan to use it? Hehe, you can't use it, right? The power of Shadow City is the result of my painstaking efforts. Even if Shadow City has fallen into your hands, you are still too naive to think that you can directly use its power. Merc was still very confident about his Shadow City. At this moment, Su Yan gently raised his hand and a ball of energy appeared. This mass of power was not large. At best, it was only the size of a fist. However, when this power was displayed, Merc was shocked. He could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within this ball of energy. It was a power that could give him a fatal blow. More importantly, the source of this power was his Shadow City. What? He never thought that the slap to his face would come so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still saying that it was impossible, but in the next moment, Su Yan had already displayed his strength, telling him that anything was possible. At that moment, Su Yan gently snapped his fingers. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared and directly rushed towards Merc. Almost at the moment Su Yan moved, the 5 storms condensed by the Shadow King also directly erupted at this time, turning into the most terrifying aura and power, and then swept towards Su Yan. These 5 forces had been cast by Merc from the beginning, and then locked onto Su Yan. Once Su Yan made any strange movements, this terrifying force could directly launch an attack. Then, it would directly devour Su Yan. Boom 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 boom. 5 terrifying sounds rang out, and such a strong force directly exploded at this time. The most terrifying aura changed at this time, and it was simply powerful to the extreme. It was the most powerful force in this world. Such an aura fell, and the endless sky appeared. Su Yan was directly devoured. This guy's speed is really terrifying, but it's a pity that I was already prepared. The death storm will completely devour you. At this time, he was definitely not in a good mood. After all, Su Yan's sudden attack just now was out of his control of the situation. Any matter like this was extremely nerve-wracking for him. However, it was fortunate that Lin Fan's methods were still formidable. He had defeated countless opponents using the Storm of Death, and had even killed 5 kings. Every time he killed an opponent, the power of the Death Storm would become stronger. And now, a brand new soul would be added to his Storm of Death. Moreover, the strength of this soul was absolutely unimaginable. At this time, the entire sky seemed to have begun to dim, and waves of power surged. It was simply unimaginable. All the power between heaven and earth was changing at this time. The terrifying aura was even more unimaginable. The power that condensed all the aura of the sky at this time was even more incredible. At this time, the power of darkness became more and more powerful, which was normal. Because at this time, the power was constantly devouring and sweeping, wanting to devour everything. When this power reached its peak, it would directly devour Su Yan and kill him. However, at this time, Su Yan's power condensed, and a dense halo directly condensed. At this time, the endless power of darkness suddenly began to calm down. But it did not. Instead, it became quiet, or it stopped. At this time, the endless power seemed to have been directly suppressed, which was simply unimaginable. For such a thing to happen, it was simply inconceivable. At this time, a ray of light in the sky directly rushed down, and finally turned into the most violent and unbelievable power. What? Merc kept retreating, because at this time, he felt fear. His powerful destructive power was clearly still there, but at this time, he still did not have any confidence, as if he would be defeated in the next moment. This intuition had not appeared for too long, but in the end, he was unwilling to give up, and did not understand why this would happen. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether or not this was just his imagination. At this time, what he did not want to see finally happened. At this time, a huge mass of energy directly grabbed at this time, and the most terrifying aura directly descended. At this time, his power disappeared bit by bit. That's right, it disappeared bit by bit. He stared fixedly at this change. It was clearly a powerful power, but why did it disappear at this time? At this time, Su Yan's figure reappeared. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that his attack was actually beginning to move towards Su Yan's body. How is this possible? That's the power of 5, the Shadow King. Even he himself could not directly devour this power. This was because even the Shadow King's body had a limit to how much it could contain, unless he continuously increased his realm. Otherwise, he would also reach his limit. This was clearly the case for him. Before condensing the 5 storms of death, he had already defeated and devoured many the Shadow King. Therefore, his own strength had become extremely powerful, but now, he could no longer devour the Shadow King. Therefore, he could only use this method to completely refine the Shadow King. However, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to do it to this extent. No matter how he did it, I can't let him continue like this. He immediately understood that if he continued to let Su Yan go, he would be helping the enemy, and Su Yan's strength would become even more terrifying, which was a completely stupid thing to do. Therefore, he directly made a move. A series of shadows appeared, and in the next moment, he directly appeared next to Su Yan. His eyes were like flames, staring straight at Su Yan. Die! He directly used his hand as a knife, and the most terrifying aura directly swept out. At this moment, such a power directly exploded, and the most terrifying aura was like a cloud of smoke, terrifying to an unimaginable extent. It was the most terrifying power, which completely destroyed everything. Such a power swept out, no less than a natural storm. Su Yan stood there, watching such a power directly sweep down. He also felt the power and horror of this power, but he was completely indifferent. Boom! This power fell next to him and was once again blocked. At this time, Merc was really shocked. 5 death storms, plus his own power, were blocked at the same time. This was simply unbelievable, and even horrifying. He simply could not understand how Su Yan did it. How is this possible? No, that's the power of Shadow City. At this time, he suddenly realized that Su Yan's body was emitting the power that he was most familiar with, which was the power of his Shadow City. Su Yan nodded, then said, "Yes, you're right. This is the power of Shadow City." At this time, Su Yan's power increased again. At this time, Merc seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and he could not break free from it at all. "Since I've obtained your Shadow City, I can naturally analyze your power from it and use it as a basis to deal with you," Su Yan said very calmly. He did say earlier that he would not use Shadow City, but in fact, he still did. Moreover, from the beginning, Su Yan had planned to do so. This was not a big deal. After all, they were enemies. For an enemy, since he could easily and happily deal with the opponent, why should he take the risk? What really surprised Merc was that even he had not thought of such a way to use power. What he could use was to instantly condense the power of Shadow City and then erupt with an absolutely powerful attack. However, it was impossible for him to precisely control the power like Su Yan and turn it into a vortex to slowly devour him. Chapter 1300. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. True fear for him, this was simply unacceptable. Shadow City, which he had worked so hard to create, could exert more power in the hands of his opponent. This was simply ironic, and he couldn't accept it. However, Su Yan didn't care at this time. He never cared about what his opponent thought. As time passed, his analysis of Shadow City became more thorough, and the power he could use became more powerful. Shadow Vortex, Su Yan said. He named this move Shadow Vortex. As long as the Shadow King and Merc's power approached, they would be directly swallowed. Merc snorted. "Don't think you've won." Even at this time, he still refused to admit defeat because it wasn't time yet. "So what if you get Shadow City?" In fact, you never knew that for me, the most powerful thing is not Shadow City, but myself. At this moment, he directly pierced his arm into his abdomen. At this time, Su Yan directly frowned because at this moment, he had already felt an extremely terrifying aura begin to boil and burn directly. In an instant, an even more powerful aura appeared. I, Merc, am not an ignorant idiot who puts all my hope on Shadow City. At this moment, his body's appearance began to change. Su Yan was close to him, and he could clearly feel the change in power. His aura directly increased, which was a qualitative improvement. If he had to use a word to explain his state at this time, it would be evolution. Yes, evolution. At this moment, this strange thing actually began to evolve. This was simply unimaginable. His power began to surge, and the richest power rolled at this time. A brand new monster was directly formed at this time. You want to drag me into the quagmire, but have you ever thought about whether this quagmire of yours can accommodate me? At this moment, his aura almost broke through the limit, reaching the strength of the Shadow King that Su Yan fought before. Feeling such a terrifying impact, Su Yan was also inwardly shocked. He had never imagined that this power could actually reach such a level. So that's how it is. You actually hid your true form and then condensed a brand new self. Su Yan already understood that this guy had sealed his true self, and then existed as a false external existence. The connection between him and Shadow City was not his true self, but his false self as the foundation. You're quite ambitious. You want to walk two different paths. Merc laughed. Ha, you're pretty smart. You actually figured it out in an instant. Although Shadow City provided great convenience and was a gift from God, since it belonged to God, what if God wanted to take it away? From the day I obtained Shadow City, I already understood. When he had first obtained Shadow City, he had already had his concerns. It had to be said that Merc was an extremely smart shadow creature. In order to improve his strength faster without being restricted by God, he used such a method. Under the great temptation of Shadow City, ordinary shadow creatures would have been impatient to use Shadow City to cultivate. So, it's really like this. Su Yan frowned slightly. The small world was constantly refining Shadow City. In the beginning, it was extremely smooth, but at this point, it was extremely difficult. There seemed to be a rune at the center of the shadow world that was preventing him from refining it. This rune definitely did not belong to the Shadow King, Merc, because he was not so powerful. Su Yan knew that he absolutely could not stop him. In that case, this thing was the so-called God's talisman. Interesting. At this time, Su Yan did not panic in the face of the so-called God's talisman at all. Instead, he showed great interest in it. Because he clearly knew that if he could analyze the true meaning of this God's talisman, it would be of great benefit to the improvement of his strength. Of course, he also knew that as long as it was related to God, then nothing was simple. This small talisman most likely contained an enormous amount of power. And as Merc said, since the power of Shadow City was given by God, then God could also take it back. Su Yan never thought that God was benevolent. On the contrary, in his cognition, God was the most selfish existence in the world. Because in their eyes, everything had already lost the meaning of existence, and it was only food for their mind. Their power was so strong that their will could override everything. At this time, Su Yan's power surged. The God's talisman was something he could not solve now, so he could only put it aside for now. For him, the most troublesome thing at the moment was the power in front of him. Merc's power was equivalent to that of the Shadow Lord. What was the Shadow Lord? It was the definition between the peak of the Shadow King and the Shadow Emperor. Generally speaking, their strength was definitely not weak, and to a certain extent, they could directly surpass the Shadow Emperor. You can force me to use my true body, which is impressive. However, this is also the beginning of your misfortune. When I display this power, I don't intend to let you continue to live. At this time, his power surged, and the terrifying aura had reached the most terrifying level. His will was almost enough to suppress everything. Su Yan raised his head and looked at Merc, who was pressing towards him. Then, he directly raised his hand. Sword, come. This was his response to Merc's power. Sword, come. It was just 2 short words, but they contained boundless power. The terrifying aura changed at this time, and then countless shadow power was forcibly grasped by him. In just a moment, it had condensed into a long sword. This long sword was no different from the Taiji sword. Su Yan once tried to summon the Taiji sword in the shadow world, but unfortunately, he failed. He could feel that the Taiji sword still existed, but he could not summon it. However, this did not matter, because as long as the sword intent existed, everything was a sword. Since shadow power was a kind of power rule, it could also be used as a sword principle. The shadow sword condensed, and in an instant, Su Yan's aura became incomparably sharp. At this time, Su Yan's aura was threatening. Under such a blow, Merc's huge pressure dissipated a lot. And this was just the beginning. Su Yan's energy condensed once again. A surge of energy was rolling continuously at this moment. At this moment, such a terrifying aura had already reached the most terrifying stage. Between heaven and earth, everything directly erupted with the most violent aura and power. At this time, endless rules rolled down, and the rules were directly reversed. Just now, it was not your full strength. Amazing. At this moment, Merc was also surprised. The technique that Su Yan had just displayed was already extremely powerful. He had condensed the shadow vortex and dragged his fake body into it. It was as if he had swallowed everything. However, at this time, Su Yan actually came up with such a method. The aura of this sword was incomparably huge, and the powerful power that the terrifying sword light displayed at this time seemed to be able to unfold everything. Even after he revealed the power of his real body, he could not do anything to Su Yan. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? He frowned, and was deeply afraid of Su Yan's power. However, Su Yan did not care. At this time, his power spiraled again, turning into a terrifying vortex. The long sword was like the wind, cutting all things. This time, his strength had simply reached the pinnacle. The sword chi was so strong that it tore apart Merc's prestige layer by layer. Su Yan's eyes became deep, and it seemed that everything was faintly showing the truth. Originally, as Su Yan's original body was completely shattered, the eye of truth should have disappeared. However, at this time, the reappearance of the true power appeared again. In Su Yan's eyes, there seemed to be 2 dragon shadows that began to flicker. That was the blood dragon pupil. Kill. With a glare, divine light directly burst out. This divine light flew in the air, and in the end, it directly turned into a long dragon, whistling forward, wanting to destroy everything. Such a change was really out of Merc's expectations, and it also made him feel unprecedented pressure. Just a moment ago, he had the absolute initiative with the power he displayed, but now, he was broken through, and it seemed that all the suppression began to collapse. This made him feel a little out of control. At their level, they wanted to control everything in their own hands, and if this control suddenly disappeared, then even they would feel that it was very troublesome. They were panicking. When it came to the battle, Su Yan had become extremely silent. This was because he had condensed everything he had into the battle. At this time, he was really a true god of battle. When his will gradually began to sink, the sword chi also became increasingly heavy. At this time, the endless sword chi continued to fly, and the terrifying power at this time was like the clouds on the horizon. At this time, the terrifying and deep power was even more powerful and unparalleled. Get lost! Su Yan shouted again, and the sword chi skyrocketed again, completely overturning Merc's prestige without holding back. At this time, Merc no longer had any advantage. This damned guy. Of course, he was unwilling to accept this. His power shook, and directly charged and fought with Su Yan. Both of their auras were rolling, like dark clouds. Such a terrifying power was simply indescribable. Chapter 1301. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation God's Talisman, boom, with a loud bang, Su Yan and Merc's attacks collided. Then, the most shocking aura exploded. Such power was truly terrifying. That boundless aura was about to annihilate everything at this moment. Between heaven and earth, all the wills had disappeared. The only thing that remained was Su Yan's complete brilliance. At this moment, his power was rolling. At this moment, the terrifying power had almost reached an unimaginable level. After the attack, Merc's body suddenly began to expand. You damned guy. Su Yan raised his head and looked at Merc in front of him. He knew that Merc's real trump card was about to be used. Extreme Transformation, Shadow Lord. At this time, his real body and fake body appeared at the same time. In the next moment, the two powers began to merge. When the real body and the fake body began to overlap and merge, the most terrifying power was immediately displayed. Such an aura was simply the most violent and terrifying. At this time, the power of darkness was like a flame, reaching an extreme level. The dark flame seemed to be forming a pattern at this time, and then extinguishing everything. Amazing. At this time, you want to merge the two bodies into one, and then directly break through to the next realm? Even Su Yan couldn't help but admire this guy at this time. At this time, he could think of such a method to let himself complete an evolution. This was really amazing. At this time, the 5 death storms that Su Yan had suppressed began to tremble. Humph, all my power, return to me. He immediately roared. Then, an invisible force appeared and began to summon the 5 death storms. The death storms were actually independent the Shadow King. At this time, they were summoned and immediately began to riot. They wanted to break free from the suppression and return to Merc's body. Su Yan's sword chi turned and immediately cut off this connection. Ha, you want to stop me and not let my power fuse? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Merc seemed to directly know Su Yan's intention. But he would never let Su Yan achieve it. With just a turn of his power, the power immediately turned into the most absolute whirlpool, and then cut off everything. This kind of aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. Under such a change, the whole world began to spiral to the extreme. Su Yan's sword chi had not even been raised, but it had already been affected. Shadow City, if you don't come out now, when will you? At this time, Shadow City, which was suppressed in the small world, began to shake. Well, you can do this. Su Yan was surprised. Shadow City had been suppressed in the small world by him. How did this guy do it? At this moment, Mok laughed and said, You are indeed powerful, but you still made a mistake. At this time, he sneered and was very proud. Su Yan said, Huh? Is that so? Tell me about it. At this time, Su Yan did not panic at all and asked directly. You shouldn't have let me come into contact with the power of Shadow City. Even if you can operate the power of Shadow City, there is one thing you can't erase, and that is the divine talisman. The power of the great shadow god is not something an ant like you can touch. My most original power has been condensed in the divine talisman. While he was talking, the divine talisman began to bloom, as if it was going to break through everything. In an instant, the small world shook. Su Yan showed a look of surprise. So that's how it is. I understand. Although I used the power of Shadow City to suppress you, you used this power to go against the current. It seems that you have opened some forbidden law of the god's talisman. Am I right? Merc said, Yes, but you can force me to this step. You are also powerful, but it's time for you to die. At this moment, the fusion of the two bodies had completely begun. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the most terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. Such powers spiraled like the whisper of the wind, and like the changes of the sun and moon in the world. At this time, Su Yan had to solve the problem in the small world first. Ha, let's see if you can stop Shadow City. Your greed will send you on your way. Even if you solve this problem, you will have to face me, who is even more powerful. Merc's plan this time was brilliant, and he knew that Su Yan had no choice but to suppress Shadow City at this time. In fact, Su Yan was the same at this time. He directly mobilized his power at this time. The powerful and terrifying power began to rotate like a whirlpool, and the power kept changing at this time. The power of the world, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, appear for me. At this time, his will returned to the small world, and at the same time, he directly summoned the souls of the two divine beasts. These two powers kept changing, and in an instant, they had covered the sky and the sun. It was unimaginable. Suppress for me. As Su Yan shouted, that energy immediately became extremely terrifying. After that energy directly turned into the most terrifying and incomparably powerful chi vortex. And at this time, the most obvious divine pattern appeared. The divine talisman was a pattern, which could also be called a divine pattern. It had unimaginable power. At this time, this power seemed to directly break through the seal of the small world. But how could Su Yan let it succeed? At this time, you still want to resist? Since you're already here, then there's no need to leave. Stay for me. Su Yan shouted, and then the power directly appeared at this time. The most terrifying and violent power kept changing and condensing, and in the end, the two strange phenomena bared their fangs and brandished their claws, suppressing everything. When the two strange phenomena completely fell, the divine pattern trembled even more violently. Everything was about to be destroyed at the same time. A storm appeared. The battle between the two powers directly produced an extremely terrifying storm. This storm spread in all directions. It seemed to want to destroy everything. However, this was a small world. At this time, there was almost nothing in this small world. If there was something, it would be the mysterious chaos. This storm was indeed powerful, but it barely stirred up the chaos. Powerful, as expected of a divine inscription. However, since it has entered my dimension, it has to be suppressed. After all, this isn't true divine energy, it's just a divine inscription. If this was true divine energy, even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be extremely terrifying. But Su Yan knew that this was a mark left behind by a god, and it didn't have any divine power. Therefore, he had a chance to suppress it. And as long as he could suppress it, there would be endless hope for him. At this point, his strength had reached a point where it was limitless. The terrifying smoke cloud was even more so. The power rumbled like thunder, and the terrifying aura was as though it could split the heavens and earth. And at this time, Su Yan's real body suddenly disappeared. Waka had been watching the battle in the sky. When Su Yan suddenly disappeared, he was scared half to death. He was Su Yan, and at this time, Su Yan disappeared. To him, this was something more terrifying than death. After all, to the Shadow King, Merc, who was so strong that he was speechless, he was just like an ant. In the shadow world, there was no such thing as mercy. Suppress, seal of the zenith. Su Yan shouted, and a surge of power came down. A terrifying light burst out at this time. Such an aura was unimaginable. The thick aura rose to the highest point in the sky. The divine pattern's color became even more intense, but Su Yan's power was even stronger. Even though the divine power is strong, it's not true power. I'm the master of this world. With my world's power, how can I not suppress you? At this time, Su Yan was full of heroism. At the same time, the power of the zenith moved again. This time, the power of the zenith began to transform into purple lightning. The flashing lightning was terrifying to the extreme. The power was almost unimaginable. Such a change in power had reached the most extreme level. Under the bombardment of this power, the divine pattern's brilliance finally began to dim. The power of the zenith was really terrifying. Even such a powerful divine talisman could only choose to surrender at this time. Very good. It seems that the other forces and shadow creatures in the Shadow City are secondary. The most precious thing is the divine talisman. As long as I can analyze the divine talisman, then I may be able to deduce the divine law of the shadow god. Thinking of this, even Su Yan's heart beat faster. To deduce the divine law was almost a heaven-defying act. Such an act was to offend the domain of the gods. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared to death by this point. But Su Yan was different. Not only was he not afraid, but he became even more fearless and wanted to move forward bravely. I've already fought with the dragon god. I don't believe that you, the shadow god, can do anything. At this time, Su Yan was simply audacious. He didn't put anything in his eyes. This was because he had vaguely understood a truth. From the moment he obtained the Zenith Sword Codex, he had already begun to transform into the Zenith. What was the Zenith? He didn't understand before, but now he had a slight understanding. Chapter 1302. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Sword Heart Illumination. The so-called Grand Supreme was the peak of all things, the most powerful and greatest existence above the gods. In fact, the Grand Supreme was the true heavenly path. The so-called heavenly path here was not the will of the world, but the true heavenly path of heaven and earth, the foundation of all things. No matter when, perception was everything. At this time, since Su Yan already had such a perception, he would become more fearless and determined. This was the benefit of increasing one's perception. If a person did not even have a perception, then the speed of his strength improvement would not be too fast, and he would even be deterred because of his heart. However, Su Yan did not care. At this time, his strength was directly displayed. Under the suppression of the small world, the aura finally calmed down. Such a change was like a storm sweeping through, extremely violent. But at this time, all of this began to condense. At this time, the brilliance between heaven and earth became quiet. It was the calm after a storm. Ultimately, the divine imprint was still suppressed. Naturally, he was also very clear that at this moment, it was impossible for him to completely refine the divine imprint. The current Su Yan's cultivation base was still insufficient, unless he could increase his strength to the next level. If his realm could improve further, it was possible for him to directly refine this divine rune, but at this time, he was probably still not enough. At this time, his aura was surging, and his strength had reached an extremely profound level. His gaze fell directly outside the small world. That guy, I think it's about time. Then, it's time to meet him. At this time, he had already seen that Merc's transformation had reached the final stage. Once the transformation was completed, Merc's strength would definitely increase. This was without a doubt. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. He had already fought with a real Shadow Lord. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, a powerful aura reappeared. Without a doubt, this was the completion of Merc's transformation. When his transformation was completed, everything had changed. His aura was so heavy, and his strength was so powerful that it was terrifying. There seemed to be an endless brilliance stopping. At this time, he had finally completed his transformation. His aura had completely changed, and he had become a brand new individual. At this moment, the aura released from his body was so thick and terrifying. Such power was simply heavy and boundless, heavier than the thousands of ancient mountains and rivers. He's gone. At this time, he frowned because Su Yan had entered the small world. Even someone as powerful as him could not believe that Su Yan could really hide from his eyes. Could it be that he escaped? No, you must still be here. My feeling tells me that you didn't leave, but why did you disappear? I can't feel your chi. Why did you disappear? This was his biggest doubt. It was impossible for Su Yan. Logically speaking, it was him. How could he let Su Yan leave so easily? He was very clear that the will had not been touched, but Su Yan had disappeared at this time. But at this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded, "You don't have to look for me, I'm here." Power suddenly emerged and turned into a door. At this time, Su Yan stepped out of the door. His eyes were incomparably deep as he looked straight at Merc in the sky. At this time, Merc was also extremely surprised because in just a short while, Su Yan seemed to be a little different from before. This really surprised Merc. He even felt that Su Yan was an out-and-out monster. Otherwise, how could Su Yan's strength increase so quickly? Where did you come from? In just a short while, you actually managed to increase your strength to such a level. You're definitely not an ordinary shadow creature. At this time, if Merc still felt that Su Yan was weak, then he would be a real idiot. Su Yan's terrifying strength had been displayed to the extreme just now. Su Yan looked at Merc, then said with a smile, "Why? Is it surprising that my strength increased? But, isn't this a normal thing?" Merc frowned, but on the other hand, he had to agree with Su Yan's words. This was indeed a normal thing. He was also a shadow creature. How big was this world? He was definitely not the only one who was favored by the heavens. Su Yan being able to increase his strength was naturally all too normal. At this time, Su Yan's aura surged like thunder. His aura directly suppressed Merc. Come on, let me see how terrifying a Shadow Monarch's true combat power is. In the infinite world, Su Yan had already fought with a Shadow Monarch, but he understood that it wasn't the strength that a real Shadow Monarch could display. At the very least, Su Yan directly triggered the infinite world's heaven's will, forcing him to transform and give up a part of his power. Even so, the battle at that time was already extremely troublesome. Of course, that was a terrifying powerhouse who could invade the infinite world. His strength was needless to say. Merc, the Shadow Monarch, had just completed his transformation. Although he had become a Shadow Monarch, there was definitely a big gap between him and the last one. However, Su Yan wouldn't let this matter slide. Because of contempt, he would take his own life. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon. Su Yan didn't want to die in such a place. Moreover, he had experienced countless battles and had long developed his mentality. He definitely wouldn't end up like this. At this moment, he directly displayed his power, and the power surged and roared. You actually dare to make the first move. How dare you? At this time, Merc had just raised his strength to the peak, but he didn't expect Su Yan to make the first move. However, after a cold snort, he already understood that Su Yan was an extremely troublesome enemy. And judging from the current situation, although he had successfully evolved and turned into a Shadow Monarch, which was a level higher than the Shadow King, Su Yan had stolen his Shadow City and suppressed the god runes in it. No matter how Su Yan did it, this ability alone was already extremely terrifying and could even be said to be lawless. Offending the majesty of God, you must die. As the two words left his mouth, the terrifying combat power directly manifested at this time. The endless aura was simply raised to the peak at this moment. At this time, the boundless power became incomparably powerful. The power that was like thunder was also suppressing Su Yan. It was another terrifying confrontation without any fancy moves. The power was so powerful that it was almost unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan was simply unimaginable. Such power was simply like a storm. The world was like frost, and everything was sinking. At this time, everything began to be annihilated in the confrontation of the two people's power. This aura was really terrifying. After this confrontation, Su Yan's eyes became more serious. The change in his opponent's strength was even more terrifying than before. At this time, his sword will directly emerged, and the terrifying sword will directly activated the boundless shadow power. At this time, the endless power directly condensed and then turned into a huge sword that reached the sky. The appearance of such a terrifying sword chi shocked Merc, who had turned into a yin-yang monarch. This kind of power seemed to be able to shake his soul. Damn it, how can this kid have such terrifying strength and aura? At this time, he simply couldn't believe his perception. The moment this power appeared, he clearly felt that the surrounding power was directly absorbed by Su Yan. Humph, but do you think you can defeat me like this? If you can directly absorb this power, then I can destroy it and kill it. He suddenly roared. In an instant, the most terrifying power directly reached the peak at this time. Boundless destructive power manifested at this moment. It had almost reached its most terrifying peak. The giant sword directly began to shake as if it was about to be torn apart. At this time, Su Yan still didn't care, because he had everything in his hands. As expected of a shadow monarch. Whether it is the perception of power or the change of the battle rhythm, it can be said to be exquisite. If Merc had a little more time, Su Yan could have extracted all the surrounding shadow energy and condensed it into his giant sword. At that time, all the power would have manifested at this time, and the power would be really powerful to an unimaginable extent. Su Yan was confident that the condensed giant sword could completely injure him. Unfortunately, Merc directly perceived the change at this time and directly shattered all of it. However, it didn't matter. Even if this power was shattered, it was enough for Su Yan. As long as the sword essence took shape, his battle strength would only become more and more powerful. His aura spread out one by one, turning into endless shadows. Such an aura was filled with the most powerful and terrifying things. At this time, the sky was the sword, the earth was the sword, and everything was the sword in Su Yan's hand. They were all Su Yan's weapons. At this time, Su Yan suddenly spat out 4 words, heart integrated into sword. Chapter 1303. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crazy. Learning the moment these words were spoken, Su Yan's power did not change. However, the world around Merc changed strangely. The most terrifying aura moved directly at this time, and the ancient changes had reached the most terrifying level at this time. At this moment, Merc found that his energy had been forcefully reversed. In other words, his attack power had become Su Yan's power, and it was used against him. This made him extremely shocked and furious. He had never expected such an outcome. Good move, he exclaimed. Then, his power began to change at this moment. His aura changed, and storms began to appear one after another. Storm of Death. This was the move he was most proficient in. Just now, every storm of death was the most terrifying the Shadow King. At this moment, it was even more incredible. Such power was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying aura was refracted. Every storm of death evolved, and in the end, it became a lord. I'd like to see how you're going to reverse my power. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. That berserk aura was boundless and endless. Storm after storm began to circulate at this moment. It was like a terrifying curtain between heaven and earth. That boundless power was even more unimaginable. Such power was almost unparalleled at this moment. The will of the entire world seemed to have condensed in his hands. Since you want to fight, then come. You can reverse energy. I'd like to see if you can do the same to me. At this moment, his will was high, and his whole person was in high spirits. It was really unimaginable that such a brilliance would shine at this moment. Since the energy could be distorted by Su Yan, he might as well not use it. He directly returned all the energy to his body. At the same time, he directly attacked. He used himself as a weapon. He wanted to see how Su Yan could withstand his attack. He was so fast that he shattered the surrounding space and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. Facing such a sudden attack, Su Yan's gaze did not change. This was because he had long known that this guy would be extremely powerful, but it did not matter. Fighting with a powerhouse was the most beneficial to him. The Shadow King's speed was very fast. In almost an instant, he had broken through in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan also threw out a punch. Such a wild and violent punch whistled through the air, it was simply incomparable. At this moment, the terrifying pressure had reached its peak. The two of them started a real confrontation. Although Merc had just become a Shadow Lord, the power he could unleash was extremely powerful. Even Su Yan could not help but admire this guy. If it was in the past, Su Yan would Su Yan's art translation. But now, after arriving in the shadow world, his original body's body. The shadow's body was his shadow body. Although his strength was still not weak, compared to Merc, it was still too weak. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan's body was no longer an advantage. This forced Su Yan to change his fighting style. Many times in the past, when he fought with his enemies, he relied on the strength of his physical body to defeat them directly. But now, his strongest and most proficient physical body had already disappeared. In this way, it was a huge disadvantage for him. One had to know that habit was an extremely terrifying thing. Even at Su Yan's level, it was impossible to avoid it. However, at this time, he could no longer continue according to the previous conditions. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly pushed his strength and aura to the extreme. Merc wanted to fight with him with his physical body, but Su Yan wanted to use energy to attack. His mind flickered, and rays of brilliance constantly changed at this time, constantly condensing into shadow swords. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with Su Yan's sword chi. Is your body sturdy? I want to see just how far you can go. Kill him for me. Su Yan shouted, and then all the sword chi fell directly. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The endless majesty was almost unimaginable at this time. That terrifying aura had reached its most berserk state at this moment. His strength was displayed at this time. The most terrifying power was really boundless at this moment. The deep majesty had directly changed the whole world, turning it into a deep sea of sword prison. Come on. Both of them had already brought out their most powerful abilities. In just a short while, they had already exchanged countless blows. In such a short time, thousands of Su Yan's sword chi had been directly shattered. The boundless power was even more powerful at this time. Everything changed at this time, which was really terrifying. All the pressure between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time, as if it had shrunk to the extreme. At this time, the most terrifying light flickered at this time. Merc's expression was very ugly. At this time, although he had been triumphantly advancing in the battle at this time, almost all of Su Yan's attack power had been shattered. However, he was very clear that this was only a superficial victory. His opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he had thought. After such a long time, his sword chi had not weakened at all. To some extent, it had even become stronger. The endless sword chi was really boundless. If this continued, the situation would be reversed in a while. Kill. He knew that at this time, he had to be more decisive. He definitely could not fight Su Yan head-on like this. Since Su Yan was good at energy, he could not let him continue like this. Instead, he faced him with the attack that he was best at. In the next moment, his brilliance flashed, and the most terrifying and extreme power at this time was simply to the extreme. Streaks of power kept flashing at this time, and the most terrifying brilliance had become the dimmest. Amazing. Your understanding of the form has reached a level that amazes me. In fact, to some extent, the change in the form of a shadow creature was a change in the soul. If Merc was a human, it meant that his soul had become extremely powerful at this time. Even Su Yan had not reached such a level in the past. Now, Su Yanhua agreed with a sentence, which was that the best teacher was actually one's opponent, because one could learn a lot of things from one's opponent that one might have never known before. Merc did not say anything. He shattered countless sword chi and finally arrived in front of Su Yan. Let's see how you escape. As he said that, he had already thrown a punch. It was simple and direct. Facing such a punch, how could Su Yan underestimate it? He knew very well that great things were simple. When a person could perform a punch to the most simple and extreme extent, the power of this punch would definitely not be weak, and it could even be terrifyingly powerful. At this time, this punch was like that. The surging power almost tore through everything. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword that he had condensed was completely shattered. Everything had completely disappeared. How terrifying was this? Facing this punch, Su Yan suddenly found that all the energy he had condensed was completely drained. In other words, at this time, Su Yan had to face it in his shadow form. Are you going to force me like this? Interesting. At this time, Su Yan's blood was rekindled. His opponent's punch was indeed powerful, but he was not afraid at all. In the past, he had relied on his physical body to continuously fight against his enemies. Since that was the case, he would not have any fear at this time. Su Yan also threw a punch, and the terrifying aura met again. In an instant, an extremely terrifying power directly rushed into Su Yan's body. This was simply the most powerful attack. The surging tide-like power was truly incomparably shocking. At this time, Su Yan's gaze changed. Although he was at a disadvantage in this punch, he took advantage of this opportunity to directly see what he wanted to see from this punch. Su Yan believed that everything had its own rules, and that everything that existed must be the truth. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all at this time. He raised his concentration to the extreme, and in this way, everything about his opponent's punch was under his control. However, this merc's attack was extremely fast. Obviously, he did not want to give Su Yan a chance. Thus, after that punch, he immediately unleashed another punch. His attack speed had surpassed everything. All the power in the entire world was overshadowed by this punch. If one had to use a word to describe such a punch, it would be terrifying. This was a kind of terror that was powerful to the extreme. The boundless sky, the earth, the sea, and the mountains were all in this punch. The two of them kept fighting. Su Yan kept withstanding the crazy attacks, but he was also learning crazily. In the midst of the confrontation, he began to improve. This was not a gradual improvement, but an extremely obvious change. This was an out-and-out monster. Merc obviously also felt Su Yan's improvement, which made him even more fearful. Damn it, this guy is simply a monster. He had always been conceited and felt that he was far superior to other shadow creatures. Those guys, even if they were also shadow kings, were all ignorant and ordinary in his eyes. However, after meeting Su Yan today, he suddenly had such a feeling. Chapter 1304. Killing a duke? No, this brat, I can't let him live. At this time, he had made up his mind to kill Su Yan. Otherwise, Su Yan would be too much of a threat to him. Such a person had too much power. He was mysterious and unfathomable, and his improvement was extremely fast. This time, he could still fight with him like this, but next time, he might not even have the chance to fight. What could be more frightening than having such a terrifying enemy? The best way to deal with such an enemy was to kill him in the cradle. Your killing intent has become stronger. At this time, Su Yan suddenly said. His gaze became more and more strange. Merc felt as if he had no secrets in front of him. For him, this was not a good thing. He was a powerful shadow duke, so he definitely could not be in such a sorry state. Don't be too proud of yourself. He fiercely exhaled, and then a power spread out. It was the most terrifying and powerful power again. The wind and clouds swept, and the world changed. At this time, everything was constantly rolling, showing the most powerful and terrifying power. At this time, the endless aura had reached its peak. Between heaven and earth, everything had begun to dissipate. At this time of the battle, all existences were nothingness. The only ones who were truly powerful were the two of them. Do you think that if I continue to grow, you will no longer be able to suppress me? Is that why you are so anxious at this time and want to kill me directly? Do you understand that when you don't dare to face a person, it means that you have already failed? Su Yan's words seemed casual, but every word hit the heart. He was attacking the other's mind. Once the other's mind lost its protection, it would be the best opportunity for him to turn the situation around and start attacking. Merc did not say anything, but obviously, Su Yan's words had indeed entered his heart. He did not want to let the other party grow because he did not have enough confidence to face himself when he grew up. This was the truth, and he couldn't deny it. So what? You are indeed a powerful fellow with great potential. However, as long as I can kill you, you will become my food, he said directly. For shadow creatures, what could be more delightful than devouring an outstanding and powerful person? At this point, his aura was constantly changing, and he had reached an unimaginable level. That was all the light. He had to win this battle. Su Yan declined to comment, but he had to admit that he agreed with the other party's point of view. If their positions were switched, he would have done the same. Heavenly Colossal Sword. Just then, Su Yan unleashed his power once more and condensed out his own sword chi. Idiot, this kind of move is useless against me. Just now, it has already proven this point. The sword through heaven that Su Yan had condensed was indeed extremely powerful, but at this time, Merc had already condensed everything he had. This caused him to become extremely terrifying. When all the power was raised to the extreme, the terrifying power was simply unimaginable. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. It was as if all of the light in the world had lost its color. He did not take the massive sword through heaven seriously at all. Facing this sword, he directly punched out, and the fist chi rose up as if a massive mountain range had descended. The terrifying power of this mountain range was unimaginable. Within the mountain range, there were not massive rocks but the manifestation of the laws of power. This kind of power was simply terrifying to the extreme. The sword through heaven was directly shattered, and he gave a sinister smile as if he did not take this seriously. This was because from how he saw it, this was something that could not be more normal. If he could not even destroy a single strand of sword chi, that would be a disgrace. However, he was still looking forward to how Su Yan would attack. After all, he did not believe that Su Yan only had this much power and that there were no other changes. By now, Su Yan did not disappoint him. He unleashed his power, which turned into a dazzling ray of light. At this moment, the shattered sword through heaven started to change. A ray of light shone out and turned into the most direct brilliance. After the sword through heaven was shattered, not only did it not disappear, but it also dispersed and turned into a more primitive chain of sword chi, which directly wrapped around Merc. "I've caught you," Su Yan said directly. At the same time, his power suddenly exploded, and a terrifying aura completely burst out at this time. You want to trap me with this?" Merc snorted coldly. "You actually want to fight in this way? It's simply ridiculous." He really did not take Su Yan's attack seriously. They were shadow creatures, powerful shadow creatures. Changing their forms was simply a piece of cake for them. Su Yan didn't answer. Because at this point, there was simply no point in saying such nonsense. Sometimes, words could affect the enemy's mind, but sometimes, they were meaningless. Only the final result could explain everything. At this moment, everything in the world began to change. The chains became tighter and tighter as if they were going to cut the powerful Shadow Lord directly. However, the Shadow Lord sneered, and his form directly changed as if he was going to break away from the chains. Kill. However, Su Yan did not seem to see his change. He directly gathered the most powerful force and attacked him. At this moment, the Shadow Lord's expression changed because he finally realized that it would not be so easy for him to break free from this power. Such a strike was simply too terrifying. It was capable of dissipating everything in its path. Su Yan's eyes began to sink at this moment. Endless power was almost equal to everything. I can't break free. Merc finally realized that he had underestimated Su Yan's attack. Since Su Yan dared to use such an attack, how could he give him a chance to struggle? This attack was obviously going to kill him. However, even so, he did not care. Instead, he condensed and increased all his aura, causing his power to reach the peak. In the face of Su Yan's direct attack, he had to face it with the toughest attitude. His power began to riot, trying to break free from Su Yan's shackles. Since he could not take any shortcuts, he would use the most direct and violent power to crush everything. His domineering nature was fully revealed at this moment. However, at this moment, Su Yan laughed out loud, "That's exactly what I want you to do." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly changed. His body directly became extremely huge as if he had transformed into another form. A faintly discernible majesty began to appear. What? Obviously, he was extremely surprised by Su Yan's sudden change because from the beginning, Su Yan had been fighting with him with extremely powerful energy. However, at this time, Su Yan was using his own body. "You're imitating me." He immediately understood that in the previous battle, Su Yan had been observing the changes in his power. He wanted to find the pattern and then learn from it. This was an extremely terrifying thing. He could not believe that Yi Futian could do this. At this moment, Su Yan's power reversal had reached the most powerful level. His body changed, and a pair of wings grew on his back. These were dragon wings. The dragon wings trembled, stirring up a storm. "Kill. Is this the tyrannical form you evolved into? It seems not bad, but it's impossible to defeat me with this." Merc shouted directly. His body was like a bottomless black hole that began to devour energy. Endless energy gathered towards his body. Every time it gathered, his strength increased by a bit. Since it had already come to this, he could no longer hold back. "No, you're wrong. I don't want to defeat you. I want to kill you." Su Yan's body changed again. Dragon scales had grown on his arms. Such power was simply terrifying. The entire world fell silent at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan directly transformed into a dragon. Su Yan had the power of the great demonic dragon. Back then, in the infinite world, when he entered the dragon realm, his body was already comparable to an ordinary true dragon. However, it was not comparable to a true dragon. But at this moment, his power changed. At this moment, the restrictions on his body no longer existed. He directly transformed into a dragon. At this moment, his powerful body burst out with unparalleled terrifying power. The thick aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the boundless power directly condensed and turned into the most terrifying radiance. The strength of that power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, everything was constantly shrinking. It was as if the entire world had entered a dark era. With his own power, he directly covered the sky. Such a battle had reached another level, another realm. It was unimaginable. Divine power. The world was vast and lawless. At this moment, everything had begun to return to silence. "It's time to die." The dragon's roar filled the world. Su Yan's strongest attack was all condensed on the dragon claw. The terrifying power had reached the pinnacle. At this moment, Merc was directly swallowed by the darkness. It had to be said that at this time, Merc was extremely powerful. However, at this time, Su Yan was even more powerful. The dragon fire was torrential. It had spread and swept across the entire world. So at this time, everything was completely destroyed. At this time, the most powerful power had been completely swallowed up. "Are you curious where your shadow city went?" While speaking, Su Yan directly opened the small world and then directly swallowed it into the small world. Chapter 1305. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin challenging the king. "No, how is this possible? What kind of power is this?" At this time, Merc was struggling in pain. He was extremely unwilling. Clearly, his strength was still there, and his combat strength was still there. In fact, it was even more vigorous and powerful. However, he was actually defeated by Su Yan in just one blow. Full text read. Delta 1 Xiaoshua. He already knew that Su Yan's growth was extremely fast. However, he never would have thought that this speed would reach such a terrifying level. The change in his power was simply beyond his expectations. Especially the final dragonization, which reached a new level. In an instant, it had broken through everything and directly turned into the most terrifying dragon, which then swallowed him whole. "Actually, I have to thank you." Su Yan's voice sounded at this moment. Merc was shocked because just now, he found that he had lost all of his senses. He didn't even know where he was right now. At this moment, when Su Yan's voice sounded, he suddenly found that he was in a place completely different from the shadow world. "What did you say?" He did not understand what Su Yan meant. At this moment, Su Yan said, "What, you don't understand?" However, that's also the case. With your intelligence, you still can't understand. Then let me tell you. If it wasn't for the battle with you, I wouldn't have been able to understand and analyze the deeper laws of the shadow world so quickly. To this shadow world, Su Yan was just an invader and an outsider. Although he had turned into a shadow creature due to special reasons, what was fake and could not become real. If Su Yan wanted to understand the laws of this place, he would need to slowly comprehend them. For the people of this world, there were many things that they were born with. It was a kind of instinct. Compared to the creatures of this world, Su Yan lacked this kind of instinct the most. However, through the battle with Merc, Su Yan learned a lot. Although he did not have an instinct, he could still learn. Fortunately, the most powerful use of the power of the exalted was in learning. The analytical ability of the most supreme power was simply heaven-defying. Even the rule power of the shadow world could be directly analyzed by Su Yan. And when Su Yan analyzed all of this, he could begin to learn and improve himself. At this moment, Su Yan's aura began to rise. At this point, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. He appeared in front of Merc. At this time, Merc was no longer a threat to him because this was Su Yan's small world. Moreover, at this moment, Su Yan's aura was still rising. Where is this? And who are you? At this point, Merc had discovered that something was wrong. For a shadow creature, many of Su Yan's actions were abnormal. It doesn't matter. None of this has any meaning. The power of the small world began to suppress, and the aura of the azure dragon and black tortoise were revealed. For Merc, this was the most terrifying and heavy pressure. This was because in this place, Su Yan's black tortoise and azure dragon were practically the will of the world. Even if it was an unformed small world, its power was extremely heavy and unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan's aura was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, his body began to change. The body of a true dragon was gradually recovering. What's going on? Why is your body like this? Merc was shocked to discover that the surface of Su Yan's body was beginning to change. Clearly, Su Yan was beginning to transform. You're actually beginning to evolve. For a shadow creature like him, increasing was naturally evolving. He wanted his old self to die and a new self to be born. Su Yan looked at him and said, "You're right, this is evolution." Su Yan had already accepted this term because he felt that it was very appropriate. At this moment, his power spread out. The surging power was filled with an extremely powerful aura. The most terrifying thing was that this aura contained an indescribable and thought-provoking power. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body had begun to transform. His entire body, as well as everything else, began to disintegrate. This was the death of the old power. And when the old power died, a new power would constantly gather at the same time. With so much power gathered, Su Yan's entire body had reached an extreme level. His aura became deeper and deeper, as if he could see through the entire world. In his eyes, there was the most intoxicating radiance, which seemed to be the radiance of the stars. You will become a part of my small world. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise suppressed him and began to tear Merc's body apart. At this moment, Merc's eyes bulged, filled with incomparable disbelief. What did you say? Small world. At this moment, he was truly shocked to the extreme because he never thought that the enemy in front of him could control a small world. The powerhouses of the shadow world naturally already knew the secret of small worlds. However, to the shadow world, small worlds were extremely precious. Even the most powerful powerhouses couldn't create their own small worlds. After all, shadow creatures were just a kind of monotonous soul. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't make yin and yang perfect. This was also why they had to enter the infinite world to invade and plunder. Only by entering the limitless world and seizing one's own physical body would everything be qualified to be redefined. But even for a shadow duke, it was not easy to enter a small world. It might even be impossible. However, at this moment, Su Yan had a small world. Could it be that you're not a creature of our world at all? Although this was extremely inconceivable, it was the most accurate reason he could think of. If not, how could he have such terrifying strength? Ha, you're not stupid. Indeed, I'm not a creature of the shadow world. Regarding this point, Su Yan did not have any intention of hiding it at all. He directly and openly admitted it. Because of an accident, I entered this world and my body disintegrated. Fortunately, I didn't die. Su Yan directly said with emotion. That's impossible. You're from the infinite world. How could you survive in the shadow world? This was something beyond his understanding, so at this time, he couldn't imagine it at all. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. That already involved the change of the origin of the two worlds. If Su Yan hadn't experienced it personally, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to understand it at all like him. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly changing at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached its strongest point at this time. Come on, my evolution. Su Yan looked at the sky. At this time, he was waiting for the arrival of his own evolution. His aura had become the most terrifying at this time, and the powerful force had directly triggered the small world at this time. Now he was completely connected with the small world. The stronger the small world became, the stronger Su Yan's strength became. Just now, the small world directly suppressed the god's talisman. Although it hadn't reached the point where it could analyze the talisman of the small world and obtain the power in it, it was still a huge improvement for the small world. This was even more so for Su Yan. At this moment, his aura was surging. That terrifying aura seemed to have penetrated the entire long century. Return to the origin, plunder the origin. Su Yan directly shouted. His body rotated, and a powerful force was displayed at this time. At this time, he directly began to plunder the origin of the shadow world. The most terrifying thing was to use the small world as the foundation to plunder the origin of the shadow world. At this time, the whole world seemed to feel this plunder. The sky of the shadow world began to change directly, as if a divine punishment would fall at any time. However, since Su Yan dared to do this, he naturally had his own confidence. The power of the divine punishment couldn't affect him at all. His aura was unleashed at this moment, and it was simply boundless. At this time, this power really showed the most boundless power. His body began to condense again. Although there wasn't any difference from before in appearance, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there was an additional trace of indescribable spirituality in Su Yan's body. What a terrifying aura! His power directly whistled at this time, like a gust of wind, incessantly ringing in the ear. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth had reached the extreme at this time. It was one of the divine punishments, the power of destruction was boundless. However, this power was directly dragged into the small world by Su Yan. Su Yan's current small world was practically a field of chaos. When the divine punishment fell, a gust of wind was born and lightning condensed. At this time, Merc was completely torn apart. All of the rule-bending power condensed in his body had been thoroughly analyzed, which could allow Su Yan to directly improve, and then allow him to further improve. Amazing, this power is really incredible. This time, Su Yan's advancement was actually secondary. The real amazing thing was the transformation of the small world. After this experience, the essence of the small world was much stronger than before. In this way, Su Yan's battle strength would also become more terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Su Yan's evolution finally stopped. At this time, an aura was reflected in his eyes. Many the Shadow King gathered, an oracle issued by the god of the shadow world. This seems to be an extremely grand sacrifice. Amazing. Chapter 1306. Stealing a city. This was what Su Yan saw in Merc's memories. Hundreds of the Shadow King gathered together and began to pray and offer sacrifices. No one knew what they were going to do. Even Merc had no idea about this. From this, it could be seen that this was definitely something extraordinary. At this time, Su Yan's curiosity was actually very strong. But at this time, Merc's memories directly collapsed. It was not that Su Yan's power was not enough to maintain this memory, but that the power of destruction burst out from the memory. Amazing, that seems to be some kind of taboo that can't be read by others. So, even if I only peeked from the memory, I was immediately discovered and directly devoured. Su Yan knew that the power of that source of power was definitely beyond his imagination. At this time, it was simply impossible for him to come into contact with that existence. If such an existence were to discover that he was an anomaly, it would be difficult for him to survive. So, at this time, Su Yan chose to be obedient. It's fine. Although I can't peek into this memory, at least I know something. Su Yan revealed a light smile. At this time, the Shadow King was mostly concentrated in that mysterious place. In that case, the shadow cities were all empty. He had already devoured a shadow city and tasted the sweetness. He deeply understood the benefits of devouring a shadow city. As such, he naturally did not want to give up. If he could continue and devour more shadow cities, his strength would increase even more. For him, this was extremely important and crucial. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Very well, this is simply a gift from the heavens. Of course, the heavens' will of the shadow world is probably extremely angry with me. Su Yan laughed and then directly left the small world. He wrapped Valka up and asked, "Where's the next shadow city?" Su Yan spoke very calmly, but Valka's eyebrows jumped. Today was simply too shocking for him. Su Yan's strength and dominance were simply unimaginable. He really destroyed a shadow city. Originally, in Valka's opinion, it was already good enough that Su Yan could enter Shadow City and have a place of his own. But now, he felt like he was dreaming. Even the powerful the Shadow King was killed by his current master. Great Master, you are a god high above. Valka is willing to fight for your will. At this point, he no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Whatever Su Yan said, it was naturally what it was. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart. However, at this moment, everything was nothing. Su Yan's will was everything. The legendary shadow god was still too far away from him, but there was one standing in front of him. There is another city in that place. However, as far as I know, that city is controlled by the Shadow King. Many shadow cities were not controlled by the Shadow King. The city in front of him was like that. 2 kings were managing and cultivating together. In some places, there were even 7 kings in charge of a city at the same time. 2 kings, huh? Don't worry, just go ahead. At this time, Su Yan's strength had greatly improved. He was now a Shadow King. At this time, his strength was simply unimaginable. The King of Shadows could still make Su Yan apprehensive in the past, but it was no longer possible now. No matter how strong the King of Shadows was, as long as Su Yan wanted to kill it, he would be able to kill it. Even if there were 2 the Shadow King. Moreover, those the Shadow King were now gathered in a mysterious place and seemed to be carrying out some grand ceremony. At least in the beginning, they would not have the energy to pay attention to him. Since that was the case, Su Yan naturally acted unscrupulously and did not have the slightest scruple. This was where his dominance lay. At this time, Su Yan was much stronger than before. When Valka told Su Yan the approximate location, Su Yan directly sensed the direction and knew the existence of that place. It no longer mattered what kind of powerful existence there was in this city and what its name was. After Su Yan appeared, he stood directly in the void. His eyes were cold as he stared straight at this city. At this time, the shadow marshals in Shadow City had already discovered Su Yan. They were not stupid. When they saw Su Yan like this, they already knew that a powerful enemy had arrived. After all, this time, Su Yan did not hide his aura like last time. Instead, he openly looked down, as if an emperor was looking at a group of sinners. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in Twin Demon City? With a stern shout, the defensive formation of the entire city was directly activated. After the defensive formation was activated, a terrifying light directly appeared. Such a light was absolutely terrifying. Those shadow creatures who had not yet entered the city in time were directly killed, leaving not even a trace behind. At this time, the most terrifying aura had already begun to circulate. Such a dense power was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything had already lost its color, as if this was the only thing that would last forever. From this, it could be seen how powerful this power was. In the Great Formation, a total of 25 shadow marshals directly rose into the sky. At this time, they were already tightly connected to the powerful formation. They seemed to be a part of the Great Formation and could mobilize a powerful force. Intruder, I don't care where you came from. Leave Twin Demon City, or we will make you regret it. The Shadow Marshal's strength was extremely powerful. In fact, he was almost on the same level as the Shadow King. He just lacked an opportunity. If it was an ordinary intruder, he would not waste so much time talking. He would probably directly attack and kill. However, Su Yan gave him an extremely heavy feeling, which made him feel incomparably fearful. He felt that he was facing their two kings. In fact, he was even more powerful than them. Therefore, when he rose into the sky, he had already sent a message, telling his two kings to quickly return. The reason why he said this was that he hoped to stall for time. Long-winded. Now, Su Yan had a certain understanding of Shadow City, so at this time, he did not even bother to feign civility. At this time, he directly released his power at this time. The terrifying and powerful power was so dense. At this time, the most powerful power was displayed like the brilliance of the scorching sun. Come in. Su Yan waved his hand, and the powerful power directly emerged. The terrifying power turned into a long dragon and directly devoured them. These powerful shadow marshals would become the power of Su Yan's small world, and then increase Su Yan's strength. At this time, the terrifying power rolled at this time. When the shadow marshals saw Su Yan make a move, he knew that the situation was not good. Use the power of the Great Formation. At this time, he directly extracted the power of the Great Formation. Terrifying power directly rose into the sky and swept towards Su Yan's power. The two forces directly met, and in an instant, the dragon and the snake fought. At this time, the most powerful aura had been displayed to the extreme. The power of the city was indeed powerful. It was worthy of being the power condensed by the Shadow King. At this time, it was even more powerful to the extreme. However, at this time, Su Yan's power was absolutely suppressed. Now, his realm had reached the Shadow Lord realm. The power rolled like a long river. Shadow City only blocked the first wave of Su Yan's power, but it was unable to do anything about the following power. Su Yan's terrifying power turned into a whirlwind, crushing fiercely. What a terrifying majesty this was! Such an aura, such a power, it was really unimaginable. Not good. The Shadow Marshal's eyes flashed with horror. He never thought that his power would be so fragile in front of Su Yan. In just an instant, his power had been directly shattered. What kind of monster is this? He was shocked. Even their king couldn't have such powerful power. Even if he could win, it wouldn't be so easy. However, at this time, Su Yan almost directly crushed the entire formation. You still want to resist at this time? Su Yan was high and mighty. He was a veritable king. As such, he had actually reached the pinnacle, and his entire person was displaying a powerful might. Who are you? You need to know that our king is coming back. By doing this, you are going against the Shadow King. The Shadow King were absolutely powerful. No one could ignore such powerful existences. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. His eyes were already a bit cold, and then he said, I'm waiting for them to come. Su Yan's power rolled again, directly turning into a huge palm. The palm fell, directly sweeping towards Shadow City. What? You want to destroy Shadow City? Every Shadow City had the mark of a god. Where did this guy get the guts to do so? Sure enough, just as Su Yan's palm pressed down, a light suddenly erupted, directly blocking Su Yan's power. Such a blow seemed to have destroyed all of Su Yan's power. When this light appeared, the Shadow Marshals were overjoyed, because they knew that this was the eruption of a god's power. The power of the gods was so vast and mighty that even their king was in awe of such power.